How's it going, guys? Joe here. Today we've got another casual video in store, so let's just jump right in. So I think today is going to be a really fun one because I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of different things, like playing different games, which we'll get into later on. I don't really do that a whole lot with this, so I thought it'd be interesting to try that today. I'm also going to maybe bring out the green screen for a little bit too, because why not? The thing that takes really long with the green screen isn't the green screen itself in those previous videos that I've done. The thing that actually takes a while is making it so that I can capture all of my computers at once and be able to reboot any one of them. That's what takes so long to do, not the green screen itself. So I'm going to do the green screen for part of this. So I think it should be interesting. And we'll just do this normal format for part of it too. So why not experiment, see what happens with that. So yeah, I think it should be fun. So with that, let's just jump in. So in these videos, I think I'm going to start overviewing everything that we're actually going to be doing at the very beginning so you know what's coming up ahead of time. So I want to try to make these videos more friendly to watch in the sense that you can navigate around each different segment easily. And I'm probably going to also start creating video excerpts of these so you could watch certain segments as standalone videos, which you can find on my video excerpts playlist. So I'm going to try doing that from now on and just see how that format works out. So basically, let's go over what we're going to be doing today. So one of the main things I'm going to do is I'm going to show where I'm at with Mycroft. So you probably remember from the previous videos I was doing stuff with Mycroft, which is a custom voice assistant that I can program to do pretty much whatever I want on the computer. It uses Python code, so the possibilities are pretty much endless. It could run command line commands, even over SSH, meaning I can execute commands on other computers besides the one that Mycroft is on, and all sorts of cool stuff. So I'm going to show where I'm at with that today. Not really going to do any new Mycroft stuff. I mean, after all, we got that 13.5 hour video with Casual Video 7.2 that wasn't even supposed to happen at all originally. So I think you've seen me do enough Mycroft development, but I'll show where I'm at still. I'm not going to like actively do it, at least not in this one. We'll see what happens in future ones though. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate Mycroft, where I'm at right now. I'm also going to be mentioning things that follow up, things I've said and done in previous videos. For example, with this banjo, I made a massive mistake in the previous video regarding that, so we'll touch on that today. I'm also going to demonstrate my Obsidian workflow because it's insane. I'll show you what that means later on, but I want to demonstrate that today. I'm going to explain my updated recording setup for the studio stuff with the green screen, etc. Because that's also changed again massively. So I'm going to basically show an update of that today, just to tease it a little bit. It involves this thing right here, which is a Mirabox capture card. I'll explain why I'm using this as opposed to a Camlink. So this actually, to spoil it just a tad, the Camlink falls short in a certain area and the Mirabox does a much better job. And it's also considerably cheaper. I'll be overviewing that today, but sorry, I just couldn't help but tease that right now. So then, basically I'll be going over my new setup, which is significantly different than what I've talked about in the past. I'll try to make it so that even if you've never seen any of the past videos, it'll all make sense. I'll try to explain things in simple terms if I can. I'm trying to work on my ability to do that. And then, of course, I'll be talking about where the Camlink falls short, as I mentioned. I'll talk about some of the other products that I've used. Like you've seen in the past some videos, I got some adapters and things like that. I thought I'd talk about my thoughts on those so far. After I talk about my setup, it makes sense. And I think we'll do some automation project on my phone. So I want to get into automation stuff on my phone. So we're going to try to automate something on here as well in this video. I'm pretty confident in my ability to do that. I don't think I'll really get stuck like I have with like rooting in the past. So I'm pretty excited about that. So I think it'll be very useful for me. And it'll just be very useful to know in general what I'm going to be doing there. Now I'm going to demonstrate a weird glitch in a game that I used to play back in the day, Oregon Trail 5. I actually have a CD of it, which my double jointed thumb's making it hard to grab that. But I have an Oregon Trail disc, and there's a really weird glitch that's on the disc, but not the official final version of Oregon Trail 5, so I want to demonstrate that today. How a disc could have a bug, but something you can get online does not have a bug. I might demonstrate that. I'm not 100% sure, actually. I still have to think about whether I can do that or not. So that may or may not end up happening. We'll see. That's one of the games that we'll look at. Why I think it might be a funner video compared to some of the past ones. And then I also recently got into virtual reality for the first time. So I'm going to overview the headset that I recently got. Just basically just give my thoughts on it, especially since I'm a newcomer in VR and have never done it before. Just to tease, this is my VR headset. I've never done VR other than Google Cardboard, which honestly it's kind of crap compared to this, if I'm being perfectly honest. I want to basically review the MetaQuest 2, which is what I have here, give my thoughts on it, and I had some concerns, and there was limited research that I could do online. There's just not a lot of information on certain things, so I'm going to try to cover that as well. Then I'm going to actually do some demonstrations. Why don't we play some Beat Saber? Because I did find out that some Beat Saber songs are copyright free, so when I have the green screen up, we'll do some of that. That should be pretty fun, as well as some of the other things that I've done on here so far. And then, one of the biggest things I'm going to actually be doing in this video is, why don't I set this down? What am I doing? I dropped something to say noise. If you heard a noise, I did drop something. It's on the floor right now. I'll pick it up later. But one of the biggest things I'm probably going to be doing is migrating my main system to Linux. I kind of mentioned I was going to do this in the past, but now is finally the time for that. I switched out my boot drive. This used to be my boot drive on my main computer. I now have a larger one. It used to be a Samsung 850 Pro, now it's a 870 Evo. This is the kind of drive I have as my main boot drive now. So we're going to basically install Debian Titus on my main system and try to get it up and running. And then I can show you how to actually set that up. Because Chris Titus on YouTube, who made Debian Titus, said that he basically has it mostly set up, but it's definitely not meant for mainstream to use because of all the different things you have to do. He hasn't quite perfected and automated the setup yet. He got most things, but there's some things you still have to do yourself. And while I'm setting that up, I can showcase what that all is. So if you want to use Debian Titus, hopefully what I show on here will be helpful for getting that up and running if you want to try it out with BSPWM on Debian server. So that'll be happening as well. I'm still going to be dual booting with Windows because there's certain things I'm just going to need Windows for. That's why I got a bigger drive so I can dual boot both things. But I'm going to try to mostly make a switch to Linux if possible and then use Windows at rare occasions. If I'm doing videos like this, I'll probably record on a Windows system because it works with Elgato products nicely and stuff. So that's coming up as well. And while we're in that Linux system, I'm going to attempt to do GPU pass-through on my NVIDIA card, which is going to be a little bit tricky because NVIDIA doesn't work super well in Linux. All of there are proprietary drivers, so that'll be interesting to get that all working. But we'll be doing some GPU pass-through. Oh, and I suppose that would be a good time to talk about, I switched my processor because I can't do GPU pass-through on my old one, so I now have a newer processor, which I kind of mentioned before, but maybe I'll talk more about that in this video since it's more relevant now. We won't be able to do the GPU pass-through without this new processor that I got for my computer. More on all this later when we get there. I'm going to see if I can run Windows XP on that with GPU pass-through. It's a little bit tricky because the virtual machine type needs to both be compatible with Windows XP and be able to support GPU pass-through with i440X blah blah blah. That's a machine type that works with Windows XP nicely, but it might not work so nicely with GPU pass-through. Q35 is the other mode, which if this doesn't make sense, we'll get into this later, don't worry. But Q35 works with GPU pass-through, but may not be compatible with Windows XP. So we're going to have to see if we can find a mode that supports both of them. Otherwise, worst case, we can see if we can get a Windows 7 up and running. Because one of the things I want to do is also play Microsoft Baseball, which does run on Windows 10. But unfortunately, there's some graphical glitches and things like that, mainly because of compatibility reasons, I think. And I'm hoping that running Windows XP GPU pass-through will make things more compatible with Microsoft Baseball. I actually need this disk to run it. I've tried creating an ISO file with this, but it doesn't work because it has to verify the disk. It has actually verified it in the past, but it only works like 1 out of 5 times. I'll probably go over that a little more later. But I'm hoping that the Windows XP GPU pass-through allows me to play that game without any graphical glitches. I used to be absolutely obsessed with that game. So we're gonna engage in some nostalgia today, because why not? I'll be playing that game. If it works, that is. So hopefully it works. So we'll be setting up the Linux system, which I think will take up the most time. But once we get it set up, then we'll do this virtual machine and GPU pass-through stuff, hopefully successfully. And then that unattended ISO stuff that we did in the last video, I'm going to try to showcase how to make a bootable ISO from the unattended ISO if we get to that. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, we're going to have time to get that figured out. I want to try to get it figured out prior to the video so I can showcase it in this video. We'll see what happens regarding that. So that's another thing that's in store today, hopefully. That may actually not end up happening. This is a huge maybe. And then another maybe is demonstrating a keyboard shortcut in Google Chrome to basically execute some JavaScript code. So you're probably aware that in the URL bar, you can notate JavaScript and then execute a line of code. Like if you want to change something in document, which is sort of the website itself to some extent. It's a part of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That's a variable. We'll get into that later, but if you want to basically execute a JavaScript line using a keyboard shortcut, I want to showcase that if I get it figured out. That's also a maybe. So that's what's in store for today. So why don't we just jump right into everything now? So news-wise, there's actually not a whole lot going on. I'm sure there's going to be some news tidbits throughout the video, but I thought that before we jump into the Mycroft stuff, I would quickly share a story of a weird problem that I ran into and how tricky troubleshooting was this might be a lesson in troubleshooting and how difficult it can be sometimes. So I thought I'd share an interesting story of something that happened recently, because not a whole lot has happened news-wise, and then we'll jump right into everything. So recently I've been running into an issue where my internet keeps randomly kicking out. It's very intermittent, and it was annoying me for a while. I just assumed that the internet was unreliable, but there's actually more to it than that. So essentially, I didn't really take a lot of time to think about this story, so hopefully I can tell it properly with no preparation. So, let's see. Yeah, so the internet kept randomly kicking out, and I didn't know exactly what was going on. I was trying to figure out if there was a specific interval for how often it kicked out, but there wasn't. It was just very random. So, I'm trying to investigate this, but because of how intermittent it is, it's very difficult to investigate the problem. So one thing I eventually noticed was while the internet kicked out on my system, it wasn't kicking out on other systems on the same network. Only my computer was kicking out, not my Intel NUC, which is also hooked up to hardwire. That wasn't kicking out at all. Just mine. So I basically eliminated it to my computer specifically because I did try a different cable, an Ethernet cable, because I have hardwire. The exact same thing happened. I'm hooked up to a network switch, so I tried a different port on that. Same thing happened. Even on a port that works on a different computer while it's kicked out. So we determined. Have we? No, we haven't yet. Sorry, I'm clearly not that prepared for the story. But I tried a different cable. Same thing happens. We determined it's not the cable because it happens on a different cable. I've also tried a completely separate network interface. So, the one that's built into my computer, obviously, that could be going on. My Ethernet that's built into the motherboard could be getting faulty for all I know. So I tried different drivers. None of that made a difference. I tried a completely separate network interface. Same thing happened within that Ethernet too. So it's clearly something with my computer specifically. And based on all this troubleshooting so far, one other thing that's interesting is while the internet's kicked out, the local connection is still working fine. So if I have barriers set up, that still works even when the internet drops out on my system randomly. And it's very intermittent when the internet drops out, but regardless, the local connection still works. So it's not my internet at all like I previously thought it was. So at this point, I think we've determined that it's something specific to my computer since none of my other devices are experiencing this. It's not the cable, it's not the port on the network switch. All of it behaves the same on different ports, different cables, and different network interfaces. It's driving me bonkers at this point. What could possibly be going on? Any of you want to take a guess at what it is before I continue the story? Let me know in the comments. Otherwise, at this point, I've determined that it's something specific to my computer and probably software related rather than hardware, like I would originally think. So I looked at my network interface, which has the IP address, subnet mask, gateway, and all those configurations. I had a static IP address, which is fine because, like I said, the internet works most of the time, but it'll occasionally randomly kick out. I've looked at the firewall, completely disabled it. I've ran some virus scans. There's nothing apparent with that. Disabling firewall did not fix the problem either. So what could possibly be going on then? I've updated the Ethernet drivers. That makes no difference. So at this point, I'm thinking, is the system corrupt? Do I need to run a SFC system file checker command where you run sfc/scan now, which is common if there's corrupt files in the Windows file system. And then if there is, you also want to run the dism command, which I think is disk image service management or something like that. I forget the abbreviation, but those are commands that you often run if you run into Windows file system corruptions, which can often happen with Windows updates, etc. The SFC command did have some corrupt files, but it was able to fix it on its own. I ran the dism command, even though it's not technically necessary. You only need to run the dism if SFC has stuff that it cannot repair on its own. But none of that made any difference either. So then what? Well, I decided to do a clean boot, which is where you basically disable. I also, before this, I actually had an automatic IP address and DNS. Regardless of what DNS I was using, whether it was Cloudflare, Google, or the default one from the ISP, that made no difference, just so you know. So automatic and static makes absolutely no difference with this. It's still intermittent regardless. So I decided to do a clean boot. As a matter of fact, I will mention this. So there's a new chatbot that got released by OpenAI called ChatGPT. You might have all heard it in the tech news. It's all the rage these days, it seems like. But I used that to help me troubleshoot the actual problems. And it gave me ideas for all these different things to test. It's pretty much what I was going to do anyway. But then I decided to do a clean boot, which is basically disabling all your startup programs, whether you do it on a normal boot or safe mode. So I disabled all the startup programs in msconfig, which you could use to configure various things on the computer. I may as well show you guys that right now. That might help paint the picture a little bit. So if I press WinR, which surprisingly is not working, probably because I have an auto hot. It's actually frozen. My computer is a little bit slow right now. I guess, not sure why. But to do a clean boot, I went to the Services tab, checked hide all Microsoft services, and I basically disabled everything that's listed there temporarily. I took note of what was already disabled as it was, which was nothing, meaning I could just hit enable all when I'm ready to start again. And then I disabled everything in startup on the task manager as well. And when I disable basically all these services here as well as startup, I discovered that the problem went away. Oh, and one other thing is obviously everything is very intermittent, which makes it difficult to troubleshoot. I can't troubleshoot it unless the problem's actively happening. It took about 3 minutes before the internet came back on, but the local connection was working the entire time. Barrier, etc. worked fine, as well as the SMB network share. That all works perfectly fine because it's all local and doesn't require the internet, just the local network. So, let me see. So I disabled all that. I also discovered that if I disable my network interface and re-enable it, that purposely makes the internet drop out. So I was able to willfully make the problem happen. That was a revolutionary discovery because that meant I could troubleshoot it at any time finally. This has bothered me for like 2 weeks, by the way. This is over the course of 2 weeks trying to get this problem solved. I also tried connecting it to Wi-Fi, which Wi-Fi worked if Ethernet worked. So if Ethernet was dropped out, so was Wi-Fi. Meaning like it connected, but the local connection or the internet connection of Wi-Fi is what was glitching out when the Ethernet was glitching out. So it's pretty clear that all my network interfaces are behaving exactly the same. I won't go over every single troubleshooting step I tried, but I tried disabling the Hyper-V adapters and things like that. That didn't make any difference either. But like I said, when I did a clean boot, the problem went away. So the ping command was quite handy when troubleshooting this. So just to iterate, I would go into command prompt and I would type in ping-t, which will make it run indefinitely with google.com. And that was saying request timed out when the internet kicked out, but I was still able to ping all my local devices. And so when the internet kicked out, the requests would time out, and then this would start working again when the internet came back on, which happened like 3 to 5 minutes after it kicked out. And so basically when I disable my Ethernet adapter, this would obviously time out, etc., which is what you'd expect. But when I re-enable the adapter, then it would say request timed out until it resolved itself like 3 minutes later, regardless of what settings I had on the adapter. But basically the reason I bring this up is because when I got the problem fixed, it never did a request timed out when Ethernet came back online. When I enabled and disabled the adapter, then the request timed out just never happened anymore, which was great when I was doing a clean boot. So I'll stop this. So then I started going through one program at a time to identify which program it was. And I won't lie, there were some times when I was doing like 3 or 4 programs at once, which you'd think that would be helpful, but in this case, it was actually making things worse. And so I went through all the programs in the task manager first before I went through all the services, and discovered that it was something in that list of programs on the task manager. Then I went through everything, and when I thought I had pinpointed it to like one of these 1 to 3 items, I did one of those at a time, and it wasn't either one of those that I pinpointed down to. I rebooted every time I made a change to that, which may or may not have been necessary, but I had to go through the list multiple times. Even one at a time, it was still inconsistent. Even though I did every single thing one at a time, it wasn't pinpointing down to one thing, which was very aggravating. I was like, this crap ends tonight. So, going through everything again, and it's not one particular thing. But I'll just give the answer now. I could literally go on for hours probably, but I don't want to do that in this video. So I'll just jump to the answer. Plex Media Server was the thing that was causing it. And the reason why it was so hard to pinpoint down to one thing is because it required 2 reboots to actually fix the computer. So if I disable Plex, you'd think that since that's what's causing it, rebooting would fix it, right? Well, it did not, which is why it was so hard to pinpoint it. I had to actually disable Plex and reboot it twice to get it fixed. Not once, twice. So apparently one reboot isn't enough to pinpoint what's going on. In this case, 2 reboots would have been enough to pinpoint when trying one program at a time. So I basically had Plex disabled, and then I manually started it up, and within 15 seconds the ping command was timing out, and it was always whenever I manually started up Plex. I just tried it out randomly. It was just a random thought that occurred to me, honestly. And then I was like, wait a minute. Did that really happen just after I started Plex? So I reboot the computer, it still says request timed out, so I'm thinking, even though Plex is disabled, that's not it. Because again, it requires 2 reboots to fix it, not 1, even when Plex is disabled the entire time. 2 reboots are required to fix that issue. So then I ruled that out at one point, and then I came back to it as a last resort, pretty much. I was like, is Plex really causing it? Because it was working just fine. I let the ping command run for minutes, actually, before I started Plex, just to make sure that's what was really happening. And then that's when I discovered I needed 2 reboots to fix the request timed out. So I turn off Plex. The issue still happens for a few minutes at a time, even without Plex running. And then rebooting the computer not once but twice is what makes the ping command work again. The internet doesn't come back until 2 reboots have taken place, not 1. I'm sure that if I did there's a special type of shutdown, I think, like a fast startup, which I think doesn't do a full shutdown exactly. Like some programs can still resume when you normally start up the computer because of fast startup, I think. I was thinking of disabling that for the sake of troubleshooting, but doing 2 reboots fixed the problem every time. Starting up Plex made the problem kick in 15 seconds later after I started it up every single time. It took 15 seconds for the problem to kick in. So that's what the problem was. It was Plex Media Server, which you'd never guess. Why would that cause problems like this? I don't know why. I just know that now I only run Plex when I need it. And at least now I have control over when it kicks out. I did update it, but it still happens on the latest updates, so there might be something else going on. I'm not sure if the configuration recently changed or what exactly, because months ago, this never happened. This is a pretty new problem. So, yeah, that's hard to troubleshoot, because you turn on Plex, it causes the problem, but then you turn it off, the problem's still occurring, so you think it's probably not Plex. But you reboot one more time without making any more changes, which you'd never think to do by default. I mean, why would one reboot not be enough? Well, this is a situation where it wasn't enough. And yeah, there you go. That's what happened. I'm not even going to bother trying to fix it. I'm just going to not run Plex at startup and only manually launch it when I need it, which is a bit frustrating, but if I have control over when the problem happens, that's all I'm asking for. So that was very difficult to troubleshoot. I mean, it took a little while to tell the story, but that was 2 weeks worth of troubleshooting because of how intermittent it was. So if you have Plex Media Server and your internet randomly kicks out, but local connection still works and none of your other devices are affected by this, consider the fact that Plex may be causing it if you have Plex Media Server. So Plex itself works fine even when the internet kicks out because again it's local. But yeah, that's what's going on. If you actually have a solution for fixing Plex and you actually have a solution, you've tried it out yourself and were able to replicate the problem, then let me know in the comments section. Otherwise, it probably won't be very helpful unless you've actually replicated this exact scenario yourself. So, yeah, keep that in mind. So, yeah, I just thought that was an interesting lesson in troubleshooting because I felt like I had no ability while I was doing this. I almost felt like an imposter, and, that's a terrible feeling, but when you overcome troubleshooting issues, then all of a sudden you feel like yourself again, if that even makes sense. But yeah, that was hard to troubleshoot. Let's just put it that way. It seems like nobody else has really experienced this as far as I can tell. I haven't specifically searched the Plex stuff, but I couldn't really find any results on that. Anyway, let's jump into everything. So let's demonstrate Mycroft for once. So I'm going to talk about where I'm at with Mycroft right now. So basically, I haven't really had much of a chance to work on Mycroft, but I do have something that's really cool. So I'm going to talk about some mistakes I had with the skill creation skill. So if you didn't see the last video, which honestly you're not really missing out on much, since I'll try to cover all that stuff in this video. But in the last video, Casual Video 7.2, that ended up being 13.5 hours long, I created a skill that helps me create other skills quickly. And I just want to demonstrate some mistakes that I made, because if you watch that video, you know that I tried running it, and it did run successfully, even 13.5 hours later. So I want to show some mistakes I made in that skill. Actually, it probably wouldn't hurt to demonstrate that skill first before I go over the mistakes, then it'll make a lot more sense. So basically, Mycroft, in case you didn't know, that allows you to... It's a custom voice assistant. You can either buy a device that runs Mycroft, or you can run it on pretty much any Linux system as long as it has a supported microphone. The microphone that I'm using is the Logitech C270, and I'm running this on my Raspberry Pi 4. There is a Mycroft distribution, which is basically Raspbian with some stuff stripped out and Mycroft all set up. But I decided to just run it on raw Raspbian 4 or Raspberry Pi OS, because I want to be able to do other things besides Mycroft. So that's exactly what I did. So you can basically program it to do whatever you want. Create your own commands and program it to do what you want. You can do stuff with the Philips Hue, which I still haven't figured out since the last video. But you can do a lot of other things too. So it can execute Python code, and that provides tons of possibilities, including running the command line. So let's go to the Raspberry Pi now. So on the Raspberry Pi, which, there we go. Can see the cursor right away. So Mycroft is actually running right now. So you could probably find some steps for this online of how to install Mycroft. Actually, I showcased this in my last video. I basically downloaded it from GitHub and ran the setup and stuff like that. But my Mycroft is actually stored in a folder called Mycroft Core. Once you've extracted everything, you should see files like this. And once you have a proper microphone connected, which you can verify by going into Audacity, this is a non-telemetry version of Audacity. The latest version that you can get with apt is a non-telemetry version, so don't worry about the telemetry stuff, because Linux would not make that the latest version, the one with telemetry. So yeah, my microphone is not showing up because it's actually being used by Mycroft right now. So there's a start Mycroft script when you install it. If you follow my last video, Casual Video 7, just do start Mycroft all. And I think I could pull up the CLI right now. That might cause it to glitch out. So you can see the microphone level and stuff. Everything should be working properly. I'm going to close out of that because it's still running in the background. And when you want to create a skill, you just go in the bin folder, Mycroft MSK create, and then it'll help you create a skill basically. But I have a skill that helps me create other skills, and what it does is it pulls up a notepad window on my Windows computer over SSH, and then I can enter information like what is the name of the skill, a description, what does it actually do, what's the category. I can automate all that. I basically just have a text file come up asking me what I want to do. I could probably demonstrate it real quick, even though I'm not going to fully use it right now. So all my Mycroft stuff is stored in the Documents Mycroft folder. I have a skill called create skill.sh, and what it actually does is it connects to my computer and it pulled up a notepad document by running a Python script which creates the notepad file with all the questions in it. Then it uses SCP to send that file to the root of my D drive, which I have set up with WSL in Windows. That's how I make an SSH connection. I just use WSL, which is a way you can sort of run Linux within Windows to some extent. And you can set up SSH on that thing, which is how I actually connect to it. And I was running Ansible right here, but this is actually out of date because that's not what I do now. This is actually an out of date script. Let's look at my create skill nuc file. That one's more up to date. So, yeah, it runs that create input file. And then what it does is it runs SCP and then sends it to my Intel NUC. Then this last line right here essentially just runs it. It just runs that notepad file in notepad, and this is a command I use on the terminal to run that in WSL. WSL connects to the Windows command line, which then runs notepad with the file that it just sent over. So that's essentially how it works. So this IP address is actually out of date right now. This IP address needs to get changed to, I think it was 192.168.1.27, if I remember correctly. And I'm doing this on port 2022 because that's how I have WSL configured. I'm going to set up a WSL on my main system, so I'll show you how all that works in a bit, I think. And also, I think the IP address needs to get changed here, so let's copy that. And then still getting used to Vim, paste it. So now that's updated as well. So basically I have a Mycroft skill, and when I'll show you what the actual skill looks like. So none of this probably makes sense. I apologize about how disjointed I am with this. I did show this in the last video. This is a skill to help me create other skills because the process can be quite tedious. I can tell that it was just triggered because I said the word. Anyway, create skill. Create skill Windows. So what that Mycroft MSK does that I previously showed on here is it creates all these different files. And Basically, all this particular skill does is it imports OS so I could run a command line command using os.system. And it runs that create skill, which is not what I want. I want to change that to the Nook script. So I have a .sh script because it runs bash and does what I want. And I just realized, since I have Mycroft running and I just modified a skill, I may have to reboot Mycroft. So one of the other problems we had in the previous video was launching Mycroft. Like the first time I launch it, doesn't work correctly. And then when I restart all the services, then it does work. So the way I properly launch Mycroft is I'll actually stop it right now. So I'm just going to run the stop Mycroft, which basically kills all the services. And I've actually created a script in my documents folder on here called launch Mycroft. And essentially it runs that start Mycroft script. And then I have it wait a minute. And then I have it restart everything. And that works. If I were to run it at startup, then Mycroft would start right away without any intervention, completely headless, which is great because I've been using it headlessly for a while, and I'll show you how I was using it. So to launch it, I'm going to do it this way. So it launched it manually. It'll wait a minute, then reboot it. So while we're waiting for that, I made the change to the skill. And essentially what the skill creator actually does, that's another skill. So I have one skill to basically ask for all the prompts, like what's the name of the skill, what does it do. Then I have another skill that actually takes the file from the computer back into the Raspberry Pi, and then it goes ahead and creates the skill. And the way it actually creates a skill is the use information script, which just runs a use information thing, I think. Oops. I want to go into this file. So it just runs the use skill. And I should probably change that to use skill in Nook. Which means I should maybe reboot this again. I'm just gonna restart it now that I updated that skill. I haven't figured out the best way to restart when I added individual skill. I'll just restart the skills service. When I restart the skills service, it tends to break other stuff as far as I can remember. And as far as the firewall goes, I just use UFW. So like right now, if I run UFW, which is for the firewall, then what I want to do is, so firewall is relevant because of this right here. When I'm on a public network, I may want to block incoming connections to that port. I can allow outgoing connections because it's what the Pi itself does. But when it comes to incoming connections, just to make sure that nothing on the public network tries to do any incoming connections on port 8181, I deny incoming connections, but I allow outgoing connections. And I think, I forget exactly what the command is. Yeah, so UFW allow in for incoming connections for 5900, which is VNC. And then allow out is how you allow outgoing connections. So typically you're either gonna block incoming connections and outgoing connection for a given port, or you're gonna allow one and block one, and vice versa, or you're gonna allow everything, or you're gonna deny everything. So if you wanted to deny everything related to port 22, then you would do sudo ufw deny 22. But let's say you wanted to allow outgoing connections for 22 but deny incoming connections. Well, then you would allow 22 and then deny in 22. Those are the ufw commands you would run if you're doing those specific things. So I didn't really have firewall figured out before, but that's essentially how you do it. So what I'm doing is basically deny. So I would have ran sudo ufw deny in 8181. And then probably allow out 8181. That's how you do the firewall stuff pertaining to this if you're concerned about it. Sorry, I rambled on that more than I should have, but that's essentially how it's done. So let's see, it restarted now. Oh yeah, I was going to show the creation skill, which I think I'm probably creating more confusion than good by doing this. So use skill Windows. Use skill Nook is what I want. Yeah, use skill Nook. What that does is it does a message box saying hello world just so I can see if the script is working. It automatically closes itself after 2 seconds on the Windows computer. And then it sends the file from the computer to the Pi. And then it runs Python 3. It basically just figures out, I forget exactly what that does actually, but I have it in that previous video. Calculate lines, I think that just figures out where things are. Then it runs the create expect. So when it creates a new skill, there's a bunch of prompts, and creating an expect script allows you to automate answering those prompts. So the way you automate prompts in Bash, whenever a prompt comes up and you want to automate it, then you create an expect script. That's one of the ways to do it. So it basically runs through everything. Then it gets the skill name so that we know the directory of the newly created skill. And then I basically copy the manifest file, which has import OS and those types of things in it, to the correct location. It basically just parses out or it retrieves the line that has a full path in it, I think. And I forget exactly what this does. And then it actually restarts the skills service, which I think actually does update it properly now that I think about it. So that's basically just for my skill creator, which I did in the last video. Nothing really new about that. So if I want to create a skill, which I think I could demonstrate it real quick, and then I'll probably end up deleting it afterwards. So if we come over to here, then I should be able to say, hey Mycroft, help me create a skill in Windows. Yeah, and if it's working correctly, then this notepad document automatically comes up, and I don't know why that font is so small, but I can specify the name of the skill that I want to create. I'll just create an echo skill, which is completely useless, but at least I can demonstrate the process. Call it something like echo stuff. Like the echo command, that it'll just use that in some way. What are some phrases that I want to use to trigger that? Echo hide there. I'm just gonna hard code stuff. And if you want to combine intents together, by the way, this is the syntax you use. So this line is irrelevant now. That's the way you would do it. So I could say echo hi there or echo hey there. That's my command that I use. And then I don't care about the responses because I don't use the auditory feedback. I don't think it's necessary since I have directly observable results for this type of stuff. I'll just say doing that. That's what it'll respond with. What is a one-line description? Echoes hi there. I don't care how it does that. And then what command do I want to run with the os.system? I forget exactly how I actually formatted this. I think I just say os.system, or else I don't need to include that. Something like that. That's the actual command on the command line. So now I have all the information needed to create this skill. So then I could just say, what's the trigger phrase for utilizing a skill now? I forgot what the trigger phrase is, so I'm just gonna check in Mycroft skills, use information Windows skill. My trigger phrase is, I think, in locale enus. Oh. Then I want to do a .intent file. I finished my Windows skill. That's what the phrase is once I got the skill completed. So now back in Windows, I just have to say, hey Mycroft, I finished my Windows skill. That actually didn't work because of some mistakes that I think I may have made. The IP address is different, that's what it is. Let's go into the... I think we have to modify the skill to reflect the correct IP address. So, yeah. Let's do a global replace with that public IP address with my private only IP address. The reason why it's public and private is because in the location I was at prior to now, I had a tier 1 internet service provider, so the public and private IP address are exactly the same. Anyway, so I think that's all I need to change. I did get host-based authentication enabled too, which I also want to demonstrate in this video. But, oh, I modified it, didn't I? Which means I now need to restart. I don't think it's just going to work. And by the way, there are sounds that are made when I use a voice command. So, let's see if it works right out of the gate. Hey Mycroft, I finished my Windows skill. I just saw a hello world. So that noise you heard is a weird noise that it makes, but you heard when it heard the trigger phrase. So what it's doing now is it grabbed the file and then it created the skill using the expect script, which I never demonstrated yet. So the expect script looks like this. So I'm not going to demonstrate everything that this does because I did show it in that other video. But this is creating an array of all the lines that exist in the file, which is hard-coded, but it's going to be the same all the time. And essentially it opens up that new skill prompt, that text file that's involved. It converts that into an array, closes that file out. Then it runs the skill creator, and then it expects all the prompts that come up normally. And it basically reads the correct line from that file that we were just in, that text file. It reads the correct line from that text file right there. And it basically does that with all the different prompts. This is probably not the most efficient way to do it, but it works, so I'm not touching it anymore. And that's how I create a skill in Mycroft. So now that skill that I just created, I should be able to go to Mycroft skills and see what I just, yeah, it created the new skill automatically. I didn't do anything because I created a skill creator. So if I look in, that echoes, or that, yeah, that skill right there. Then I go into the manifest file. This is the correct manifest file, so that worked correctly. It's got the OS on there. I automated that. Then if I look at the init.py, it did everything correctly. And if I have more than one command that I want to run, more than one os.system, which it took directly from that file we created in Windows, then they'll all show up here. So very cool. We just created a useless skill in a matter of minutes. Very cool. So I automated my skill creation process, which is pretty cool. So let's see. Now that you know what my skill creator is with my absolutely convoluted explanation, I'm going to try to make things less convoluted from here on out if I can, which is very difficult to do. But I want to show some mistakes that I made now and why what I just demonstrated wasn't working in the previous video. So let's come back into the previous folder that we were in. And one of the mistakes I made was I actually had the wrong path in the file. Let's actually go back to where we just were. I think this is where I want to be. Yeah. So one of the reasons it didn't work is because this path I had for executing the script was just wrong. I think I forgot the Mycroft right here from the last video, which is why it wasn't working. So that was one mistake I previously made. It heard my trigger phrase just now, and once again, I have it muted for you now. So that was one of my mistakes. Another mistake I made was, come on, in my expect script, one of my paths was relative rather than absolute. One of the important things with running the Python script with the Mycroft skills, the paths have to be absolute, because while it might work relative right here when you manually test it, the path that it executes from when you actually do the word that shall not be named, because it'll trigger it, that is executed from a different environment, so the path has to be absolute for it to reference correctly. I didn't have an absolute path in here, so that's one reason this was failing. And then now I'm going to demonstrate my most useful skill that I've created so far. And it's very adaptable too, by the way. But this is a skill that allows me to open whatever I want on the computer pretty much. So I'll do a quick demonstration. Hey Mycroft, open YouTube. So it just pulled up YouTube. Pretty useful, huh? So I didn't create a skill to specifically open up YouTube. It's actually a universal skill that can open up anything. So it's just an open script, really, but it can open whatever I want. So, for example, if I want to open watch later, hey Mycroft, open watch later. I use the same skill to open up that. I didn't create two separate skills for that, by the way. And I can open up pretty much whatever YouTube I want, whatever channel I want, because I programmed it to do any of them. So, for example, if I wanted to open up the Primogen, hey Mycroft, open Vim God. That's my trigger phrase for that because I might not know the word Primogen. This is all from the same exact skill. And if I want to create something new to open up, I can do it in like 10 seconds. It only takes 10 seconds to add new things to open. So that's pretty useful. It's one skill that can do all of it. I can open up specific files on here too. So let's see, what's a file that I could actually use right now? I'll just open up a song that I have. Hey Mycroft, open CyberDice. So there we go. I could hear it right now, but I think I have it muted for you. So that song opened up successfully. That's a song that I have on the system, and I programmed it to do that. So I can open up whatever I want, basically. So if I want to, you get the idea. I can open up pretty much any URL or file or program on the computer. Hey Mycroft, open Ducto. That recognized it wrong. It actually uses a mechanism which I'll show you later on where the voice recognition won't be 100% accurate, so I have it do the closest thing to what it recognized. So no matter what, it'll open something up, even if I say some random word. Like, hey Mycroft, open supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Wonder what that'll open up. Oh my gosh. I think I actually set it to open up that playlist right there. And I guess that was the closest thing to supercala blah blah blah. This was the closest thing to whatever the trigger phrase was. So, yeah, I can say random words and open up random things essentially because it matches whatever's the closest to what I said. So, yeah, I could open up whatever URL or file that I want, basically. I think I showed enough of that, so why don't I show you how I did it for once? Something you've all been waiting for. How did I do this? So it's actually not too difficult. So the skill to open up files, I actually have a text file that stores all the things that I can open up. So basically the file is formatted as such. These are the trigger phrases. So open and then whatever I want to open. And then the actual destination, whether it's a path on the computer or a URL, is what's second. So the trigger phrase, destination, very simple. So this opens up the J drive, right? Even though there's no such thing. So like obviously this says letter C, which means that the command is, hey Mycroft, Open letter C. There we go. So that first line that you saw in the file is what actually made that happen. Oops. So this is supposed to be letter F, but it recognizes F wrong. So I just call it fix because I think it was the sixth thing I had at one point. It's a sixth letter and it starts with an F and rhymes with six as well. So letter fix really means the F drive. So if it recognizes something wrong, I'll adjust it accordingly. So ducto spelled D-U-K-T-O, for example, but it sounds like ducto, which will recognize it better. So I just do whatever corresponds with that. So if I want to open up Seinfeld, for example, on Netflix, I just have it on Brave, not Google Chrome. I have it basically go to the URL for searching Seinfeld. So that's how I have it do that, for example. And then music files, I just specify the path to the music file. And a backslash actually needs quadruple backslashes right now because just how I have it programmed. Because backslash means escaping a character. So I have to escape a backslash, but I think I have to do it twice because of just how the string is formatted in the actual programming. It was the way I could make it work right now. That's something I'm hoping to change someday so you don't need so many backslashes right there. But it doesn't matter because if I'm adding anything, I usually duplicate something that I already have here and adjust it accordingly. So if I want to add a new song to open up, like a song called smooth.mid, all I have to do to add that capability is duplicate that line, delete that. Using Vim, it's pretty quick, so I could just say smooth, which is the name of the song. And I just have to go to here and change that to smooth.mid. That's the path of the file. And then I just save it out, and just like that, the command already exists. So in theory, I should be able to do that now. I might already have a command for that, to be honest, so I might have created a duplicate one, but that's just an example. Hey, Mycroft, open smooth. It worked. I actually had the case sensitivity wrong, but it otherwise worked, which is pretty cool. So you saw me program that. That technically only takes like 10 seconds if I don't explain it. And I don't even have to refresh the skill because it just uses a skill that reads that file we were just in. Very efficient and adaptable. I have over 200 things in that file, and I pretty much showed everything you need to know. So if I'm opening something in Brave, whoops, I gotta go into the Mycroft folder. So if I'm doing something in Brave, for example, then, so if I want to open up the Office, I basically just have it execute Brave. I tell it the path on the actual computer because of how I have it programmed. Using brave.exe, open up that link, right? And then if I want to use Chrome instead, then I do the path to Chrome. It's very adaptable. If I open up my email, for example, I want to use Chrome instead of Brave. So I just do that accordingly. If I want to open up a folder, then I use the path for explorer.exe. And if I'm doing a file that has a proper default program that it opens up with, I just have to do the file itself. I don't have to open it through anything. That's pretty much all there is to it. So I could do virtually anything that I want to open. A YouTube channel, which I hard coded in here based on a URL. My watch later, which is also a URL. Watch history is another one. I mean, I got like 200 things here. Oh, maybe not quite 200, but not too far off, honestly. There's a potential for that. Wouldn't take very long to do that. So, yeah. Um, that's honestly all there is to how that works. So I'll show you the actual coding now. So the skill, I think, is, what's the skill? I think it's this skill right here. So if I were to look at the init.py, the way it actually works is I'm using OS, of course, for the command. And this library allows me to do the closest match to the command. So I create global variables for commands and locations so it can be accessed anywhere in the script essentially. So basically you saw how the file was comma separated. So within the first one is the label, and the second one's the actual destination, if you will. So the trigger phrase is basically just storing a list of all the trigger phrases. So line 1's trigger phrase, then 2, then 3, and 4, and so on. Then all the locations. It stores it in 2 parallel lists. Then I can match the index accordingly. So it reads that file that I showed you, which you can actually chain everything together in one if you want to. It goes through that file, and since lines are comma separated, I can create an array called line, which is just temporary. Line index 0 will be the command that I'm doing. Line index 1 will be the location, so I just append those accordingly. And then I retrieve the actual thing that I said, which is called an utterance. So like open smooth, that's an utterance. Actually, I'll do a longer example. I'll do like open the primogen. No, that's still one word. Open duck toe. That's 2 words. So open duck toe. Those are 3 words in my utterance. And what it actually does then is, this is how you retrieve an utterance. I think you can create indexes and retrieve specific things, but I haven't figured out how to do that. Since my command always starts with the word open, I can just parse that out easily. I also use the word play, and that works the same way as open. So if I want to play a song, I can say play instead of open, but that's just for my own sake. There's no reason to do both of them technically, but why not? Have support for that. So this actually retrieves my utterance right there. And this parses out, it finds the first space in the utterance, which is the first word. It basically ignores that space as well, so the result becomes itself, but with the first word parsed out. That's what that line does. And then this actually gets, I forget what that actually does. It creates a sequence matcher, which is needed to match things, I think. And then this was for debugging purposes so that I could see what the actual variable came out as. I just ran echo result, and then when I was using the CLI of Mycroft, I could see what that was for troubleshooting. Because I made so many mistakes when creating this code. This is before the chatbot came to the public, so I was on my own with this. Although I would have liked the chatbot's help because it might have been done quicker. But This was an interesting experience making this though. So then it gets some match by, this is the algorithm that's used for matching it. Forget exactly how it works. It passes something through a lambda function, and then it just does the closest match, which is either going to be the command itself, if there's like 100% match, or else whatever we match here will be the closest thing. And then I figure out the index based on what this match was. It actually matches against everything that exists in the commands. It just matches the closest thing. That's actually what this does, I think. It just matches the closest thing to what actually exists. So match is always going to be something that exists. So if it recognizes something slightly wrong, that doesn't exist, right? So it'll just match to the closest thing. Like that supercalifragilistic word. It does the closest thing to that, which apparently was not Dr. Mike, that DaVinci Resolve playlist. Figured out the index of what the exact match is once we've ran through that algorithm and figured it out exactly. Then it runs using this syntax what I want to run. This is the syntax of what it does. So locations right here, using this quote syntax right here, is essentially how it runs. So that's all the OpenScript really is. It reads from that text file all the commands I have in there, which you saw how quickly I created that smooth one. Very smooth, wasn't it? Kind of ironic to the name, but yeah, that takes like 10-15 seconds in some situations, and I don't even have to restart Mycroft or anything. It's very efficient, let's just put it that way. So that is my most useful skill so far. That's all I've really done so far, but it's honestly so useful for pulling up stuff. So if I'm currently watching a video, I can create temporary commands too in a matter of seconds to pull up a specific video that I may be in the middle of watching. So pretty much all there is to that. So now that I've demonstrated that script, why don't I show you how to authenticate SSH properly. So I'll actually show you the steps. I can't think of the steps off the top of my head, to be perfectly honest. I was going to memorize them before this video, but if I'm being honest, I completely forgot to do that. We'll have to trust that I happen to remember, which I don't. But to do host-based authentication, there's essentially two different ways you can do it. And that depends on whether you still have password-based authentication enabled or not. You know what? I'm going to figure it out ahead of time, and I'll be right back. Right, so I now have my notes that I need for setting up host-based authentication on SSH and disabling password-based authentication. I didn't know how to do it in the last video because it's kind of hard to figure out, and I was lazy to figure it out, to be quite frank. But I have the steps here, and it's actually quite concise. It's just not that easy to figure it out, though. But once I figured out all the steps, I now have it. So I'm going to showcase that here, since it is actually fairly easy in principle. So essentially what you do is, so this is a computer that I'm going to use to connect to a server. The server I'm going to connect to in this case will be my main computer. So let's actually switch to that real quick. So I'm going to launch my WSL instance on here. Which will take a little bit to launch. I'm going to set up the host-based authentication with this right here. I should be able to do it on the spot. If it'll even load. I had to press a key to make it work. It must have fallen asleep behind the scenes. So as far as getting SSH to run at startup, I actually never figured that out yet. So I always just open this up and manually start SSH, and then I'm good to go because I usually have several days of uptime. So it doesn't matter right now. But eventually I'll figure out how to manually set up SSH as startup. So I'm gonna see if okay, so it looks like SSH is not running. So to start it, I'll just do sudo service SSH start. And now SSH should be running under password-based authentication right now. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to do host-based authentication. So since this is a computer that I would normally be connecting to, this is the server. The computer that you're connecting to is a server. And then the computer you're using to connect to SSH, which is this one in our case, that is a client. So on the client, that's where we start. You want to run the following command. SSH keygen, regardless of which way you're doing this, -t RSA, and then you'll get like this whole picture thing when you run that command. I'm not going to run it because I've already done it, but that's the first thing you do regardless of which way you do it. And then if you happen to have password-based authentication still, it's actually quite simple how you do this. The next command with password-based authentication is SSH copy ID -I, and the ID by default is stored in home.ssh, then the ID rsa.pub, and then where are you copying that to? In my case, it would be -p 2022 since I'm using port 2022. I'll make this smaller so the overlay doesn't get in our way here. Oh, that's convenient how it's printing everything out. So then this -p is not relevant if you're using the default port 22. If you don't know, you're probably using the default. And then the user at the server. So in my case, it would be Joseph at .1.27, I think. I'm actually, fun fact, I'm currently having networking issues with SSH. I don't even know why, but we have a router and a modem. Our router fried because of a storm recently, which means that Ethernet on the router no longer works, but Wi-Fi still works. So as far as hardware goes, we use the modem because it's actually pretty good for our purposes. Why bother getting a new router right now? Wi-Fi still works, and the hardwire on the modem is pretty much just as good as our router, so it really doesn't matter that much to us because we're normies. But I'm on the router right now because of the SSH issues that I've been having recently. I think it's some sort of network thing with the modem on hardwire. So I'm using Wi-Fi instead because that goes to the router and it works on that fine for some reason. Don't know what's going on there. Maybe a firewall change with a recent update. No idea. I'll look into that one of these days, but for now, this is a good workaround for me. So this is a command that you run if you have password-based authentication enabled, which I think I do. And actually, I can't get in right now for some reason. Probably because the username is wrong. I'm going to try my other one. Actually, I might be using the wrong computer in the first place. Wrong IP address. I'm going to verify that real quick. It did appear to have the IP address wrong. So it's actually supposed to be .28. And if you have password-based authentication, this should just make everything work. Okay, so I've decided that I'm gonna do the second method instead of the first, since it doesn't really seem to work with my current configuration. But if you have password-based authentication, then what you should have experienced just now was it just asked for the password like normal, and then it would have done pretty much all the steps for you. But using the second method, which assumes that you don't have password-based authentication enabled, this is what you do. You want to copy that id.rsa.pub, which you can find in this folder right here by default, unless you changed it. This file right here. You want to copy that to the computer you're connecting to manually, rather than automatically using that other command. So what I've done is I've copied this file to the computer that I'm connecting to. As you can see, it's right here. So what I want to do then, so you don't actually have to do this with that first method with the SSH copy ID. But if you're doing the other method, then what you want to do is append the contents of this file to the known hosts or the authorized keys files. So there should be a file called authorized keys. No, it's just authorized keys. And basically you just add the contents of this text file to there. And then you should be good as far as the host authentication goes. That first method that I showed does all this stuff automatically. But this is a manual way, so I'm going to take the contents from this file and add it to that authorized keys file, which doesn't actually exist because I did write it out. But regardless, what I'm going to do is, since I'm in that SSH folder, I'm going to find this file on my desktop and just say cat, since there's only one line in the file, cat. I'm loading the path of this right here, which is that. But you would do your corresponding path with a text file, whether it's on a flash drive or something. I'm going to pipe it to t-a authorized keys. And I'm going to have to regenerate that since you're seeing it right here, but that's basically what you do. So now that should work. And to basically disable password-based authentication, which is what we're going to do next. So those are the two methods. The last step is exactly the same now. The first step and last step are the same, but everything in between, which I showed the two methods of. I mean, basically step one is run that SSH keygen command, and then add the contents of that idrsa.pub to the authorized keys file, whether you use the SSH copy ID command that I previously showed or this manual way, but they ultimately do the same thing. I just did it that manual way, which assumes that password-based authentication is already disabled. And then the last step is the same regardless. So if you break it up into three parts, that's how you do it. I will be making a video someday basically showing how to do this in like 30 seconds to a minute. So there will be a very concise video showing how to do this coming out sometime this year. It's the beginning of the year, so within the next 12 months, I think it'll come out, maybe sooner. I might have it come out sooner, maybe. Yeah. I'll probably do an I reference when it does come out. I'm not 100% sure. So regardless, that second step is done. So this is the last step. So I'm going to actually stop the SSH service. Nah, we can restart it afterwards. So regardless, whether you're using Vim or Nano, we're gonna edit the SSHD config file, which is located in that path. Make sure the port is correct. In my case, it's 2022 since I'm using WSL, and that's separate from Windows itself. But to disable password-based authentication, you want to go to the challenge response. Oops, spelled that wrong. You want to go to challenge response authentication, change that to no if it's not already there. Then password authentication, change that to no. And then change use PAM to no as well. And permit root login. I was just there. Yeah, permit root login, uncomment that, and change that to no. Those are the things you need to change in this file. Once you do that, then you want to restart the SSH service like this, or else you use systemctl, but in WSL, this is how I do it. So just like that, we should have proper host-based authentication now. It's actually quite simple in principle. You're basically running the SSH keygen, copying the idrsa.pub contents to the authorized keys file on the actual server using one of two methods. Then you're changing a couple values in the SSHD config. That's all there is to it, honestly. I just showed it all right here. So now let's see if we can connect the Raspberry Pi. We should be able to if I'm not running into the networking issues I previously was. So now I should be able to do SSH with port 22 over to, don't forget the username, I forgot that before. I think it's Joseph at that IP address. Having some networking problems. I think I might have to disable Ethernet since I'm connected to Wi-Fi and I have Ethernet at the same time. I think there's a conflict between the two networks at the same time. So I think I just disabled Ethernet, not 100% sure. Let's find out. Yep. The Wi-Fi signal isn't very good because I put the antenna inside my computer case now because I only use it with the Intel NUC these days, except for right now. Let's try that again. Since they're on the same network, it should work in theory. Let's come back to here and verify the IP address and maybe restart the service one more time now that networking has changed. The IP address of interest is .28. Yeah, we got that right. The username is Joseph. I don't know why that's actually stuck. It's a networking thing. It actually has nothing to do with what we were just doing. You're probably not going to have the networking issues that I'm currently having. But what we just did should have worked. Once I get the network issues resolved in the back end, then it should work fine. I'll probably let you know in the future, maybe. But I assume that what I just showed is the correct steps and all that. Okay. So, I will be right back. I gotta have some dinner, then we'll do a couple more things. I'll just kind of overview what we're gonna do for mental notes and stuff. Come on. Oh, I disabled the network so my barrier's all screwed up. Alright, I'm gonna unpause and work this all out real quick. Or pause it, I mean. Okay, so now that I've showed how host-based authentication works, I'm gonna explain my future plans for Mycroft next. And I'm gonna show a Vim thing that I recently learned. I'm going to talk about sources-list.d, which is something I previously mentioned, but I didn't fully understand it till now, so I want to overview that. I'm going to demonstrate my Obsidian workflow. So that's what's going to happen for me tonight. Then we'll break out the green screen. So, yeah, I guess I'll be back as soon as I'm ready to record again. There's one more thing I forgot to show before I wrap up with Mycroft. So let's just get to that. So since I showed how to do host-based authentication with SSH, how do you do it with Ansible? So if you remember, Ansible was how I was dealing with the password-based authentication. And also I forgot to mention I no longer use that password stuff because of host-based authentication. I assume you probably would have been able to infer that. But yeah, I no longer retrieve a password from a file. It's all host-based authentication now, so it's completely unnecessary. So of course, with those steps that I previously showed you, where it failed, I'll prove to you that it works on a different system. So the one that I normally connect to, that refused because I just had the IP address wrong. See? That's with host-based authentication. No password required. By the way, you don't have to set a password on that step. I forgot to mention that before. If you just don't set a password, that's still more secure than just doing password-based authentication because you have to put the public key on the... You have to take the public key of the system you're using to connect, I think, onto the server itself. I mean, you have to get into the server and you need that to access it, so that's actually more secure than using a password. You can do a password for this, but it's really not that necessary. It's still way more secure than doing password-based authentication because again, you need the public key generated from a private key. So yeah, the public and private key have to match together, so it's harder to achieve that than it is to steal a password, just so you know. That's why this is more secure. So you don't really need a password. I don't, because of host-based authentication. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And Ansible actually slows things down significantly, which is another reason I don't use that. So I want to show how I use host-based authentication with Ansible now. So it's actually pretty straightforward once you have normal SSH set up. So rather than configuring SSH completely with Ansible, you could use the normal SSH protocol to basically set up host-based authentication. You still have to make some changes to the settings. So the first thing is in the Ansible.cfg. I won't run it as sudo because I already did this. So in etc Ansible.cfg, which I talked about in the previous video, what you want to do is, at least what I'm doing, is adding these variables here. So strict host key check equals no. Host user known host file equals dev null. And forward agent equals yes. That's what I have configured in the Ansible.cfg file. And then in the normal Ansible file, in the hosts file, I mean, this is what I have. So I specify the IP address of a group like I normally do, or multiple IP addresses. Then I specify the port and user, but I don't need to specify a password because of the key host-based authentication. So this is all you have to do. And yes, it does work. So I could do Ansible Nookie, which is a group -A, Then I could do like echo hi there or something. And assuming that it came back just fine using the host-based authentication. So the reason I don't use Ansible for this is for Mycroft is because it just slows things down. It's a lot slower than using SSH directly. So unless I'm doing multiple computers together, I'm going to do it regularly and not with Ansible. With Ansible, if I'm doing 2 or more systems, then I'll use Ansible for that. Or else I'll just use multiple commands for each system. But Ansible is quite useful for this. One of the technologies I'm going to try learning this year is Ansible Playbook, so I might be able to utilize it even further in the future. So yeah, that's how you do host-based authentication with Ansible. It's quite simple, isn't it? Once you get the normal host-based authentication set up. Now, if the IP address changes, you will probably have to change something. I can't remember. There's some stuff you might have to change with the host-based authentication if the IP address changes. It depends on whether the authorized keys file has an IP address or host name. If it has an IP address, you just need to change the IP address to reflect the new IP address in the authorized hosts file or authorized keys. This is not facing the internet, so it honestly doesn't matter that you're seeing this right now. But because I could change this at any time, and that's what I'm probably gonna do. So don't think I'm keeping this forever either, even though it doesn't matter. So like how I have a Zinzi23 at the host name. If this was at an IP address rather than a host name, I would need to change it to reflect the new IP address if it changes. That's where the host name is actually quite useful. You don't have to change that. So this is for devices connected to the Raspberry Pi, just so you know. But yeah. So that's what has to change if the IP address changes. And this is how I do host-based authentication on Ansible, and why I hardly even use Ansible at this point. So there you go. So I still have to specify a port in the username for a given group. So that's pretty useful. So now I'm going to talk about the future of Mycroft for me. So what I've done so far is a skill creator, so I can easily create skills that involve running commands on a computer, whether it's over SSH or the word that shall not be named. Heard what I was just saying. Anyway, so the skill creator is the main thing, and then the opening files. That one is so useful. I can't tell you how useful that is and how quickly I can add new files to open up. It's quite fun to do, to be honest. I often open up files even though I didn't really have to, just to try out what I did. But nowadays, I honestly just use it when I actually need it. So that's pretty cool. I'm eventually gonna make the open file script work with multiple computers. So it could be like open blah 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 on the NUC or open blah 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 on the Mac. So I'm gonna eventually make it so that I can open things on multiple computers and tell it which computer I want it to do it on. If there's things that are only gonna happen on one computer, I won't need to specify which computer that is. But if I'm doing something that works across multiple computers, then I will specify which computer I want to do a given thing on. I might showcase that in the future. I honestly have no idea. But that's coming up with the OpenScript, and I think I'll have more commas in that file that I showed you with all the commands I have stored in there. I think, yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. So I'm gonna add more commas for like which device I'm doing it on, as well as its IP address most likely. What's the device called for the purpose of the command I give it, and then what's the IP address for that device. And maybe I'll create some sort of lookup so that I could just specify an IP address with a given name, and then I don't have to manually specify a name and an IP address, because if it changes, I'll have to change it however many times I put it in there. So instead, I might create a hostname lookup functionality to get the IP address and then connect to that. So that's what's in store for the OpenScript. Multiple computers. I may also add the ability to dynamically open things up, because everything I have right now is hard-coded. So I may add dynamic functionality. So there's like a certain pattern with where I have certain things located. I may be able to specify things in my voice command dynamically to be more specific with what I'm opening up. If I have a folder with a bunch of songs, for example, I may want to open up like track 9 or track 14. That would probably be dynamically created. Although I could use a vim macro to increment all the tracks easily, which I've done. But you get the point. That may have been a poorly chosen example, but if I want to do dynamic commands, that would be quite useful in the future. I think I'm also going to add the capability to open specific YouTube videos based on search criteria. That chatbot that I've talked about before and have a video on coming out soon. It'll be public on this channel that you're probably watching this on. That chatbot actually created some code for me to pull up a specific YouTube video based on search criteria and the nth result that I want to pull up. So that'll be added to the OpenScript as well. Actually, I may put that in a separate skill for searching stuff. So like if I want to search YouTube for something, or if I want to search Google or whatever, that'll be a separate skill for searching stuff. I want to eventually get to a point where it's as fancy as search YouTube for enabling host-based authentication, pull up the third result at the 4-minute 27-second mark. That would be a pretty cool way to issue commands, if we're being completely honest. Dynamic commands like that to be able to search a specific term on YouTube or wherever I want to search, that'll probably all be in one skill as well. And then pull up the nth result whenever you search it, even though I won't be able to visually see what would come up. But I would either pull up the video normally or allow myself to do it at a specific time code, which is pretty simple because you can specify that at the end of a YouTube URL. And I could just have it convert like minute second or hour minute second to the URL, so it takes me right to a given time code. So that's something I eventually want to be able to do, search YouTube videos like that. So basically searching stuff using voice commands. Typing stuff would also be useful, so I'm going to add the ability to type things on the screen. And as far as the voice engine goes, I don't know if I'm going to use Mycroft's voice engine. I named it, didn't I? Or if I want to use like Google's voice engine or some other voice engine that tends to work really well. I don't know about what voice recognition I'm going to use for that. It'll probably be it shall not be named, because otherwise it'll trigger. Or some other thing like Google. I don't know. So that'll be for typing things, whether I'm actually on like google.com and I want to type something, or if I just want to type something in general, like a symbol or something like that. It'd be nice to be able to just say, hey, type, can't even think of any examples right now. Type, how are you today? Right? And then it'll just appear on the screen on whichever computer I want to use. So I'll probably have the ability to specify which computer I want to do it on as well. I don't have that functionality yet, but that's something that's in store for the future. And then another thing that would be really cool is to be able to move the mouse cursor around using voice commands. So you might remember the Windows speech recognition back in Windows 7. It might still exist today, I'm not sure. But you could move the cursor using your voice on that thing. So that's been around for a while. Essentially what it does is it brings up a grid 1 through 9. And when you specify a number, it'll go to that specific number and do another grid 1 through 9 within that grid square. And basically you get more and more precise until you get to the point you want to click. Basically like 3 or 4 layers worth of grids. And it allows you to move the cursor in very specific positions using your voice. I would like to create a it shall not be named skill that can move the cursor to specific positions. And I think I'll probably have it use that same grid system, except I'll have it show all the layers at once. So it'll show 1 through 9 and probably like 4 layers worth of stuff. And then I can be like, move the cursor at 8624. And that'll be, the 8th position is like within this part of the screen that you're watching right now. 6 would probably be like somewhere over here. Within there, 2 would probably be right here. And within that, 4 would probably be in this tiny area. So this is about where A624 would end up clicking, right? May even do 5 layers worth of grid, I'm not sure. But you see what I'm saying? I could just tell it that I want to click somewhere. It'll probably keep running until I don't want to click anymore. That's how I imagine I would make it work. I would make it pop up a grid on the screen. On Windows, I'll probably use some sort of GUI functionality that can create a transparent window with this grid. And then on Mac, I'd probably use something like Xcode Composer to display the same grid on there. Then I'd have to work out the coordinates, obviously, where to click based on that grid position. But that's something I eventually want to do with Mycroft in the future as well. It'd be cool to automate pretty much anything. At least anything I'm comfortable automating. Because really, it's using Python. But voice assistant to trigger this Python. So that would be pretty cool if I was able to get that working. If I didn't want to do a grid, I could probably just do it in my head where things would roughly be placed. But I really don't think that's necessary. Displaying a transparent grid would be quite useful. So there's that. May end up having the bot help me with that. Because while I could figure it out on my own, I don't know if I'm really going to get too much value with that, so I'm probably going to have the bot do most of it for me, even though I'm going to have to assist it a fair bit, I'm sure. But maybe I could just use it to help me figure out what approach I want to use, and then I could do that approach myself, maybe. The thing with the bot is, while it can help with a lot of things, with programming and stuff, in case you didn't know about that, it can like automatically write code and stuff. Everybody's like, my job can get replaced because it can write code. But in reality, it really needs a lot of assistance to get the code exactly how you want it and stuff. I made a video talking about this more in depth, so go watch that if you're curious, or watch any other video on YouTube going over the chatbot and its programming. But my point is, I really don't think we're that close to completely automating everything. You really have to be specific with your queries if you want to get it exactly how you want it. It's probably going to make a lot of mistakes. And I've done projects where I definitely could have done it faster if I did it myself, because it kept making so many mistakes in its approach that there would have just been less overhead if I'd done it myself. So I think to achieve the right balance regarding all this, I would say use it for figuring out what approach you want to do, or like if you're not sure what approach you want to do, or have it help with very minor things with your approach that you decide to do yourself. I think those two things, keeping them in mind, should allow you to achieve a good balance between how much time you actually save using the bot versus what you could easily lose compared to just doing your own approach. If there's a situation where you don't know what approach to use, you can have the bot give you ideas on that. Or if there's like minor things that the bot could easily get on the first try just to help speed things up, either for that too. But for a whole program, with the character limitation, etc., mistakes it can make, it's probably just going to create more overhead than doing it yourself, honestly. That's been my experience with it for pretty much everything I've had to do. If I would change how I used it, the things I would change are pretty much what I just said. I would use it for ideas on approaches if I can't come up with any myself like I usually do. Or if I want to do some tedious tasks that I think it would do a good job at just to help speed things up a little. Those are the things I'd probably do to achieve the right balance and what I wish I would have done when trying it. Because I've lost more time for most projects that I've done with the bot. You'd think it would help, but it really hindered me for the most part because it just didn't do a very good job. It costed more time than me doing it myself. So that's just my thoughts on it. Have it do like minor things. You could break it into a whole bunch of chunks if you want, maybe. I don't know. Or just get ideas on approaches if you suck. Because they could do certain approaches for given things in ways you probably wouldn't have thought of. You get inspiration for that. Anyway, that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing. Because once I got all that stuff, voice recognition for typing, the full functionality for opening stuff, and searching stuff, and moving the mouse, then I can pretty much do everything on the computer completely hands-free. I can probably get rid of this controller right here when I'm on the couch, which would be pretty sweet. I'm not going to get rid of it, obviously, but I could minimize its usage and do this all hands-free, which would be kind of cool if I'm being honest. So that's what I'm going to be doing with Mycroft in the future. I will probably make a series on YouTube when I get this all figured out. I'm going to try to make it very easy to follow. And I'm going to try to cut as much nonsense as I can so I can get straight to the point. And people can get up and running as easy and quickly as possible. I'm going to try to do that, even though that's not always the easiest to do. But that'll probably come out either this year sometime or next year. Within the next 2 years, I'm sure I'll be doing this. It'll be on a new channel that I'm creating. I'll probably create it in a few months. In fact, it'll probably exist before the next casual video. That's pretty exciting. I don't know, this channel might be the one where I get the most subscribers out of all my channels. I honestly have no idea. I don't really care either because I'm not doing it for a career. I'm just completely doing it on my side for my love of helping people with stuff, really. So, more news on that in the future, I'm sure. It'll eventually be on my channels page of this channel. Once it exists, I'll be sure to add it. But yeah, so that's basically what's going on with Mycroft and SSH stuff regarding it. So now we can move on to the next thing. So next thing I want to talk about is a vim command thing that I learned the other day. I said the name again, and it made noise. So I want to show you a vim command that I didn't know about till recently. It may be a useful trick, I'm not sure yet. So I haven't actually fixed this yet, which gives me a perfect opportunity to show you what I wanted to. So in my vimrc file, let's open that up real quick. You'll see how I have nmap j up and nmap k down. The problem with that is those shortcut or button remappings only works when I'm in normal mode, which is this one. If I'm in visual mode, then K goes up and J goes down just like normal. Which means that if I wanted to fix it, I'd normally have to go like this. Add separate ones for vmap, which will work with visual mode. But that's not what I wanted to show you. That's what I would have to do. That could get quite tedious, but there's a better way to do it. You could say no remap. Like that. And that will apply for both visual and normal mode. Or it'll apply for all modes, I think. So if I come back into here, it still works. And if I go to visual mode, it works. That also does the correct key bindings now. So that's also quite useful. Now, I think I can condense this down into one command as well. I don't necessarily have to say set number and set relative number. I forgot what the command was. But there is a way to do this all in one command as well. I cannot remember it now. I'll figure it out maybe before the end of this recording. So stay tuned if you want to see that later. Or also mention it in a future video probably. Also, another useful thing is to quit without saving. You could press Shift ZQ. I was always trying to figure that out, but I couldn't get it. That's what you do. So Shift ZZ to save and quit. Shift ZQ to quit without saving. So that's pretty useful. I didn't know that till recently, so I thought I'd mention that. The other useful thing is, let's say I wanted to replace that word up with this relative number. I would have normally yanked relative number and put it right before the U and then manually deleted the word up. But there's a much more efficient way to do that. I can press YIW if I happen to be in the middle of the word I want to yank. YIW will yank that word. But then a quick way to paste it inside those brackets is to go to that line and then VI and then either the greater than or less than. That didn't work. Probably because of shift. That's a poorly chosen example. Let's just say that there were quotes. Let's say I wanted to replace that stuff with the word relative number. I do YW and then VI quote, which will highlight the word, and then I can just hit P to paste. So that's a very useful trick I just learned the other day. If I want to quickly replace stuff. If you've watched some of my past videos, I did not do things in that way, and some of you may have been cringing at me about it. But if I want to replace word stuff with relative number, one of the fastest ways is like this. Yeah, so if you could really get that maneuver down, you could do that pretty quickly. So that could be quite useful. So I just wanted to show that trick as well because I learned it the other day and there's hardly any resources that seem to go over that particular one. It's took me forever to learn it because no resource just covers that. I've looked at tons of resources. So just wanted to show you that as well. The next thing I wanted to show you was how to, in the last video I briefly mentioned adding repositories on a Debian-based distribution like this one, for example. And I talked about not using the sources file. What I mean by that is this one, etc app sources list. So if you're adding a new source, rather than adding it to that file right there, a better practice is to use sources-d, sources.d. And I just wanted to real quickly show you how that works too. So essentially what you do is go into etc apt sources-list.d, and in there it's basically just a bunch of .list files. Doesn't matter what you call them, but let's say you wanted to add a new source for Redshift. I don't think you need a separate source for that, but it's a poorly chosen example. It'll do for now. So let's say you had this. So if we were to like look at the raspi.list, this is stuff that would normally go into the sources.list, right? Well, let's say you wanted to add one for Redshift. I'm just going to copy this for later reference. Rather than doing it in sources list, adding a new line in there, a better way to do it would be to create a file called, like, whatever you want to call it, .list. I want to paste this in there for reference. And let's say that the repository for Redshift was, I don't know, redshift.raspberrypi.org. Poorly chosen example, but you get the idea. Insert your new repository here. Then you just save this out. And I just don't have permission to save it. So maybe I could go like this. That still doesn't work. You get the idea. You just create a .list file. And then when you use apt update or apt get update, then it'll look through that .list file as well as the sources.list in general. And the reason why this is almost considered a better practice is organization. Just a nice way to keep track of all your sources. You can label them with these files right there. And if you run into problems because you have so many different repositories, you can disable one at a time very easily because they're in these individual files. So rather than convoluting your sources.list file with like a million different things, use that sources.list.d and create .list files for each individual repository that you add. So if you've been wondering like how to do sources-d, that's the story. So I thought I'd share that real quick. So that's how it would be done. So if you have a bunch of repositories on a Debian-based distribution, such as Raspberry Pi OS, try to use this system rather than a typical sources.list and just tossing everything in there. Because if you have a lot of repositories, you're going to run into conflicts between them. And just organizing things in this way will make it easier to deal with that most likely. And just organize everything in general. Anyway, ramble over with that. So now I'm going to demonstrate my Obsidian workflow. So let's come back to my main computer. So now I'm going to demonstrate my Obsidian workflow. So you're probably wondering why that's all relevant. Let me talk about it a little bit real quick. So Obsidian is basically a note-taking software, more or less. And you can do a whole bunch of different cool things within Obsidian. So I've been using Notepad++ and the Notes app on my Mac to create a whole bunch of different notes and stuff, and it's very unorganized and jumbled up. But a system that I've been switching to recently is Obsidian. It's a way to keep track of notes in, I would almost even consider, a revolutionary way because of all the functionality it can give you. So why don't I just show you? It'll be easier to show you than to just talk about it. So this is how I have some of my notes nowadays. I have what you see right here, which is called the Kanban board, and I'll kind of show you how to get this up and running if I can. We'll see. So Obsidian basically just deals with a bunch of different markdown files. So that Kanban board you see right here is basically just a markdown file. And with markdown, there's a lot of special syntax involved with it. So if you want to create an item with a check mark, you go like this, a dash, and then a bracket with a space inside of it, and that creates a check mark. If you want to like bold something, you can just put it in asterisks. Just one pair of asterisks is italicized. If you want to bold it, then you do 2 pairs. Then whatever is inside of here is bolded. One is italicized, 2 asterisks on each side is bolded. And you'll notice that you can actually click on certain ones, and the way you make it clickable in Obsidian is, here, let me just type bolded like this. You put 2 of these around it, 2 of the square brackets. Don't do that. Instead, I would recommend highlighting what you want to hyperlink and then hitting the left bracket twice, and it'll automatically highlight and do the right brackets for that. I just learned that the other day, so I would highly recommend doing things that way instead. And it's grayed out because the file doesn't exist yet. And if I were to click on it, I'm in a new markdown file called bolded, and I can do whatever I want in there too, which is pretty useful for keeping track of a whole bunch of markdown files. And what's really cool is you can have a bunch of other links within each one, and you can get as complicated or simple as you want it pretty much. So if you write notes about stuff and then you want more elaboration on a specific thing, then you can have these hyperlinks within that. These are slightly different from hyperlinks. You can add hyperlinks too if you want, with an anchor tag and href equals whatever, I think. So that's some of the basic markdown syntax. You don't actually have to do that, but thought I'd mention it. Just a few of the syntax because it can be useful. If you want to create one of these where the text is bigger, you use pound symbols. Create like a level 1 through 6 header, I think. Pretty useful. If you want the text to be bigger, that's one way you can do that. So that's some basic syntax with Markdown. So that's pretty useful, isn't it? You can just click on whatever you want. I could click on either one of these. You can also hold control and hover over any given thing to see more information on that. This is what you'd see if you actually clicked on the file. So if you don't want to actually go to the file, but you want to see what's on there, that's one way to do it. I will also mention Obsidian now has a newer version with a completely revamped interface. I prefer this one compared to the new one, but I still have this version right here. But anyway, so if you're wondering why things look different if you download Obsidian, that's why. And you can just download Obsidian. It's pretty straightforward. Just download the program and install it. how you'd normally install any program. So yeah, you can hold control to hover over it. You can hold control and click it to open in a different window like this. On the latest version, it'll do a bunch of tabs, and that works like having a bunch of tabs open. So it's pretty cool, honestly. It's a cool way to keep notes and things like that. But what I have right here is a Kanban board, and it's a plugin. I keep my plugins really minimal, but I'll kind of show you what they are. So you go to settings, then you can go to the community plugins right here. Turn off restricted mode, which will allow you to install plugins. You might want to be mindful of what you install, but then you can click browse right here and search plugins that are made by the community. Like Kanban is this particular one right here. This is what allows me to create those Kanban boards that you saw. So that's one of the main plugins I use. Homepage is another one that I use primarily to... The name pretty much describes what it does. It creates a homepage which will open up every time you open up Obsidian. You can also create a keyboard shortcut to pull up the homepage at any given time. And in case you didn't know, that's my homepage right there. So I could press Control Q to go to this homepage because that's what I mapped it as. I think you could just install the homepage plugin and then set it right there to whatever it is. And then I think under hotkeys, actually under the plugin, when you search installed plugins, you can click right here to map the hotkey for it to open the home page. I just have Control Q right there. Mapping it should be relatively intuitive. So Kanban and homepage are the two big ones that I use. And then since I like to use Vim, which this thing's got native Vim support by the way, and I think the emulation's pretty good overall. There's some things that I don't like about it, but it's being able to use Vim's definitely worth it. And it does a really good job compared to other Vim emulators that you can find in IDEs and stuff. I almost consider it better than VS Vim, for example, or Visual Studio. I would say this one does better with quite a lot of things compared to VS Vim, or even JVI for the Netclipse environment specifically. So you just have to enable the Vim key bindings down here, and then you have to basically tell it what command to do a specific thing just to show that you know how to use it. And the Vim only applies when you're actually in the markdown view, which we were just in when we saw the markdown. I'm in a Kanban view, so Vim doesn't apply there. So homepage is create a homepage. Kanban is what allows me to create a Kanban board, which I'll show you how to do. I used to use this plugin, but I don't have a reason to anymore, so that I consider this irrelevant. Shell commands allows you to actually run command line commands, which is useful if you want to execute some Python code to do something. So for example, sometimes I want to insert the date on a very specific line and I want to create a macro to do it. And I personally think the easiest way to do it is to create a Python script and a shell command that executes that Python script. Then I can map it to a keyboard shortcut and execute the macro that way. Macros are typically made in JavaScript, which I haven't learned how to do that yet. And I think it's unfortunate that it's not easier like it is in Notepad++, where you just click the macro button and record everything you need. But Once you learn it, I think it's relatively intuitive. There's probably some videos showing how to do that, or else I'll probably make a video showing how to do a lot of macros that would commonly be used and try to make it as simple as possible. Timestamper is irrelevant as well. Something that I was using with my first workflow when I was getting into it, but it's irrelevant now. vimrc support is how you can create a vimrc for Obsidian. And the Obsidian vimrc, I'll pull up the files so you can see what that looks like real quick. Why don't we do a snap transition? Ready? Oh crap, I realize I'm not going to be editing it. So I'm going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Ready? Okay, I got my vimrc file opened up. So this is the syntax I use for remapping J and K, and I realized I could use no remap right here. This actually does work with normal and visual mode in Obsidian. I can actually get away with this, so I'm going to leave it because it works with visual and normal mode. That syntax right there. So that's how I map J to K and K to J in Obsidian. In case you were wondering about that part. So those are the only plugins I use. You can get pretty fancy with it, but I like simplicity, so this is all I'm going with here. So homepage, to create a homepage, Kanban for that Kanban board that you see right here, which I'll demonstrate later on. Actually, that's what I'll demonstrate next. Shell commands if I want to do Python-based macros. And possibly some other stuff too, but I primarily use it for Python-based macros. Then vimrc, so you can create a vimrc file if you're familiar with that, and to use vim. So there you go. So now let's talk about the Kanban board itself. So basically, I'll just demonstrate mine, and then I'll show how to create a vault afterwards. So this is useful particularly for to-do lists. And this is my form of to-do list, my ideal form of it. So I have columns called today, tomorrow, which makes perfect sense because this would be today's to-do list. And then I can prepare tomorrow's ahead of time, and it eventually moves into today, right? And then short term will eventually make it into tomorrow and today. So anything I want to do soon will go on this short-term list. Anything that I want to do someday, but it could be 3 months, 9 months, 18 months from now, whatever. If I don't know exactly when I'm going to be doing it, but I eventually want to do it someday, it goes in long term. And it'll eventually make it into short term. I'm going to do it soon. Right? So this is really cool because when you're trying to figure out the stuff you need to do, that can be kind of tricky. It can also be tricky to keep track of everything you want to eventually do someday. So this format is quite useful for that. So Kanban, in case you didn't know, I think Scrum uses that in software development stuff. They might use Kanban boards with agile development, if I remember correctly. And it's in this same format. So normally it goes from left to right. So like things you need to do all go in here. Then eventually all the different stages that happen are all the different columns that you see. But I have it the opposite way around. And this makes sense for my workflow specifically. So obviously the idea is, yeah, anything I want to do soon goes here. Something I eventually want to do someday goes here. It'll eventually make it into here. And then someday when I actually end up doing it, it'll go to tomorrow, today. So for example, let's choose some examples right here. Stuff I'm going to be doing soon. So for example, if I realize I'm actually going to be setting up the Linux server tomorrow once I get my server all revamped with my boot drive. I actually haven't mentioned this yet. I will soon, but this boot drive right here was the old boot drive of this computer. I cloned this onto a newer drive like this, and this boot drive is only 256 gig compared to the 1 terabyte drive. And this is going to be the boot drive of a server, rack mount server, and once I get that all revamped and stuff, then I'll be setting it up with various stuff. So like I might do this. I might set up a caching server. I might set up a lamp stack, for example. So that might go into short term, and then eventually it'll make it into tomorrow. And then let's say that day comes, then I just simply go like this. I'm like, okay, so today these are the things that need to be done, right? Then obviously when I'm done with an item, I can just check it off as I complete items in a given day. That's not really done yet. This is done because I'm doing the video now, right? I can check off items, and then it either makes it into completed. The main purpose of that completed list right there is a lot of stuff I do I'm probably eventually going to be talking about someday, whether it's on a voice recording or just a video in general, especially if there was a tedious process involved with it. That goes into completed because I may eventually talk about it someday in that form, or I might not at all. Who knows? If I don't, then I usually archive it, which you can find at the end of the markdown file. If you go into the markdown view, which I have mapped as Control E, you can map keyboard shortcuts by going to hotkeys, by the way. And in this case, toggle between Kanban and markdown mode. It's part of the Kanban plugin. I can map Control E, for example, to switch between the two views, which I find quite handy. The home page also does the same job. In the newer version, it does not, but in this version of Obsidian, it does. But anyway, I can go to the end of the file, and those are all the archived items. So things that I'm probably not going to end up talking about at any point will go into there, and things that I will eventually talk about go into the completed list instead. So this is quite useful for that. Things I don't even want to archive, I'll just completely delete it altogether. But usually I'll archive or put it in the completed, that way I can reference it at any time. But yeah, this is amazing. Compared to my old to-do list on Notepad++, I mean, come on. What was I doing back then? Ridiculous. This is so much better, because short-term stuff could eventually make it into today. Obviously, this will be a while before it really happens, but you get the idea. I can check off items and then, yeah, what I just said. So this is now my to-do list. It's very handy. I know you can do stuff like this with Notion, but this is a nice free way to do it, and it's compatible with Windows, Mac, and Linux. I used to do some of this stuff in Atom as well, but it doesn't support macros very easily. This supports macros across all platforms, so that's one of the main reasons why I switched to this system. But why don't I show how I got some of this set up? I don't know what just happened there, but basically I'll show some of the settings I have right here. So I have this set to prepend rather than append, which means anything that I add to it like this will get added to the top automatically rather than the bottom. If it's on append, which is the default one, everything you add goes to the bottom instead of the top. I usually prefer the top nowadays. Used to do the bottom, but with these long lists right here, it's nice to have it appear on the top rather than the bottom. And if I'm moving a bunch of items at once, by the way, I usually go into Markdown view and then copy and paste text because I can highlight as much as I want at a given time. And that might be faster than dragging things one at a time in some situations. So that's what I use that for. And by the way, Vim is not required. I just use it because I know how to use it and it's very powerful. So of course I'm going to use it. So any note that you create, you can specify where it goes to, although it didn't work for this. But to be fair, I was in the Markdown view rather than Kanban mode. If I was in Kanban mode, it would have automatically went into this folder right here, which has all of these hyperlinks right here. I just toss them in there because I'll access them like this. So there's that. So I can have new notes, which I can right click and create notes from a card as well. I don't need to do that bracket thing. I don't know, and I'd add whatever I want to it. I could add hyperlinks and stuff within it too if I want, like that. Create more notes, but I'm not going to do that right now. But I can. So that's what that's used for. I usually have this on the default value. This checkbox option is what actually gives checkboxes next to everything. Then I can check off whatever I do. Is there any? So I got that checked off, for example. So yeah, I used to use a strike through, which is very inefficient compared to just doing the checkbox. So that's pretty useful. Let's see. Those are the main settings I have as far as the Kanban board goes. Then I think for homepage I configured something else. What the homepage was, of course. I think it pretty much showed all the settings with everything. So let me show you how to create this now. So essentially, you'll create what's called a vault. And obviously, I have a different vault for my actual to-do list because I figured I'd be tampering with this and I want to leave my real one alone. So I just have a separate one for that. But essentially, when you first use Obsidian, this is what you'll do. Create a new vault. You name it whatever you want, like notes, for example. And then you just pick where you want it to save. I might create a new folder for it, although I think it'll create a folder all by itself, so that's probably not necessary. So now we have a brand new vault. This is what you'll be welcomed with right here. So where do you even begin when it comes to this? Well, you want to install plugins. Each vault has a separate set of plugins. So you go to Community Plugins, turn it on, go to Browse. For Kanban boards, you just put in Kanban right here, install, and then homepage is the other main one that I use. So I can create a default file to jump into. That's odd. Oh, that's probably because I don't have the latest version of Obsidian. But you can install homepage if you have the latest version and set a keyboard shortcut, which I unfortunately won't be able to show right now. But if you want to use Kanban, then you turn it on. And then I think you can set a hotkey for it. If you want to set a hotkey to create a new board, you can do that. But as far as the default settings go now, let's see here. Editing view is what I want. I like to personally show line numbers, but you might not want that. I cannot remember what my other settings were. If you want to use Vim, you can turn that on. And you have to show that you know how to quit Vim without saving. I almost don't want to show you that because if you're going to use it, you should know this. But okay. So let's see. To create a Kanban board, I think you can go to insert template, if I remember correctly. Or else you create a new note, then insert template maybe. Command palette, that's what you do. You open the command palette, which anything you do with a keyboard shortcut should be in this command palette. So if you don't want to use a keyboard shortcut, you can do a whole bunch of stuff here. So if you want to create a Kanban board, you just go like this. And then you can create all your columns like today, tomorrow, short term, long term, etc. complete. And maybe any other relevant columns. Then I hit cancel once I've got everything inserted. And this is the append mode. So if I add number 1, if I add an item like that, you can see it adds the most recent item to the bottom. But if I want to add to the top, I just click on go to board settings, change this to prepend, and it'll add that to the top instead of the bottom, which is useful for long lists. Then you can just go ahead and create your list. And if you already have lists in other software, then I highly recommend switching to Markdown view, which I can't do with my current shortcut mapping. I'll go to that palette down here, hotkeys, and then search Markdown. And then to toggle between the modes, I'm gonna delete this because I don't want to use it for that. I want to map that to Control E, so I just click this and press Control E. So now I can press Control E and it'll take me right to there. So if you have a list on a text file or something, you can paste that all in here. But then you will have to possibly convert it to this format right here. Although it might not be necessary, because Kanban, it didn't automatically create them. Between everything you add, you will have to add this to the beginning of every single line, which you could probably automate in some way, or you could just go through the manual task. Once you got that, then everything will appear where it should. Or you could just add everything one at a time like this. That might be faster, to be honest. You figure out the way you would do that. And once you do that, then you've adapted to this new system, hopefully. So if you want checkboxes, then toggle that setting right there. Like I have 270 for this setting. And then I can create a new note from a card if I want to elaborate on something. And then of course I can create a paradox where I do it even further. So that's pretty useful for organizing ideas like to-do lists or whatever. If I'm doing journaling stuff, I will have a Kanban board for that as well. I can create relevant columns for that. Journal entries will go into their own Markdown file, for example. then any other relevant thing will be added to their own columns. Then you can drag everything around like this as needed. So stuff from short term will probably eventually make it into tomorrow, which will then make it into today to eventually get checked off. The other thing I forgot to mention with the previous one is if I have like a really large project, for example, I might either drag that into today and check it off when I'm done what I'm going to for that day, and eventually uncheck it and bring it back to here if I'm going to work on it again eventually. Or else I can create one large thing and create a bunch of smaller things. So for example, this is something that pertains to that particular item. And then I can just break down larger things into smaller things, which is so useful for constructing to-do lists, as you can see here. So yeah, so then with the home page, you just go to the settings for that. You can configure the home page, which would be your Kanban board. So this is called Untitled Kanban. That's what my Kanban board is. I might consider renaming that to to-do lists, for example. And if I have the homepage plugin installed, which I do on here, then I can go to that and set the homepage to that to-do. I'm on the other list because that's where I have the homepage plugin installed. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Honestly, that's pretty much everything I wanted to show regarding that. So that's how I use Obsidian right now. I use it for journaling stuff too, and I have a macro for that. But I just wanted to show my general Obsidian workflow and hopefully inspire you to do something similar, because this is really powerful for creating to-do lists and stuff. It's so hard to keep track of everything, I think. And I've always been copying and pasting stuff in text files, and that's really tedious. So I like using this system because I can use it between multiple systems. It's quite useful for that. So that's my Obsidian workflow. I think I covered everything. I'm not 100% sure. But if you have any questions pertaining to any of this, feel free to let me know in the comments, and I'll try my best to get to you as soon as I can. So that's my Obsidian workflow in a nutshell. So I think that's all I'm going to do without doing the green screen. So we're now going to bring out the green screen to do the rest of the video. So why don't we try a snap transition with that, huh? So let's transition into green screen mode. Ready? Alright, green screen mode activated. So now we're going to talk about my green screen setup. So let's just get into that now. So I've changed my setup quite a bit from what I've talked about in the past. So the videos from 2020 and 2021 are kind of irrelevant for the most part now, because my setup for the green screen has changed quite a lot. So I'm going to talk about that now. So as far as the main camera goes, this is my main camera, which is the camcorder. For a while I switched to using the camcorder for my whiteboard as part of that setup, but now I use the camcorder as the main camera again for this. And that's primarily because it works really well with green screen keying. It does a pretty good job. The thing with my old phone, which is what I used to use with this, is it kind of struggles in some areas, like with white balance and overall brightness level, and focus is sometimes struggles a little bit with that. This is what I was using for the green screen camera in the past. Then I was using my camcorder as the main talking head at one point. But now I use the camcorder for both. And the way I accomplish that is I create a group in OBS, which allows me to have a keyed camera and an unkeyed camera at the same time. That's why I was originally using two cameras. One of them was keyed out, which was this one. That one was not keyed out, and it looked exactly like this while I was doing the talking head. Now I have the ability to do both. So I brought my camera count down to 2. I used to have 3 cameras. 2 for this. So I had the main view in front of the green screen. I had this for when I actually key things out in the first place. And then I had my webcam, or that at one point as well, for the whiteboard. But my webcam was what I was using at one point, then I switched to the camcorder. Now the camcorder is used for this. A little bit confusing. I'll try to sum up what exactly I'm using at the end after I'm done rambling. So I now use the camcorder as the green screen camera. And normally my background when I'm doing talking head is just this plain green screen. And this isn't actually going to be used for most of my videos, but I'm using it for this particular one. So then so I use one less camera as far as the phone goes. And because of that, I now have the power strip again. You might remember that I had a power strip on top of my desk if you watched the behind the scenes 2020 video. That was so I could plug in my camcorder because the cord is very short. And I could plug in all the lights easily too through that power strip. And I like the other system because when I had the camcorder by the whiteboard over there, I didn't have to use that power strip, but now I'm using it again. But the fact that I only have to use one camera now is worth that trade-off. So it's actually more efficient to do things this way now. And everything's 60 frames per second as well, which I also like. Even the camera itself is. So that's pretty cool. Because I can now capture that through a capture card, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So now I use the camcorder for this as well as the overlay in general, which is like this. But I'll be in the bottom left normally. But my overlay is like this with the camcorder. I can come back to here and do this as needed, and of course switch to the whiteboard, which I don't have out right now. But that is part of the setup too. So yeah, I use the power strip now that I use a camcorder, but it's worth the trade-off. So as far as my computer screen goes, I just mirror it to my Camlink, which is what I use to capture the screen. And I have one hooked up to the actual monitor, and one hooked up to the Camlink so that I can capture with the Intel NUC, which is my secondary PC that I prefer to use for capturing stuff, because then I can zoom in with glass brick and whatnot, which is quite handy. Looks like I don't have that enabled right now, but no problem, I can quickly enable it. So I can zoom in like this and still be able to see myself in the corner, so I can tell am I overlaying stuff or what's happening. It's really nice for that. So that's why I use the capture system. And then a USB port did provide more power, as I've mentioned in the past. Because when I was charging this thing, this was actually discharging faster than it was charging previously. Now that I use the NUC, which has a charging port, this thing charges faster when I have it hooked up to that port specifically. But now that I don't use this, that's kind of irrelevant now. I just tend to get more benefit when I use my Intel NUC to capture everything rather than this computer that you're seeing on here. And that is exactly what I'm doing right now. So, yeah, the display is hooked up to my monitor, then I mirror that display to the Camlink, which is not what I'm doing right now because I have multiple computers hooked up to the capture card. that's a different setup than what I normally would use. But when I'm not switching between multiple computers like that, then I mirror to the Camlink. So that's pretty handy. So regarding the whiteboard camera, that used to be on the other side of the room, but now I actually have the whiteboard right on my desk. So I'm talking about my setup right now. Once I talk about it, I'll show some actual footage so you can see what stuff looks like, but I want to talk through it first. I should probably be in this view instead. But yeah, I'm going to talk through everything first. So I have the tripod right next to my desk now, which used to be on the other side of the room. And of course I use that vise to hold the whiteboard in place. And I also use some fabric thing to basically give it some give with that mini vise that I have, which will be shown on the footage. And since I have it on the edge of my desk, the vise slides real easily even if I have it all the way tight. But if I put something underneath the platform, which just extends the platform, like a Google Play card for example, then it creates a much better surface so it doesn't slide as easily. You'll see that on the actual footage in a little bit. But that's how I have the whiteboard up. I actually have it right on my desk now, which is quite nice. And I'm now in this format in front of the whiteboard too. So the whiteboard is the background when I have it switched to that. And I can be in front of the whiteboard and point at it like the weatherman, which is quite handy. I used to only have it fill up part of the screen, but now it fills up the entire screen so I can point anywhere on the whiteboard. Either this way, or now that I'm next to it, I can do it in front of the actual whiteboard camera too. But I'm going to try to point to this as much as I can. So hopefully I didn't mess up my lighting just now. I think we're okay. I bumped one of my lights, which I'll talk about in a second. But now that I'm using the whiteboard, everything's on my desk of course, and I would normally erase using the towel, which I've been doing for a while. But since it takes a while to erase and it's a little bit hard to hold the whiteboard with the vise and stuff, I now don't erase on camera and instead do my famous snap transition, like the way I segued into this segment of the casual video. If you're watching that whole thing, if you're just watching the excerpt, you probably didn't see that part. But the way I erase a whiteboard now sort of goes like this. I'll pull up the footage so you can see what I mean by the snap transition. So this is what the snap transition looks like. Why don't we erase the whiteboard, huh? Alright, so I'm not 100% sure exactly what approach I want to use for this. So yeah, that's my approach for erasing the whiteboard now. I figure it's kind of a fun way to do it. And it just saves a lot of time as well. I'm probably not going to take that much time to even do the snap transition in the future when I get used to it. It'll probably be more like this. I'll probably do a very quick snap in the future when I get better at doing it in the first place. So that's pretty much how everything is regarding the whiteboard. So now I'm going to talk about the peripherals and how I have all that stuff hooked up, because that's also changed a fair bit. So essentially what I have is a USB hub, which is essentially a 4-port USB-A female to a 1-port USB-A male. So it basically converts one USB port into 4 ports. And I have the kind of adapter that doesn't use external power. So all the power comes from one port as a result. It's not this adapter right here, which has the USB-C at the end, but it's another one that's got USB-A instead. It's from Anchor, just like this one. Hashtag not sponsored. But I hooked that up to the So the Intel NUC has a charging port, which is just a USB port that outputs more power than all the other ports do. And I hook up the USB hub to that charging port just because it has the most power. And since all the power is coming from one port, I want to have as much power as possible. So I have a 4-port USB hub hooked up to the charging ports nowadays. And within that USB hub, I got 3 things hooked up to that. I have my USB keyboard adapter that you will see on the footage, but it's a thing that came with my Steam Link. And I have that inside my desk, and I now use that to hook up the webcam for the whiteboard. So what I normally use for my keyboard so that the receiver is close, so it doesn't cause wireless interference, I could actually show what the adapter looks like. So this adapter came with my Steam controller. It's basically a micro USB female to USB-A female. And you can see I got my keyboard and mouse receiver right in there. And when I'm actually using my setup, I now have my Logitech camera hooked up to this adapter, which is right underneath my desk. But that ultimately goes to one of the ports on the USB hub. So we're chaining a lot of adapters here. So the webcam goes to here, micro USB cable goes to that USB hub, which then goes to the official USB port. And that works great. So I'm going to hook that back up real quick to the micro USB. So that's what one of the ports is on the USB hub. Another port is for the Camlink, which is what I use to capture the computer that I'm actually recording on. It's what you saw earlier right here. I use the Camlink to capture this right there. So that goes into a port on the USB hub as well. And I use the longer adapter that comes with it. It's a USB-A male to female, which is sort of just an extension cable. So I have that hooked up there for more room and stuff. Then of course I have the Stream Deck hooked up to there as well. I could probably do a quick little demonstration real quick. If I could even get it working. See if my setup is fancy enough for me to be able to do that right now. So let me connect my camera. And then I will switch to it. Come on. Okay, here we go. So, sorry about the lag right there. Usually there's not lag, but just deal with it for right now. That's the wireless. This is being streamed wirelessly from my phone. So the Stream Deck allows me to control pretty much everything. So if I want to switch to my screen, there we go. If I want to switch back, there we go. So I can control pretty much everything that you would normally see with the Stream Deck right there. And then just shut off the phone screen. It's a little bit convoluted, but I'm still getting things figured out regarding this particular setup. So the Stream Deck allows me to do pretty much anything related to the video and what you see. It's nice compared to just using a bunch of keyboard shortcuts. So that's hooked up to one of the ports on that USB hub as well. So that's everything I have hooked up to the USB hub. I would hook up more stuff to it, but I try to minimize what I hook up to it just because of the power draw. If you draw too much power, the USB devices will all become unreliable. And the way this camera was really choppy, that's exactly what will end up happening with my general cameras. Not because of wireless, but because of the power draw. So I minimize what I hook up to that. I basically hook up the things that draw the least amount of power to that USB hub. So then the other peripherals I've hooked up to it are a mouse, which is just a USB 2 extension cord with USB-A. I have the mouse receiver hooked up to there. I actually use Barrier normally, which allows you to use the same keyboard and mouse between multiple computers. So obviously my main computer that I use right here. And then this is the Nook, which normally you won't see on a recording, but this is the computer that I'm actually recording from. So that computer records this computer. And I normally don't even bother hooking up a mouse to that computer because I could just use Barrier, which allows me to use the same keyboard and mouse across multiple computers. But it is nice to have backup just because I have 2 keyboards and mice on my desk right now. You may or may not have seen it with the camera view earlier, but for that reason, I usually don't hook up the second keyboard and mouse, but it's nice to have it as backup. I have it hooked up right now, even though I probably don't need it. So the other front port of the Nook is used for that. And then the actual capture card that I use to capture the camera now is a Mirabox capture card. It kind of looks a little weird. It looks like a cabana type thing, like you'd use in the forest or whatever. It's kind of a weird design. Just look up Mirabox. It's got a really weird design overall. But that's what I use to capture this now. I was previously using an analog capture card, but I now switched to digital with HDMI, which gives me slightly more clarity than I used to have with this camera. That's why I would use this camera for the longest time for this purpose, by the way. But now that I have slightly more clarity and also 60 frames per second, I now use it that way with the Mirabox capture card. And I'll explain why I'm using that instead of the Camlink later on. But the Mirabox does a pretty good job with this, as you can see. So I have that hooked up not to the USB hub just because I care about reliability. And using a USB hub is just generally going to be a little bit less reliable, especially if there's more power draw. Most of the time it won't be a problem, but if there is, I hooked up what I'd rather have problematic first. So this camera, for example, I don't have that hooked up to the USB hub because I don't want that to be a problem if the USB hub glitches out because of too much power draw or something. So I had that hooked up to a separate port on the actual Nook. I also have the microphone hooked up to the Nook as well because I just don't want to have reliability issues with that either, since I can't actually tell whether there's reliability issues or not. I have that hooked up there too. The microphone is now USB, so I have it somewhat digital now. It currently uses I can even get this opened for the USB hub. I'm using one of these adapters right here, which converts 3.5 millimeter microphone and headphone to USB. And I have a 12 or 13 foot USB extension cable for USB-A, and I have one of these hooked up to there. I have it clipped on my pants using one of these binder things right here, which is quite handy. So that's how I have the microphone right now. And I just wear a clip-on mic, which is what I'm doing right now. So that's how I do my microphone now. I switched away from complete analog because it gives a lot of static, and to be honest, the cord was quite a hassle to deal with. But this is far less of a hassle since it just goes to USB. It works on whatever device. It does have increased latency compared to just using the built-in 3.5 millimeter port on the computer. But I think USB is the reason why that latency happens. And it's not really that much of a problem because my cameras also use USB and it has that same kind of latency, so it really doesn't matter. It's the same sort of latency. It all works out. So one of the things about the Mirabox is it has increased latency compared to the Camlink, but it all works out because you can change the synchronization offset in OBS, for example, if it's out of sync. But this is actually not really out of sync for me, I don't think. Let me know if my audio's out of sync. But I never made any adjustments, so it just wasn't necessary. So, yeah, I used the Mirabox for the camera that you're seeing right now. And then I used the Camlink for the computer screen, which is kind of backwards of how it should be. But later on, I'll explain sort of why I'm doing it this way. Mainly because I have a Camlink and I just wanted another capture card that's budget. But there's also another significant reason, which I'll go over later. So, yeah, the Mirabox is connected to a normal USB port and not a hub. Just because I care about reliability. Same with that microphone stuff that I just showed you a little bit ago. I should probably reclip it because it's falling off. I may end up doing some mic drops today. We'll have to wait and see. But then for my display right now, I don't normally connect the second monitor to the Nook. But when I do, I use a Thunderbolt HDMI adapter like this one. That's what I'm doing right now. So I can easily see everything with the OBS preview. But normally if I'm just recording from one computer, I'm not going to do that. I'll just mirror to the monitor and Camlink. But this works pretty well. And of course I have Ethernet hooked up to it as well, and the main monitor with the native HDMI port on the Nook, which is an 8th generation i5 in case you were wondering. But that's pretty much everything that's involved with my setup nowadays. Like I said, I created a nested layer for OBS so I could apply a green screen key to that, but not have it affect my original source, which is what gives me the capability to do this with the same exact camera. I don't need two separate cameras for that now. So that's pretty handy. So that's why I have an OBS group. I just apply the green screen filter to that group rather than the actual source. And it allows me to do what I just showed you. So one other thing I will mention since last time is I did actually end up getting a 6-foot cable for my phone. My microphone fell off again. Sorry about that. This is a 6-foot micro USB cable right here, which is a little bit hard to see because the camera has manual focus. But yeah, so this was long enough for me to extend the cable. You might remember in the past when I was using my phone as a camera with Droid Cam, I was using this to give myself enough length. I did end up getting this. It's an Anchor one as well. I'll try to put links in the description for everything I got. So that's pretty much my setup now. As far as the lighting, I changed that quite a bit. You'll get to see that on the footage, but I have a light right on the desk, which is why that happens, because without it, everything's just kind of dark in my opinion. That was one of the problems I was having in my videos before. Everything just felt a little bit dark and uneven, and I figure a light like this helps just a little bit. I don't have it aiming directly at me, but it adds just a little bit more light. I think it gives a nice effect, so why not do that? And then I have some green screen lights. I did mention how I used my clamp lamp in the past, which can clamp onto a surface directly. I did mention how I used to have that aiming the green screen and stuff. That's no longer the case. My big lamps that diffuse the most are now both used for the green screen. And I actually have my bedside right here because it's a nice surface to set those lamps on. And have them both kind of facing the opposite way with the green screen, which helps diffuse the lighting a little bit. The lighting really isn't the most even, as you can see right here. It's not the most even lighting in the world, but it is good enough to get a relatively decent key. I honestly just worked with what I had. I didn't get any special equipment to get good green screen lighting. I just used what I already had, because you don't have to go crazy and get like a $200 Elgato key light. Is that even what the price is? I honestly don't know. I think it's pretty expensive though. I'm just using lamps that I already happen to have, and that works pretty well, as you can see here. I know the keying doesn't look the greatest for certain parts of it, but that's actually more my camcorder rather than the lighting itself. It used to look a lot better when I used my phone, but this still looks pretty good even with this type of lighting. So I'm still going to go with the camcorder because it does a pretty good job. It does a better job when it comes to white balance and just exposure related stuff overall. So that's why I'm using that now instead of this thing, which I used to use as a camera. Camera is pretty good, but I'm preferring that one. So yeah. So why don't I show you the actual footage now so we can talk about that. So I'll show you some footage of what the actual setup looks like now. So let's pull that up real quick. So this is kind of what my setup looks like overall now. So see how I have my bedside right there with lamps just on top of that. I actually used to use my hamper as a surface to set the lamp on, but that was quite inconvenient. It might sound like bringing my bedside over is quite a hassle, but it's not nearly as much of a hassle as you would think. It is so much less of a hassle than even using my hamper. So I'm going to take this since it's a nice surface to set both things, and I'm not bringing a stool in here or anything. I know that the lights should probably be a little bit higher ideally, but this actually works quite well. I also have a 6500K color temperature on my ceiling light too, which helps a little bit, I think, when I shut it off. That actually still has pretty decent keying even with that. It probably adds a bit more grain. Yeah, you can see grain in that corner because the video's paused, so it shouldn't be actively moving. But when it's in front of a video like this, it actually doesn't look all that bad. But I have that 6500K color temperature, which I think makes the lighting pretty decent for this. So yeah, I just have the lamps on the bedside, and I have the cords over to the left so that it's not always getting in my way. You can see my power strip right there. And I used to have a Carmex to separate it from the desk because they're both made of metal, I think. And I wasn't sure if it would like short out or something, but I don't use the Carmex to separate it anymore because it isn't a problem. I've confirmed that it's not a problem. So you can see I have a tripod right there, which is just right next to me over here. And the whiteboard is on this side of my up desk, which is quite handy because I can reach it over here nicely. you can see I have a mini vise. I just randomly received it as a gift, and I was like, that could actually be useful for the whiteboard. So I do have a very good use for that mini vise right there. And that orange rag thing that you see is to give it a lot of give, because the whiteboard actually has a dent inside of it, because I never used that orange thing there before. But now that I do, it's a lot better. I usually have the marker right on my desk too, since I'm always on the desk anyway. And yeah, you can see kind of how I have my green screen set up. I do it pretty much like how I've always done it. I use the chair to balance it on this side. I also have it more horizontal rather than vertical, which gives me more keying. So yeah, then I have this actual stand, which of course I have right here. That's where it is in the real room right now. But that holds the other end of the green screen. And I have it relatively level. It's not 100%, but who cares? And yeah, I know the keying isn't really perfect around my hair and stuff, but it is pretty decent that I would still consider using it, of course. It really doesn't have to be that perfect, honestly. But I think it still does a pretty decent job overall. Especially when I'm in front of a white background. It actually looks better in front of a white background than a darker background. When I used my phone in the past as a camera, it actually looked worse with a white background in some cases. But with this camera, it looks better, which is interesting. So, yeah. Let's move on to the next part. So obviously I have the webcam on the tripod now, which is facing the whiteboard pretty much parallel. And the whiteboard encapsulates the whole view. Actually, it doesn't with the camera itself, but I crop the view in OBS so it looks real nice and full screen. And I still have plenty of room to write stuff too. So that could be pretty handy. So as you can see right behind the vise, I have that Google Play card underneath there so that the surface doesn't keep sliding on this Updesk surface, which is quite nice. And you can see I have my eraser right there too. And once again, pretty much everything you see here is stuff I already had. I just got creative and worked with what I already had because I don't really need to get fancy. I'm just an amateur, so this works pretty well. So yeah, that's how the lamps are placed. They all have a USB port, but that's pretty handy. And then you can see how I have this clamp lamp right here. I used to have that face of the green screen because that's all I needed back then, especially when I did the sit down format in the past casual videos. I don't know if that's exactly publicly available. I think I'm just going to probably create some more excerpts of that eventually, which may already exist when you're watching this. But yeah, that just adds a little bit more light to me because again, without it, everything just looks a little bit dark. I mean, it'll work, but I like having a little bit more light, which is quite nice. I like having a little bit more glow, as it were. But, yeah, so you can see my OBS window right there. Normally I don't have the OBS window in full screen. I have other things on that monitor too. Like right now I have some notes. I also have an Explorer window so I can make sure that files on the hard drive load quickly, since in the past I had some videos not saved to disk correctly even though the OBS preview is working just as good as this. And I lost multiple hours worth of footage, essentially, on one of the casual videos, unfortunately. But I also discovered files on the hard drive were loading very slowly, and now I just have it load a lot. I mean, I just have an Explorer window to make sure all my files are loading quickly, which should mean that the files getting correctly saved to disk. Just a quick little test that I like to do. So I have a whole bunch of different windows open on the right monitor. The left monitor is really where all the magic happens with content. So, yeah. So I don't really have much on the left monitor right now, but this was taken after I recorded the video when I was testing the setup. So that's what my camcorder looks like. I'm actually using my hamper cover as a platform, which I set on top of both monitors. It's quite handy for that. I could just set the camcorder right on there. I actually used to set this thing right on top of there too. And I had this little clamp thing which held it in place. It's a caddy, which is originally meant to be used for the iPad if I want to use that as a teleprompter. But it had the clamp thing on it, which allows me to sort of create a makeshift mini tripod, which is shown in the behind the scenes 2020 video. So yeah. So that's the... I can see it right now. It pretty much looks exactly like that. So that's the screen where all the magic happens. And I keep a marker right there so it's always handy. And then power strip. We just saw that right there. Power strip has the camcorder plugged into it, as well as all the lamps that I'm using. So it's quite handy for that. The cords aren't even in the way right now. I can go all the way across my room currently, and none of the cords are in the way, which never used to be as much of a possibility. So, yeah. And then as far as the keyboard interface where I have the webcam hooked up, that's at my desk. It was kind of hard to see. Didn't have the best angle for that. I don't think it's on the screen right now. Yeah, so that's the adapter that I previously showed you. But that's where the whiteboard camera is now hooked up, which is hooked up to the USB hub, ultimately. So that's kind of the capture computer right there, which is an Intel NUC. And that's pretty much exactly how it is right now, as you could imagine. So the front left port, I just have a keyboard and mouse extension cable. The right port is that charging port that provides more power. And the hub is somewhere right, probably where my finger is actually. And that antenna, where my finger is on now, that's actually an antenna for my main computer. And it always got in the way, so I recently put it inside my computer. Not relevant to the setup, but it's inside my computer case now, and it's still hooked up, so I have Wi-Fi. Without that antenna, Wi-Fi just doesn't happen at all on this computer. On the Intel NUC, it happens big time, though. Doesn't need any special antennas. Technology must have got better since then or something. Well, it's just the way PCI Wi-Fi cards work, I'm not even sure. But then I got the Mirabox connected to the back port, which is roughly about there, as well as a microphone. Then HDMI is connected to the Thunderbolt port, as well as a built-in HDMI port, which is actually right there. Ethernet's right there, and power is over on the left. Not left, this is actually the right there. So that's... It looks way messier now than it did right there, because my current setup for what I'm actually trying to record is far more complex than what I typically do. So those cables right there, multiply it by about 2 or 3. Probably somewhere close to there, I'm not even sure. So, yeah. That's pretty much my setup in a nutshell. I normally have a drawer right there, but I like to take it out of my desk if I need more height for stuff like this. It's really easy to take out of my desk. And that's exactly what I've done right now. So my desk actually has some holes in it. Oh, and you can also see I have a pen right there which tilts the camera so that it's down towards me since I'm embarrassingly short. Try to hide that in videos as much as possible, but yeah. So it gives me adjustment for the right height. And that's how the tripod is configured to aim towards the whiteboard. And then, yeah, I guess that's how the lamps are placed. You can see there's quite a bit of room on the surface. And that other chair that you see right there is actually kind of irrelevant now. I used to use it to kind of support the green screen, but now I balance it just right on the other chair, which that's the wheel for the other chair. I balance the green screen just right now, and it doesn't even matter. So, yeah, that's my actual setup more or less nowadays. So that's basically what my actual setup is now. So there's an updated setup. Hopefully it stays at this because this is actually quite ideal compared to how I used to have the setup for these kind of videos. So yeah, if you're watching the excerpt, then if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, yeah, I think that's it. So thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace. Otherwise, if you're watching the casual video, let's jump into the next segment now. So I'm going to do some preparation before we get there now. So I will be right back. Alright, now I would like to talk about an area where the Camlink 4K actually falls short. So Elgato obviously has this USB capture card called the Camlink. And there's variants of it like an HD60S or else 4K. Some of them are USB, some of them are PCI Express. But I have a Camlink 4K, which is a USB capture card. And I would like to talk about an area where that struggles, essentially. And why I now use a Mirabox for the camera that you're seeing right here, instead of the Camlink. When I use this camera with the Camlink, it's atrocious. And I'll explain what I mean by that. So, I originally got a Camlink so I could capture stuff. Just have a good quality product without having to worry about like reliability, heat, etc. The Camlink does a pretty good job with that. It was relatively cheap compared to some of the other options. But, so you think that since it supports up to 4K 30 Hertz, it would be the ultimate product, right? Well, when it comes to this camera, not really. So, my camera that I'm using outputs 1080i 60. So while the Camlink supports 1080p 60, if you have something with an interlaced output, such as the camera I'm using right here, then it can do 1080p, but the quality is actually quite a bit worse than what you're seeing right here. And it does only half the frame rate. And there's interlacing massively. It looks terrible. So that's an area where the Camlink falls short. For this, I use a Mirabox, whatever you call it. And that supports 1080i 60. So if you try to record 1080i, the Camlink doesn't really work super well with interlaced inputs. Works well with progressive, which is what's used most of the time. So yeah, the Mirabox, I originally got that just because I wanted to get a budget capture card. I got it for 60 USD dollars when I got the Mirabox, which is about half the Camlink. And yet it works better with a camera like this. The Mirabox only goes up to like 1080p, but that is all I want anyway. So it's perfect for me. So yeah, Camlink does not work well with the camcorders, so I typically use it to record my computers and stuff. And then the Mirabox to record this camera when I want to be in front of the green screen. So yeah, just thought I'd share that interesting tidbit. The other thing is, if I want to do a 1080p input and the device can default to 4K, then it does 4K 30 when I wanted to do 1080p 60. So the solution I use for that is an HDMI splitter. I hook that up to a 1080p display. So the input goes into the input port. Then there's two outputs on a splitter. All the ports are female on the splitter. And one end goes to the Camlink. The other end goes to a 1080p display, which will force the Camlink to do 1080p as well. That's how I get around that issue. So those are a couple areas where I've noticed the Camlink falls short. It's essentially how I deal with it. So yeah, thought I'd share that interesting little tidbit about it. Okay, so now let's move on to the next segment of the casual video. So I thought I'd talk about some of the products that I've gotten so far and my current thoughts on them. So you're probably aware that in some of the past videos I got like a USB hub, which I talked about just a little bit ago with my green screen setup. And I've gotten some other adapters too, like just USB, HDMI adapters, etc. And when I got each of these things, I was a little bit hesitant to, because it seemed like they all had some sort of problem like you see in the reviews, of course. Like overall it's a good product, but it had these little minor issues that I was concerned about dealing with, and I basically took a gamble with getting these adapters. For that reason, I would like to share my experience with these adapters. So if you need to get these kind of adapters, I want to share what my personal experience is with those adapters, so that hopefully if you are taking a gamble as well, you have a better idea of what you're getting into. So the link to all the things I'm going to share in the description in the order that I'm sharing them in here. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was the Mirabox capture card. It's a capture card that's $60, and I got it mainly just to have another capture card for this camcorder. But the Camlink, which I've talked about before, doesn't support 1080p 60. Well, it supports 1080p 60. It doesn't support 1080i 60. With a 1080i 60 source, it ends up becoming 1080p 29.97, I think. And it's got horrible interlacing. Even with the interlacing in OBS, it looks horrible. But the Mirabox, I got that to hopefully handle interlacing better, since pretty much no other capture card that I've looked at, as far as I can tell, supports 1080i 60. Maybe some of them do, but they're not advertising that very well. But I saw Box YouTube channel review the Mirabox, and he said that it supports 1080i 60 and it comes de-interlaced as it is. I think it becomes de-interlaced before it even becomes an input source through the card. It does support 1080p. That's, I think, the only resolution it supports. It actually does support other resolutions, but it downscales to 1080p from my understanding. And since I record everything in 1080p, that's perfect. So even if I have like a 4K device, it will downscale to 1080p, I think. So I haven't actually tried it with a 4K device. I don't know if it'll have a 4K resolution or if it actually forces the device to use 1080p. But for purposes like a 1080i source, the Mirabox does an excellent job at that. Like what you're seeing right here is the result of the Mirabox, and it supports YUI2, which I would recommend making sure that mode is selected if you're capturing that, which is like basically an uncompressed HDMI stream, because you don't want the stream with HDMI itself to be compressed, and YUI2 ensures that it's uncompressed versus MJPEG. So it supports YUI2, which you don't see in too many capture cards that are under $100. The Camlink 4K does too, by the way. But yeah, if you're just looking to record 1080p sources, the Mirabox, I think, does a great job. At first it was like $120, which wasn't really worth it, like 120 USD dollars, but I got mine for 60, so assuming that it is still that kind of price, I would say it's definitely worth it for 1080p sources, especially if you want 1080i and the interlacing to happen automatically. As you can see, there's no interlacing right here. That's the green screen motion, what you're seeing, but that's not from interlacing. It supports 1080p 60 as well, of course, I think. I mainly just used it with this camera, but I like it so far. So if you have a 1080i 60 camera, the Mirabox might be a good choice for that. That's what I primarily use it for. I haven't used it with my computer or anything, but I assume it would work just as well for that. Watch Box's review on that, because he goes into it in pretty good depth. So even with his review, there were some things I was a little uncertain about. Like, would it work with this camera properly in the way I want and stuff? Yes, it does. So one issue I have noticed is it would randomly sort of kick out. But I think refreshing the OBS source made it work again. Or unplugging the USB and plugging it back in would fix it as well. But I've only experienced that a couple times, and that primarily happened when I think it got real warm. So I actually had it on top of my Intel NUC, which I think the heat compounded and it got to like almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Maybe even closer to 110 or 120. So it can get warm, but when I don't have it on top of the Intel NUC, then it actually gets to be about 80 to 90 Celsius, so it's not bad at all. It's about the same as what the Camlink does on average. I'll check it right now if you guys are curious. If I can easily reach it. I'd say that's about 100 Fahrenheit. I'm just taking a guess, because I felt various devices and took their temperatures. But I think that's about 100 Fahrenheit. It doesn't really become a problem until it gets to like 150 Fahrenheit, I think. But it could get a little bit warm, but Camlink does that too, so if you could like minimize the heat sources, like don't have it on top of like an Intel NUC, for example, which on the top of that is warm and then it compounds. If you have it in an area that's like not too warm, and you don't directly have it on another warm surface, then it should just get to like 90, 100 Fahrenheit on average, which isn't nearly that problematic. So heat shouldn't really be that much of a concern. That was one of my initial concerns, but in my experience, it's been pretty good. So that's my thoughts on the Mirabox and sort of how I use it and stuff. So now let's talk about that 4-port USB hub that I've shown in a previous casual video. So that's an Anchor, and I think it works pretty good overall, but I've run into problems where if the power draw is more than what a USB port provides, that can be problematic since there's no external power brick with that one. So if you use a lot of power USB devices, this one wouldn't be a good choice. You're better off with one that has an external power brick, since each USB port provides a limited amount of power, and that one USB port's worth of power is distributed across all 4 ports. So unless you're using a USB port that outputs more power, or you have that connected to Thunderbolt via an adapter such as this one, which I'll be reviewing in a second, then you'll get more power with those types of things. But for things that don't have a lot of power draw, it works amazing. So if you're having reliability issues with that hub, it's probably because there's too much power draw or too much bandwidth usage. But power draw is more likely the limitation that's going to end up happening. So I usually use it for things like the keyboard and mouse receiver, my Steam controller receiver, which hardly takes any power at all, 3.5 millimeter USB adapter. Those hardly draw any power, and it works amazing for those devices. Now, if I'm doing it for like an external hard drive, a mechanical one, that's probably going to draw too much power. I mean, you probably can use it, but then you can't use anything else with it because the power draw will probably be to a max. So if you need more power, get one with an external brick. Oftentimes I wish that I did that, but I use it for things that don't draw all that much power, and it works pretty great for that. So keep that in mind if you're going to get a hub like this. Do things with minimal power like a keyboard and mouse receiver, and maybe some other receivers that don't really draw much power at all. Now, like hooking up your phone to it, that's going to almost certainly draw too much power. That's where you want one of those external power brick ones. The cord is kind of short, but I use it with the adapter that I've always used anyway. That works pretty well for me. So you might need like a USB extension in your situation, but with a USB extension, it works pretty well. So keep that in mind. You might end up using a USB extension unless you can somehow get away with the very short length that it has. I think it's like less than a foot possibly. I don't know. So keep that in mind if you're getting a USB hub like this. So did I cover everything? I think that is pretty much everything I can think of regarding that USB hub. So those are my thoughts on using it. I don't use it with things that draw a lot of power. I'm using 1 port's worth of power. And for receivers, usually that works pretty well. So yeah, if you're having reliability issues, then yeah, consider the fact that you may want to use devices with less power on that. Or else get one that has a power brick, which I know feels kind of inconvenient, but there is a reason for that. USB devices can draw a lot of power, and it is absolutely necessary. But for low power devices, it should be enough if the USB port can provide enough power for that. I've been able to hook up an SSD to it with a SATA to USB adapter, because this doesn't draw too much power as far as I can tell. So yeah, just low power draw. If you're just doing things that have low power draw, like a mouse and keyboard receiver and things like that, then it should work pretty well. But if you're gonna hook up phone to it, which USB ports usually don't provide enough power on the computer to do a fast charge anyway, so your phone will max it out if that is the case. But if you have a USB port that provides more power, like a charging port specifically on the computer, then that'll work pretty well, I think. I have to experiment with that. So those are things to keep in mind with this adapter. Generally works with lower power stuff. There's something else I was going to mention too, I think, but I can't really think of it right now. Oh, I think the webcam seems to work with it. If I hook up a webcam, as long as it doesn't have too much power. But keep in mind that if the power is on the verge of being too much, the webcam may keep dropping out and coming back unreliably. So that's what I was going to say. So you do have a risk of too much power being drawn, which will cause some devices to become unreliable, such as the keyboard and mouse or webcam or anything like that. That only happens if too much power is being drawn at once. But keep that in mind. So if you're hooking up devices and you care about reliability and you don't want the power to be dropping out and stuff, then I would probably avoid this. Use something that's got external power or something like that. If you care about a device being reliable, for example, I don't have this camera hooked up. So I don't have the Mirabox hooked up to that USB hub because it probably would work, but I'm a little worried about a lack of reliability with power. Even if it works right away, 10 minutes later it might start randomly dropping out, for example, because of too much power draw. So I'm not taking my chances with the Mirabox, for example. But for low power things like receivers, I think it works great for that. Or things that just don't really draw power. So if I hook up my voice recorder, for example, it doesn't actually really draw any power over USB. It just transfers data. So that won't be problematic either because it doesn't really draw any power over USB. It's just for data transfer. So for things like voice recorders that are battery powered, those will work great too. I think I've covered pretty much everything I'm going to with that USB hub. So yeah, the main problem is power draw, which is a limitation of USB itself, but not the adapter necessarily. That's why you get a power brick. But without one, low power things should work just fine. I typically use it for keyboard and mouse receiver, the audio adapter, so I could hook up my headphones to it. And sometimes another receiver for like the Steam controller. I often hook up a micro SD card adapter or the voice recorder and stuff. It works great for those things, honestly. And again, if power draw is a problem, you can probably get around that if you have a card or you have a USB port that draws more power or provides more power. So that's what you're really running up against. How much power does the original USB port provide for all 4 ports on the adapter? So hopefully that should be enough for you to decide if that product is worth the gamble or not. I've never had it for any devices or anything like that. And yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. So the 3.5mm audio adapters, I did an unboxing in one of the past casual videos, so I will quickly review this too. There's a little bit of increased latency compared to built-in ports on the computer, but that's probably not that big of a deal because usually USB cameras and stuff, whether it's through a capture card or a webcam, will also have that latency as well. Not just this. USB is probably to blame for that latency. That's my only thing that I've really noticed with that. But as far as like the headphone port goes, it works just like any other headphone port. I don't notice any latency. But for the microphone, that's what I was just talking about. For the microphone, that's where latency is a little bit higher than a built-in port. But you're probably not even going to notice that on a video. In fact, this video is using one of these USB adapters right now. I'm using that for my microphone. Do you notice any latency with that? If not, then I would definitely recommend this USB adapter, which should be in the description. It's pretty much all there is to it. They're quite handy to have. If you have multiple of them, you will have to make sure you can identify which one you're using at a given time. So in OBS, there will be multiple devices listed. You just make sure you select the right one. The other thing that's worth noting is the default volume in Windows, and I think Mac too, tends to be around 72%. So you may have to go into the audio settings and increase that to 100. So that might actually be the operating system's fault and not the adapter. But you can bring it up to 100 and it works fine. That's honestly all I have to say about it. It works pretty great and it's quite handy. So that's pretty much all there is to these adapters. I have multiple of them now because of how handy they are. I'm going to be using this one later in this video while I'm using the microphone one too. Just to give you an idea on how much I like them. It's a thing that allowed me to switch my microphone audio from analog to semi-digital. Because I think these ports are still analog if I'm not mistaken. But it's a lot more digital than I used to be. And with the USB extension cable, these are really handy. If you have a USB extension cable and you want to have wired audio that goes pretty far away, like this for example. So I could be all the way over here, which is 6 feet away or so. It works just as well with a USB extension cable. So yeah, very handy. So I'm going to move on to the next thing since that's pretty much all I have to say about that. So the other thing I was going to show is another USB hub that I got that's got a Thunderbolt end to it. So this is another USB hub with Thunderbolt natively on the end. This works just like you'd expect as well. Since Thunderbolt typically provides more power than USB-A, this is less likely to run into power issues than the other adapter that I previously talked about. But if you get an adapter to convert this to USB-A, you're still going to run against the power limitations of USB-A. So keep that in mind. But Thunderbolt provides quite a bit more power, and even with external hard drives that are mechanical and webcams and things like that, it works well with all those things at once. So yeah, the only thing I've noticed about this is if I use any of my capture cards with it, even the analog one, it doesn't seem to pick up the input for some reason. The other USB hub does, but this one doesn't for some reason. So none of my capture cards work with that USB hub. I don't know why. I have like 3 different capture cards and none of them work with it. So it might have a limitation for some of the data that could sort of go through it. But otherwise, for the most part, it works great. It works with the webcam just fine, which is interesting, but the capture cards, not really. So other than that, I like it. That's pretty much all I have to say about that one too. So I got this adapter as well, which is USB-C to A. It would allow me to hook up like a flash drive to my phone if I wanted to. Or pretty much anything I want to do actually. You can convert pretty much any Thunderbolt to USB-A. This is an Anchor as well. And once again, the power draw is the weakest link in the chain, as with anything. And this works pretty well. Doesn't heat up very much at all. So, and this doesn't heat up a whole lot either, by the way. It's honestly nothing much to say. It just works as far as I can tell. I've used it on a Mac when I was trying to boot stuff. I hooked up a SSD to it. Worked great. So not a whole lot to say about that. So this HDMI to Thunderbolts, I like these, and I have multiple of these as well. I'm using one for one of my displays right now, and it's working pretty great. I've actually had some reliability issues with a Thunderbolt dock, and using this as a standalone is far more reliable than a whole Thunderbolt dock. And the Thunderbolt dock is a limitation just because it's like a 9 or 14 in 1, and that's just bound to happen with all those ports and the way it's getting used. But as a standalone, where only HDMI is used, I find that very reliable. This heats up just like you would typically expect, maybe 90 Fahrenheit if you're doing 1080p, but if you're doing 4K, there's a chance that it might overheat. So I really don't think that any device is designed to properly cool a 4K adapter. So 4K 60, I just don't recommend with devices like this because it's just not designed to cool that. And mind you, this gets to like 90 or 100 Fahrenheit with just 1080p, so as you quadruple that, it can get to overheating point. So you see a lot of failures in the reviews and stuff, it's almost certainly because people use 4K and it overheated with that. But if you blow a fan on this or something, properly cool it down, then I think it should be fine with 4K. But keep in mind that these just, I don't personally think that there's any device that can properly cool HDMI adapters using 4K 60 Hz, possibly even 30 Hz. So keep that in mind. A lot of them fail because of overheating with 4K, I think. But if you're just using 1080p like I do, not a worry at all, as far as I can tell. 90-ish is about the warmest it gets. 150 is around where you'd probably be concerned about overheating. 90 Fahrenheit, no big deal at all. So that's pretty much all there is to that one. So now I may as well review this Ethernet one that I recently got. Looks a lot like the USB one, but it's got Ethernet on the end. I was concerned about the overheating when I first got this, but it's not much of a problem from what I can tell. Even when I was actively transferring many things at gigabit speed, like hundreds of gigabytes worth of stuff, it didn't get super warm. It got to the typical temperature range even with that. And as far as I can tell, it doesn't really require drivers either. It seems to be just plug and play for the most part. There might be some places where it needs drivers, but in my experience, it often doesn't. So for example, if I'm using VMware's ESXi, which is a Type 1 hypervisor, it might not work with a lot of Intel adapters or Intel network interfaces, for example. But I find that it works with this right out of the box. So if you're using like ESXi, for example, on a device that's got a Thunderbolt port, and your Ethernet doesn't work and you don't want to worry about, what's the term for the enhanced drivers, which you typically would want to use in a business setting, this might be worth looking into if you have a Thunderbolt port. It seems to work natively with ESXi, which is pretty interesting. Otherwise, it works just like a typical Ethernet port. It should just show up in Windows. I think it works on Mac as well. And Linux, I don't think I've tried it in Linux, but I'm sure it would work with that too. So, if it works with ESXi, I imagine it would work in Linux. I don't know. So if you're thinking of getting an Ethernet adapter, and you don't want to have to worry about like overheating and stuff, I've had pretty good experiences with that adapter personally. So now I want to talk about a USB flash drive. So I got a 256 gig USB flash drive right here, and I was concerned. It's a SanDisk Extreme Pro. I was kind of like concerned about reliability and like overheating and stuff like that, but I find that it tends to be in the typical temperature range as well, maybe 90-100 Fahrenheit. I think as long as you have it in an area where it's not like being directly exposed to heat exhaust or anything, it should be fine as far as heat goes. And the 256 gig drive appears to really have a 256 gig capacity. I pretty much maxed it out and it was able to hold everything as far as I could tell. No corruption. And it seems to get like 300 megabytes per second on average, maybe. There are times when it might go beyond that. But honestly, this is like faster than any flash drive I've ever really used before. So I like using this as a Ventoy drive, and I think it works great for that. I actually got a second one just for backup. I have them both exactly the same since I previously stored stuff on my secondary PC. I wanted to free up some space, so I got another flash drive so I could have a backup of the flash drive itself. They're pretty reasonably priced, I think, especially for the reliability and all the things you get with this. I think it's a lifetime warranty if I remember correctly. And I've had great experiences with it so far. It's the fastest flash drive I've ever used. And it seems to really have space and stuff like that. Heating's not really an issue. So, any of those things were a concern to you, shouldn't be a problem. So I would definitely recommend the drive. It could go up to 1 terabyte. I don't know if it really holds a terabyte, but 256 gig works pretty well for me. So, yeah. I think it's a great Ventoy drive. If you have a bunch of ISOs and you want to store utilities, especially as an IT professional, I think it's great for that. So I would definitely recommend that. So I real quickly wanted to talk about the Samsung 870 EVO drive, because one of my concerns about buying this was whether or not things would support 4096 byte sectors on the hard drive, while traditionally 512 byte sectors are used. I think some people were having problems with that from what I read. I was concerned about whether that would be problematic or not. But in my experience, the 870 EVO tends to be 512 byte sectors, even though it's like advertised for 4096, I think. I can't remember for sure how that is, but I tend to have 4096 byte sectors. So I'm gonna real quickly make sure my performance is good. Seems to be. Using quite a lot of CPU usage right now. That's interesting. I want to real quickly check the stream and make sure the video's not like corrupt or anything. And I will be right back. We seem to be good, but my Intel NUC is producing a ton of heat right now. So, yeah. So the main thing with the Evo drive is mine does 512 byte sectors. The other thing I was going to mention regarding the 4096 byte sector stuff is whether or not you'll be able to handle it is software based rather than hardware based. I was like, is my SATA port going to handle 4096 bytes? Well, that's entirely software based. So whether or not you'll be able to support it should depend on whether or not your operating system supports it. If you have an operating system that doesn't support it, then it might be a problem. Otherwise, it shouldn't be. It's a matter of whether your operating system supports it. Windows 10 should. Linux, I would think, would too. So, all those concerns I had about the drive, they're not concerns. Should we get a new drive? I would recommend it. So yeah. So now regarding my splitter, I don't have that right here, but there should be a link for that in the description. The HDMI 2-in-1 splitter, I've had good experiences with it so far. I mean, one time there was an HDMI cable that just kept sliding out easily, but it was specifically that cable causing the problem. And with a different cable, I'm not experiencing that. So you do have to provide external power. Pretty much any USB port, even if it provides a low amount of power, seems to work with it just fine. So if you're concerned about whether the HDMI splitter will do a good job with like 1080p, for example, if you're trying to get Camlink 4K to force to 1080p, I think it does a really good job with that. So if you're doing that sort of thing, this is a good one for that. In fact, my screen right here is actually going through that splitter that I'm talking about. And it works pretty well. So if you're trying to find a splitter for the sake of forcing the Camlink 4K to go to 1080p, this one's a good one. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. So now let's move on to the next thing. So now what I want to try to do is see if I can create an app widget that basically, this is going to be my phone automation project now. And essentially what I want to do with that is make it so that I can create a widget that automatically force stops an app. And that's not something that's been done by a whole lot of people. So hopefully we'll be able to do that today. So back when Android 12 first came out, I kept having issues with Bluetooth where the connection just kept dropping out for whatever reason. And the way I worked around that was I just force stopped Bluetooth. I didn't have to restart my phone if I would have force stopped Bluetooth. And I also have an app that I use to control my hearing aids over Bluetooth. That thing can freeze up a lot over time. And force stopping the app will force it to restart and then it becomes responsive again. But it's annoying to have to force stop it all the time. So, just to illustrate what I'm talking about here. Let's see. Pull up my phone screen. So if I go to the settings on my Samsung phone, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and I would have searched like Smart 3D, which was always the app that I was force stopping. Just tap it and then I can force stop it here in the corner. But sometimes I'm in a hurry and I want to real quickly configure this. And I don't always want to have to force stop it and whatnot. Then one thing I like to do, I guess it's not quite fitting on the screen properly. Sorry about my lack of preparedness. But, so if I switch my hearing aid mode, and I switch to a favorite, for example, see, I'm trying to swipe right now, and it was lagging big time. Now it's not lagging, but when I switch modes, it'll lag massively. The way I can fix that is force stopping the app, which is quite handy. So, essentially what I want to automate today is creating a widget that can force stop an app and then start it up once it's done that. So rather than just starting the app right out of the gate, have it force stop before it starts, and then I never have to deal with that lag again if it works. So there's probably multiple ways you can do this. A lot of them involve rooting the phone, which I don't want to do with this one because it's a risky procedure, it voids the warranty, and it's just a hassle overall. So I don't want to root my phone for that type of thing. So I think you can actually use the Tasker app to create a widget that force stops an app. I think Automate does have the ability to force stop an app as well, but I don't think you can create a widget for it if I'm not mistaken, unfortunately. So Tasker is like $2.50 USD dollars if I remember correctly, but I ended up getting it because I was pretty sure I'd be able to force stop the app before I started up and create a widget for it. So yeah, what we're gonna do now is basically create that widget. So let's come onto my phone and do that. So we're gonna see we can create a widget that force stops this app, for example, and starts it back up automatically. Of course, there are some ways you can like go to the force stop screen manually and just have it tap locations on the screen, but that's kind of unreliable, and I don't want to do stuff that involves automating tapping the screen to do all this and going through different screens. I want to just force stop right out of the gate directly. I don't have to deal with any nonsense in between. So to do that, I installed Tasker here on Android, and looks like it can't be battery optimized, otherwise it won't work correctly. Let's do that real quick. Oh great. I'm gonna figure this out on my own and I'll let you know what I did. I think for now, the only thing I'm going to worry about is just making sure that the app doesn't go to sleep in the background. So in the settings, I'm going to scroll down to battery stuff right here. This is how I'm doing this on my phone. Background usage limits, never sleeping apps. And then I just select Tasker from this list right here. Where is Tasker? Might be in front of my eyes and I'm not seeing it, maybe. Not sure what's going on. Guess I'm gonna have to pause and see what's going on there. To be honest, I'm thinking it's not gonna be that big of a deal because it's just gonna be a widget that I click on. So why don't we try creating the widget that can force stop and then start the app. So I think in the task interface, you want to go to tasks right here. I think you have to do some sort of step when you hook it up to your computer first. I honestly have no idea if I even did that. I might have hooked it up to my computer and it just did stuff on its own. I don't remember doing anything regarding that, but it seems to be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the plus down here to create a new task. And I'm just going to create one myself. And I think this is where you want to title it. I'm just gonna call it Smart 3D since that's the app I want to do it with personally. So I've never done this before, so I'm figuring things out on the spot, just so you know. So I'm gonna click this plus right here. And under the categories, I'm gonna see if there's one for force quitting. I may just want to search right here. Force stop or something. I honestly can't remember. Oh, app maybe? Kill app. Maybe that's what I want to do. Killing app is different from just swiping it on this screen right here. Doing this is not the same thing as force stopping. So I'm kind of hoping that this kill app does what I want. I guess we'll find out. So I'm going to select Smart 3D. Oh, look at that. I'm getting this even though I'm not actually hooked up via USB right now. This is all wireless. Yeah, it looks like this is exactly what I want. So since I don't have root, I don't think I can check the use root. I'm not sure what this means, to be perfectly honest. There's no special conditionals with that. So I think that might be all I would want to do. So that's great. I was actually referencing a website, so I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I'm gonna come to here and then pull up the website real quick, so maybe we could do a snap transition. Ready? Okay, so this website right here is the one that I'm referencing. So this is kind of where I got the idea from. So basically, first thing you do is kill app, and then this will flash text saying that it did that. I really don't care whether it does that or not. And then the last thing we have to do is load app. So I'm gonna ignore that number 2 that you can see right here. Just do the load app number 3. So I'm just gonna go to app, I think. Load app. Oh, launch app. Can long click an app to do a sub activity within it. That's interesting. I don't think it applies to me right now though. So I want to launch Smart 3D. A new copy. I don't know if I need to check that continue after error or not. But I don't really care a whole lot. So now the task basically exists, so I should be able to click on it and edit it. I could probably click the play button on the left, but I want to create a widget and try it with that first. So I think to create a widget, I want to go to the home page, pinch my fingers like this, and I should be able to go to widgets down there. And if I look for tasker, I should in theory be able to do task shortcut, add, data blocked. I wonder what that's all about. If I just close out of what I just did. That help at all? Open the main app and back out of it with the back button. What if I terminate this? Does that fix it at all? Oh, perfect. Oh, I must have had to go to a specific screen, and it required a lot of conditions to be met to make that happen. So let's click on Smart 3D. So that's not what I wanted, I don't think. Select an icon for this task. What? Oh, sweet, I can select what icon I want. Let's do that one. Because I have the app and the dock on the bottom. That'd be cool to replace it with this. So, is this my task? If so, that would be pretty sweet. It's the same name as the original app since I titled it that. So if that works, I'm gonna put this where that used to be and put this up there probably, so I still have access to it. So will it restart? Let's find out. I'm just gonna check always allow. It must have worked. Yeah, usually it takes a while to connect if I force stop it, but if I don't force stop it, it connects sooner, I think. So we can tell if it works based on how quickly I can tap stuff. It was lagging and stuff. Let's see if it no longer lags. So why don't I do something like this? It worked. Everything is responsive. Remember how I used to lag when I was swiping up here? Well, force stopping it is what made it no longer lag. It worked. So now I'll never have to put up with the lag again. I used to have to go to the settings and force stop it manually, which took a lot of time. But now I can force stop it every time I launch it, which is what it actually used to do when I first got the app. It just naturally completely stopped everything, and now it somehow runs as a service, which I don't want. Well, maybe I do want that, but if I could force stop it on launch. Yeah, it worked. It definitely force stopped it. It wouldn't have been that responsive if it didn't. I can confirm that it worked. So that means I'm going to drag this out here, put this here. So now it'll force stop whenever. I'm going to put this on the next screen. I just got very used to how this looks. Oh, and I can do accessibility right here. So I can quickly access that. So that's a shortcut you can add too. That's very useful to know. That's awesome. So if you ever need to force stop an app before you start it, maybe because it's slow and force stopping it will speed everything up and clear stuff out, then this might actually work. There might be a free solution to do this, but this was easy. Let's just put it that way. I don't need to worry about any of the background stuff that we were looking at earlier because it doesn't require that for this type of task. So I'm not going to worry about that. There's probably some other cool widgets you can create too. I'm just going to take a quick look and see what else I could possibly do. Just create a test one. Alert. That could potentially be useful. There's a lot of potential when it comes to Android automation. That's something that I've never taken the time to learn, and it's something I want to learn how to do this year. So that's actually pretty cool. There's probably other things you can do with apps too. I was just seeing if there's anything I can immediately think of regarding. You can set a volume to a specific point. That could be quite useful. What if we can like pull up a specific accessibility screen? I don't want to do any of that right now. But I'll explore this someday and see what kind of stuff I can automate, but I imagine there's a ton of potential. But I also kind of prefer Automator, which I think I have. Automate, I mean. Yeah, this is the flowchart system. It can do a lot of different things similar to Tasker, but Tasker has a way to create a widget, as we just saw. It might be possible to do that with Automate too. Oh, Automate might have been able to accomplish the same thing. I'll maybe see if it's possible someday, but yeah, I definitely want to get into the world of automation and see what cool stuff I can do. So that's that. I can't believe that was actually successful. Usually when I try to do stuff like this, it ends up being a failure. And of course, when I do it on camera, it ends up being successful now, so that's pretty cool. To give a quick status update, I actually changed quite a few things around, because after a while, I noticed that the force stop actually doesn't really work now. So to fix it, I actually changed the shortcut, so now it pulls this up instead of actually force restarting it and then pulling up the app. Because what I could do here is force stop. And I can tell whether force stop based on whether or not that grays out. I could hit force stop multiple times if needed. Then I could just open up the app by hitting open right here. So pretty simple. I could do that pretty quickly. And to make that happen, Tasker also got an update since last time too, by the way, and I had to recreate my shortcut because there's new security related stuff. Sorry if it's hard to see, by the way. This is the best way I wanted to film right now. All I really did was select the app settings, which I forgot if it was in here somewhere. Well, regardless, I think it's under here, app settings. Yeah, app settings, and then I selected the Smart 3D, and there you go. That's pretty much all I ended up doing. So I'm gonna delete that on my own time, but that's what I actually do nowadays. So that's the app automation. So now I'm going to demonstrate. Actually, I want to mention a few things first. So there were some times when I ran into permission issues on Android. Like if I launch VLC Media Player, for example, which I personally think is a good experience in Android, even though I don't like using it on Windows or Linux. I think it's a good experience on Mac and Android. But anyway, that's not even the point I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to say is, if I'm running into permission issues where only directories show up and no files show up, whether it's in like Ducto or VLC or anything, really, I was able to fix it just by reinstalling the app and re-enabling all the permissions. So if you ever run into an issue where none of your files show up, try reinstalling the app and see if that fixes it. It did for me, and I was not having a lot of hope for that, but it did work. So consider giving that a shot if that problem occurs for you on Android. File permission issues happen, then reinstall the app and re-enable all the permissions, which it'll prompt you when you do reinstall the app. The other thing I was going to mention is I have fingerprint authentication on my phone right now, which is quite handy. I used to have like this tempered glass, and it works terribly with the fingerprint because it's so thick. I have a different screen protector that feels like that glass but works much better, from Shield IQ, I think. But I used to have Face ID as well, and I recently disabled Face ID because it was annoying me sometimes, just the way it behaved with Face ID and the fingerprint at the same time. And I got rid of that annoyance just by disabling Face ID. So I thought I'd just mention that in case maybe you're experiencing something similar. If you're trying to unlock it and it pulls up this other screen and it annoys you. For me, that was happening because of Face ID. I disabled it, and that helped a lot. So just wanted to mention that real quick. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all there is to that. So man, that's really good. The next thing I want to do is the Oregon Trail stuff that I said I would do. So, in case you didn't know, my main copy of Oregon Trail 5 right here, it has some really weird glitches on it, which is not something you would expect on a CD. But the final version, which I got as well, does not experience any of these glitches. I thought I would just real quickly showcase what happens with that. So I want to demonstrate what my first copy does and then what the final version does. So I'm not necessarily gonna play Oregon Trail exactly. I'm just gonna show some of the glitches that I'm experiencing. And I've experienced this for well over a decade, and it turns out it was the version of Oregon Trail I had. I thought it might have been something wrong with the computer, because when I did it in elementary school, it didn't experience any of these problems. So I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to demonstrate some Oregon Trail stuff now. And I'm going to mute the sound just for copyright. It's not really necessary to have any of the sounds. It kind of sways away from the main point. Sounds aren't really glitchy at all. So anyway, let's try this out. So what's really cool about the discs is once you install them, then you can run them without needing to insert the CD, which there's quite a few programs where you need the CD to run the app you installed from the CD. Like Microsoft Baseball, for example, that needs the CD, and Oregon Trail does not, which is pretty sweet. So this is that glitchy copy. I want to just showcase some of the differences as well. So you'll notice that the icon is different. This is a different icon than what you get on the final version, which I thought was kind of interesting. One other thing that I will point out is if you install it and try to run it, it might just keep crashing. I always thought it was because of Windows compatibility, but that actually has nothing to do with it. The reason it kept crashing is actually because of the path that it's stored in. It assumes that it's C:/program files. Back in the day before we had program files x86, it was just program files back in the day, and it has that absolute path hard-coded somewhere. So if you go to Oregon5.dat, I think. I'll open that. I might as well open it with Notepad++. That's actually not the file I'm thinking of. It's a different file. Oh, .ini, that's what I'm thinking of. So to fix Oregon Trail crashing, you need to change this path from c:/program files / whatever to the correct path. In my case, it's this one. So I just change this path, and then Oregon Trail will run without crashing. So if you're trying to run it and it crashes, that should fix it. So yeah, if it's crashing, just change the path to the correct one, since it's absolute. If it was relative paths, I don't think any of this would be happening. That happens on the final version too, because it is basically abandonware. So let's run it once and see if it works. I'm going to show you some of the glitches that I experience. If it'll even run. There we go. So this is of course what you get when it first starts up. And when I did that, on my old computer, this actually used to lag massively on Windows 2000. So I'm going to skip that intro. So the first thing you'll notice on this particular version right here is the new game and load game are in a different order. On the final version, new game is all the way on the left, load game is here in the center, and quick start is still right there. Another interesting thing is when you click on quick start, on my version right here, it always does Sherry, but on the final version it will do a random name. But for me it does Sherry regardless on this particular version. When you click new game, I think this pretty much works exactly the same. I think this does random names right here. And I think some of the dollar values are slightly different too, if I remember correctly. Some of these default settings may actually be different. Like there might be a default or a different month. Might be a different thing selected here. I honestly have no idea. So this chooses a random name right there. But in the quick start mode, it does not. Okay, so how do I get out of here? This is not what I want to do. Do I seriously need to quit the app if I want to do quick start? I'm gonna restart this and go into quick start mode. So why don't we do a snap transition, huh? Ready? Okay, so I had to close it out of Task Manager and restart it. When I exit via the Task Manager, the resolution doesn't change back to the correct one, which is pretty noteworthy. But I just launched it again and here I am. So I'm going to put my name there. As you can see, it did Sherry again, but on the latest version it would have done another random name. So I'm going to skip past all this too. So I want to show another glitch that I tend to run into. I think I'm going to actually create a new game, which now that I think about it, I could have done that from the start. Because it's winter and I want to show stuff pertaining to fishing, which I can't do in the winter. So this is perfect right here. So the first thing I'm going to have to do is buy like fishing spear and whatnot. I may already have some, but I might not. So fish. There's nothing pertaining to fishing gear, probably because it's in a different store. I'm doing the quick start because it really does get you up and running quickly. This probably won't have any fishing stuff under tools and utensils. Let's find a different store. Probably this one. Yeah, the general store will have it. Yeah, so I don't think I need a fishing net, but I'll get one anyway. I need a fishing pole. Might as well get a fishing spear too, because why not? So now I have what I need to show you the fishing glitch that's on here. That's essentially what I was trying to do. So this is a perfect place for fishing now. So I used to think it was my Windows 2000 computer that caused this problem, but it happened on every computer I ran it on. A Windows XP computer. I think I even tried it on a Windows 95 computer if I remember correctly. Because I had a Windows 95 computer at one point. But let me show you fishing now. So there's no water, as you can see right here. If you look at the PDF that even came with this disk, it shows water on the PDF, but this doesn't show any water, which is quite unfortunate. So if I try to cast a line, this is what happens. The water animates a bit faster than normal, but the fish are completely gone. Not gone, but they're not moving at all. So why in the world is this happening? Isn't that weird? There's no way to catch fish. It just doesn't work, which is very unfortunate because I knew it was possible because I've seen it on a different version at elementary school. But this doesn't let me do it properly for whatever reason. So the other thing that's noteworthy is there's a gun right there. There's also these buttons too, which is not on the final version. So that's another interesting difference that's worth noting. I think there might be something up here too. I can't remember. I think the default simulation speed on my version is fast, but on the other version I think it's medium if I remember correctly. So those are some interesting differences between what you get on an official disk and the final version. Why would that be? I think there is something interesting that happens while hunting as well. So that's 3 feet. I forget which one of these you want to do. I want to get to an area where I can hunt. I lost stuff. Who cares? I bet he elected captain because I properly cleaned up the mess. I can't hunt in town. I should be able to hunt right here. I think there were some glitches with hunting as well, if I remember correctly. Oh, guess I can't do it here. We'll get an area where we can. I think we can do it right here. I think actually this is something where this version works better than the final, if I remember correctly. So there we go. Oh, no. I couldn't reload because I couldn't even see it. And it was just too late. Oh man. Oh well. So, actually I didn't even show my main point yet. So when I click the reload right here, that works instantly like you would expect. But I think the final version does something different. I'll try to emulate what the final version does. So if I shoot, what the final version does is something like this. It goes like this and then back to there. Then it finally, I just click and then it goes up, down, and then straight, which is bizarre. I'll show the final version. We'll see if it happens in there. So this is what my version does, right? So now let's... Oh, look at that. The resolution never even changed. I want to deal with this. So now let's launch the final version, which has a different icon. You remember the previous version has this icon right there. The final version, which is also the icon of this particular disk right here, is that icon instead. So this is a newer version of Oregon Trail. So let's run that once and see how it works, so we can kind of compare the differences. Because I thought these were just interesting, noteworthy points, and I've never seen anyone mention anything like this. I just got an unlucky version, I think. So that behaves like you'd expect. That's the same. But now you can see that new game and load game are flipped compared to what happened before. They're also closer together than I think they were before too. I could be wrong about that. We'll have to wait and see. But now if I click quick start, see now it does a random name, not Sherry like it was before. Isn't that interesting? So I'll put my name in again. This might be different too, I'm not even sure. So that's winter, which is not what I want for fishing. Oh, did it just crash? That's interesting. I will reload the game and I have to just minimize. Why was that? That's odd. I'm gonna work this all out and get in a season that I want to be and resume. So I'll be right back. Maybe we can do one of these again. Ready? Alright, we're back in a more appropriate season. So let's grab our fishing gear that we need again, which should be in the general store. It might be in here, I'm not sure. Nope. This looks like a place where it could be. Yep. Fishing net, which we may or may not use. I think the budget that you end up having might be different between the versions as well. I don't even know. So I think we got what we need for that. We're glitching out a little bit. Don't even know what's happening. Did it just crash? Let me see if I can bring it back real quick. It's possible that my barrier's causing things to glitch out in weird ways. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm gonna get to a point where I can fish and let's resume, huh? Alright, I think we're ready to roll. So I got everything I need, and you'll notice that the price of everything is quite a bit lower. Lots of inflation has happened since this time, hasn't it? So now if I fish on here instead, I think things are flickering a lot more than it used to as well. But now if I fish, there's water now. Isn't that weird? This version doesn't have it, but the final version does. And there's no extra buttons here either. It's just this one now too. I always thought there was something wrong with the computer, but it turns out it was the version of Oregon Trail entirely. So now there's a little bit more lag with the water animation compared to before. But now I can catch fish unlike before, which is pretty exciting. So, yeah, I guess the version matters a lot more than you think. See if we can catch this one. Not worth the time. There we go. Oh man, it just bit. See if we can get one more. But yeah, interesting, isn't it? So the version matters. I've wanted to do this for over a decade, and I finally got to the bottom of it. So why don't we see if there's any differences with the hunting now too. So this is pretty much the same. So I won't be able to hunt in a town. I don't think I can do it where there's a river, if I remember correctly. Oh, I can. I think there's one less button than the other version. But watch what the gun does when I shoot it and reload it. No, it still works the same. I might have done an even different version on Mac OS back in the day, where basically when I clicked it, it would go like this. Oops. So I click the gun and it goes like this. I just replicated what it did by holding down the cursor and moving it in that way. But that's what was actually happening back then. See if we can get them. Oh man, I accidentally right clicked instead of left click with my positioning. I oughta. Oh. No. Oh man, that was close. See if we can get at least one before I wrap up with this. Boy, if my lighting changed at all, it seems very different. Oh, what? I still missed? Man, I am terrible at this. I used to actually be pretty good. Atrocious. Usually if you shoot it, you'll startle one. Finally got it. So yeah, there's some interesting differences between the two versions. I think that's all I wanted to talk about originally, so let's wrap that part up. So I'm gonna quit the game. I'm gonna have to manually set the resolution back. Which glitched out. There we go. Now we're back to normal. So now let's do some VR stuff. So I'm gonna get everything set up and see if I can get VR up and running so that I can talk about it and do some demonstrations on that now. Like Beat Saber, for example, which I'll prove to you that it really is copyright free. So if you look at the FAQ of the official Beat Saber, what songs have Content ID turned on? It says OST 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which all the songs I'm playing are within these albums. They are Content ID free, meaning they're basically copyright free. So I should be able to play the music and shouldn't cause any copyright as far as I can tell. Obviously if it does, I'll deal with it, but it's pretty unlikely. So that'll be the last thing I do for tonight, because as you can see it's getting a bit late. But once I do that, then that'll be the last thing for tonight, and I'm honestly not prepared for the rest of the video, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, I'm prepared enough to switch to Linux, but I'm not prepared for GPU pass-through or anything like that yet, so I want to prepare for that before I resume. So yeah, I'm gonna get my VR stuff set up, and I guess we'll be doing that in this view. So we could do a snap transition. I don't think a whole lot is gonna change. I might have a wider field of view so that we can actually see me use the controllers and stuff. So I'm basically going to be overviewing it and then demonstrating it, my thoughts of getting into VR for the first time. So yeah, why don't we, I'm going to get that set up. So ready? Alright, we are now in our VR view, ready to review VR stuff. So I apologize if the keying is not perfect, but I can really only do so much with this right now. It's pretty late, I want to get to bed right after this. But let's start reviewing some VR stuff now. I'm in a space where I should be able to demonstrate it. So let's go ahead with that. So first of all, I got into VR recently. I used to use the Google Cardboard, but that's the most VR I'd done up until recently. And I just wanted to overview getting into VR for the first time and my thoughts with everything. So let's just get into it. So first of all, the VR headset that I ended up getting is a MetaQuest 2. So I'll be kind of giving my thoughts on this as well as demonstrating it eventually. That's why things look a little bit different now. So yeah, let's talk about this and then let's do some demonstrations on it, such as Beat Saber. So looking forward to that. So I had some initial concerns as I was researching this, and I'll kind of go over what all that is. So I found the MetaQuest 2 to be kind of a really nice balance between the price and I guess functionality and stuff. One of the things that made me not get into VR for the longest time is the fact that you have to have like a really powerful computer. VR is expensive, but you have to have a powerful computer to even be able to utilize all that in the first place. That was one of my main concerns with that. But the cool thing about the MetaQuest 2 is it's actually a standalone headset, meaning you can use it without hooking it up to a computer, and the experience is actually quite reasonable. So that's one of the reasons why I got that. I think it's a good one to get started with. Would I choose anything else? No, I think this is definitely the best decision I made regarding that. So yeah, I'm just going to go over my initial concerns and things like that. So it is a standalone headset, meaning you don't need a computer to use it, but you can interface it with a computer if you really want to. Pretty much like any other headset can that supports PC VR, if you're familiar with that. So I'm probably not going to cover everything, but I'll do what I can. So yeah, you could use it standalone or hook it up to a computer. So now one of the things that I found really difficult to research was what interface does it come with, and will it be able to do everything that I want it to do? So since not a lot of resources, in my opinion, do a good job covering the interfaces that are included and stuff, I'm gonna show you what that all is. So the headset comes with a USB-C port right here and a 3.5mm jack. And those are the only ports that it comes with. There's only one USB-C port. There's a power button on this side, as well as the LED, so you can tell if it's charged or not. Volume control right here. And yeah, that's pretty much all the I/O. There's of course cameras around here, but there's only one USB-C port. So I'll talk about why that can be problematic later on. But those are all the ports it comes with. The USB-C, 3.5mm jack, and those are the only ports. So one thing I will note is if you're using a battery expansion with this, which I'll talk about in a little bit. Since there's only one USB-C port and the battery extension hooks up via that, you won't be able to use like a link cable or anything while you use the battery expansion. So keep that in mind. So since USB ports provide a low amount of power and the device probably discharges faster than it charges, if you're hoping to use a battery pack to extend the life, you'll be disappointed because there's only one port. It's either this battery pack or the computer. So yeah, keep that in mind. You can do it wirelessly, which can kind of get around the problem, but if you want to use wired, then you're stuck with one port at a time. So yeah, you can't do that the other way around either. So yeah, like you can't charge while you're using a link cable, except for what the USB port outputs. It'll try charging it as if you have a phone plugged into your computer. It'll charge what it can, but it can only charge so quickly. It's probably going to discharge quicker than it charges depending on how you're using it. So yeah, keep that in mind. So the headset did actually come with a glasses spacer, which I was wondering about. I don't personally use it myself, but I know people who would. And my box came with a glasses spacer, so it's not like you have to get it separately. And same with the rubber piece. There's like a little rubber thing that you can put on the edge, which I would definitely recommend because this outer edge has foam on it normally, and if you sweat, that can get caught in there and it can possibly cause irritation, and it's permanent, so keep that in mind too. So I highly recommend putting this rubber piece on. It can be a little difficult to put on, but just tinker around with it until you get it. Unfortunately, mine doesn't quite go on the way it should. Like, it kind of peels in weird areas. Like, I don't know if you can see this, but that's not supposed to be coming out like that. Doesn't do it on the other side. You can kind of see it right here. Maybe there's poor lighting, so it's kind of hard to see. That comes out a little bit, but I think there's ways to get around that. But I mean, it works all right. Basically just tinker around with the rubber thing until you get it on the way you want. Might be a little difficult at first, but just mess around with it till you get something that actually fits nicely. If you use the rubber piece, of course it comes with controllers, as you can imagine, and the controllers come with AA batteries. You'll have to pull a thing out, like when you use some devices for the first time. The controllers come with AA batteries, which is what powers it. And this headset comes with a built-in battery, which you can charge, of course. And I find the battery tends to last like maybe about 3 hours at a time. But you can charge it while you're using it, in case you were wondering. That's something I wasn't sure about either. This is running Android effectively, so you can sort of treat it like a phone. Just like how you could use a phone while you're charging it, you could use this while you're charging it too. So yeah, that's that. So I'd put the rubber piece on if I were you. So now I want to talk about how you connect it to the computer. So there's two different ways you can connect it to the computer. You could use a link cable, such as this one right here. It's basically just USB-C. Or you could use AirLink, which allows you to do this over Wi-Fi, connected to the computer that way. I have a link cable right there. You can technically use any USB-C cable, but I think there's a special kind of wiring that it uses, like copper braiding or something or other. Just make sure that whatever cable you use has that. The link cable contains it. There might be some other off-brand ones that have it too. Just make sure it has this copper braiding and stuff. So, or else you can just do it wirelessly if your wireless is good enough for that. So that's not coming with the Quest. It's a thing you get separately. It's a separate accessory, as with the battery pack. And technically this is just a portable battery bank, but in a different form. So you can wear it sort of like this right here. I don't have it on my headset right now because it's kind of confusing and I just haven't bothered trying to figure it out yet. I've been procrastinating on that. I'll get it on one of these times, but I heard that it should help balance the headset so it's not as front heavy, which hasn't really bothered me personally, but I've heard that it can bother some people, I guess. So it does come with a charger, which is really short, and of course doesn't have that special braiding as far as I can tell, so it might not work well as a link cable. The link cable also, you want it to be at least 10 feet. Mine's 16 feet. That length is very helpful. But the link cable, the special braiding, and of course the length of it too. So, yeah. Make sure if you get a different link cable, make sure it's long enough, like at least 10 feet or so. I don't know how that translates to meters. And that it has this copper braiding so it can handle like low latency and stuff. So yeah. Now as far as connecting it to the computer, it has USB-C on both ends, both the charger and the link cable. But you can get a USB-C to A adapter. I have some from Cable Creation, which I'll probably put the link in the description if I remember. But I was concerned about whether it'd be able to handle the bandwidth and stuff like that. But it should be able to handle it just fine. Those Cable Creation ones should be good rated. I've had a pretty good experience so far with it. Although I haven't used PCVR yet, because I'll get into that in a little bit. My graphics card is not that powerful, so I haven't really done that much yet. But when it comes to like streaming the headset, which is what I'm going to use so you can see what's on my headset, that uses the USB-C to A adapter with the link cable that I got separately. And yeah, it works pretty well. It's got like over 2 gigabit. So as far as speed goes, that should be plenty. So if you're doing it over wireless, you're almost certainly not going to get more than a gigabit. If you do, let me know, but I think it's pretty rare at this point in time. Maybe you're in the future where that's way beyond normal. Who knows? But yeah. So the link cable is separate. You get a USB adapter. It's really dumb that the headset itself doesn't include one, but or at least the link cable packaging, especially given the price. But at least you can get adapters or possibly use one you already have. So the other thing I was going to mention regarding the USB stuff is, of course, you could use AirLink, which is a wireless form of it. As long as your wireless is good enough, you should have a pretty decent experience with the AirLink. So about the headset itself, it does have sound built into it using there's some built-in speakers that could be focused towards your hearing. So it's not like it's these really loud speakers, although it's probably a little bit, there'll probably be a little bit more feedback where other people could hear it compared to headphones, but it's not much more, if any. So it is pretty quiet overall. Like you should be able to hear it fine, but in terms of other people being able to hear it, it's pretty quiet within the environment. So thought I'd mention that. It's pretty focused towards the ear, which is quite nice. So yeah, it's got built-in speakers. I personally use the 3.5mm jack because I actually wear hearing aids and I have a third-party accessory not related to this, but it can connect to my hearing aids and audio streams to there. My only complaint is it doesn't get very loud compared to my other devices, which, I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world, but I pretty much have to have it all the way turned up for it to be a normal level for me. So, just something I thought I'd mention. So now, if you have USB-C earbuds, they are not meant to charge the device. Don't make that mistake like my brother did. USB-C earbuds will not charge the device. Many hours were lost because of this mistake, so don't make that mistake. But use the charger instead of the USB-C earbuds to charge the device. Basically, is the moral of the story. But yeah, I don't know if you could use USB-C earbuds for actual audio output. I don't know. So now regarding buying stuff, unfortunately things are overall quite expensive in the store. So even though there's not that much upfront cost compared to other types of VR headsets and stuff, the cost to get games and stuff and accessories down the line can get quite expensive. So that's something to keep in mind too. So I will mention that you can get an e-gift card on Amazon for Meta for this particular headset. So if you want to redeem a code onto your account, you can get a gift card on Amazon and get it sent to your email. There is such thing now, which I found quite surprising, but that's pretty cool. Another thing I will mention that I wish I'd done is referrals. So you can refer a friend and you both get $30 I think, from what I've seen. Unfortunately, I never took advantage of that, and yeah. But if there's like multiple headsets in the family or something, refer each other and you could get like $30 for doing that, and probably some equivalent in your currency. But yeah, so keep that in mind. If you know someone who's going to start using it, do the referral, take advantage of that for both of you guys. So yeah. So yeah, the battery expansion, it's got a little adjustable thing here, which I imagine is useful. I don't really know what it's like since I haven't really figured out the mechanism yet. It's kind of hard to figure out exactly how to mount it. I'll figure it out one of these days, but I've been procrastinating on that. Kind of wish they made it easier, but whatever. So yeah, you can probably use any battery bank as long as it outputs enough power. And you have to figure out a nice way to mount it and stuff. Otherwise, you can just plug it into a nearby port or outlet or whatever. That works too. The link cable can be used to charge the device, just so you know. So if you want to charge with a long range, the link cable is great for that. You could also probably use it for other devices too. If you want to be able to charge your phone from a long distance, link cable I think would get the job done for that too. So yeah. So regarding using it on the computer, I think I need to get a different graphics card if I want to have a good experience with that. So I currently have a GTX 750 in my PC, which is very low end. And when I tried PC VR, it was very choppy. I got probably about 20 frames per second on the GTX 750. So the experience, while it works, it's not super great. You can clearly tell that not everything is, not the whole 360-degree space is being rendered all at once. it clearly starts rendering it once it's within your field of view. Sort of like how our senses work. But yeah, when it's not laggy and choppy, it does it so seamlessly you can't even tell us what's happening, which is, I think, is amazing. But I'm probably gonna end up getting a better graphics card. It'll probably be like a 3060 Ti, RTX 3060 Ti. That seems to be a nice middle ground between the price and the actual performance you get for that price. So, as of right now, that seems to be the middle ground from the limited research that I've done. If not, then let me know. I do have a device with a better graphics card that I could probably test it with someday, but I have not done that yet. It's some AMD thing that is VR ready. So I'll try that out one of these days. That won't be included in this review, unfortunately, but that's something I'm doing soon. So, as for how you interface with a computer, you can either use SideQuest, which I think you have to enable the developer options, and there's videos online showing how to do that, other resources. And then the Oculus app gives you other types of functionality. So SideQuest is what I'll be using to record the gameplay that we'll be doing later on. So yeah, Oculus I think might have something similar, I'm not sure. But with the Oculus app, that's how you do things like PCVR. And that's stuff you could easily find online, so I won't really go over that. So now let's talk about some of my first thoughts when I started really using it and stuff. So when I first put that thing on, the focal was already good as it was, and with the Google Cardboard there's a lot of overlap, and that was my first impression with VR. But with that thing, there's no overlap between the two eyes, which I was honestly concerned about. But with the way our vision should be able to overlay perfectly into one big eye rather than two of them. So like obviously I look through one eye at a time, then I look through the other one. I can see some of the same stuff between each eye, but when I have them both open, they blend together nicely, right? That's how it should be. Anyway, bring that up because the VR headset does exactly the same thing. There's two little eye things inside, and the way they blend together is just like the human eye. At least that's what my experience is with it. So it is like I'm looking at one large thing when I have it on, and I was blown away when I first used it. I thought the motion tracking was amazing as well. So I think it has pretty good motion tracking, especially for a standalone headset where you're not setting up like surround cameras throughout the environment. So that's pretty cool. Now when I first started using it, Wi-Fi would not connect even when I punched in the password. And I found that I initially tried connecting to the modem's Wi-Fi because the router that we have actually fried and we haven't even bothered trying to get a new one yet. So I was using the modem Wi-Fi. It just wouldn't connect for whatever reason because it had trouble obtaining an IP address and stuff. But when I connected it to our router, it connected just fine. And once I connected to the router, everything worked fine. I know I said that it fried, but wireless still works, but Ethernet hardwired no longer works on that router. Probably because it's half fried. That's my theory anyway, but using the wireless router worked fine. So if Wi-Fi doesn't work, you might have to do a different type of network potentially. And I did try updating it, which I was hoping would fix the Wi-Fi problem. It never did as far as I can tell. But using the router Wi-Fi isn't really that big of a deal, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, When I was in the middle of an update, it kept dropping out when I put the headset down. I have a theory that the headset went to sleep while it was down, but I picked it back up and it resumed once I connected Wi-Fi. Eventually made it to 100%, even though I had to put on the headset like 20 times before it got there. So that was my experience when I updated it, which has to happen when you first get it, most likely. So, yeah, regarding the focus, everything can be out of focus if it's slightly positioned wrong. So, there are adjustments with the focal thing, which I never had to do. But when I'm wearing it, if it's off just a little bit, then everything can look kind of blurry. But if I have it positioned just right, then it can be clear. So, if it's blurry, then it probably has to be focused just right. Might have to make some adjustments to the strap. Who knows? But it might just be a simple adjustment you can make without adjusting the strap. So yeah, once you do that, then that helps. As you wear glasses, you could probably use a glasses spacer. One thing I will point out is my dad is, I think, farsighted. I can't remember, but like he can't see things up close, I don't think. But with the VR headset, he's able to see everything clearly without glasses or anything, which is really interesting. Because when it comes to reading stuff up close, not gonna happen. But with the VR headset, somehow the focus just happens to be right for how his cones are lined up or whatever. So I thought that was really interesting, but there is a glasses spacer you can put in there. I haven't done it before, so I can't tell you how it's done, but I'm sure it's relatively intuitive to get the glasses spacer in there if you need to use that. So when I got the headset, it did come with Beat Saber for free, but in order to get it, I logged into my email in the web browser within the headset, and I was able to redeem a code once I signed up and stuff. And I was able to redeem that and install Beat Saber. So that worked. But I had to sign into my email in order to be able to do so and get the link opened up on the headset itself to be able to use Beat Saber for free. But that's the only game it came with. I assumed it would come with more games since it had them on the box. But I think those games were on the box just because they're popular. Mine only came with Beat Saber, as far as I can tell. So, yeah. Now, I thought that it previously would support the Xbox, but from my limited research, it doesn't seem to have very good Xbox support. I mean, you can probably stream what you're doing from the Xbox to there, but I think you actually need to do that through PCVR or something. I don't know much about that, so if you're trying to do it with the Xbox, you'll have to do your own research with that. So that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. So why don't we do an actual demonstration so I could show you what the experience is like. So let's just jump right into the demonstration now. Okay, so now I'm gonna wear this thing. So what you're seeing is exactly what I see when I put this thing on. So the first thing I wanted to mention was the controllers that you wear can actually point a laser, essentially. So I have graphical versions of the controller on here aside from the real thing. It even knows what I'm pressing, which is insane. I never even fully press a button, but it's got sensors on the buttons themselves, which is pretty insane. The controller itself has these laser things so you can point at stuff, which is pretty interesting. So for example, if I look up there, there's a graphical thing that you can see right here, and I can drag it around with the controller as needed. Now it's not dragging around correctly just because of how everything's positioned, but we're about to fix that. So that will happen every once in a while. So when you first set this up, you'll be setting up a bound, which I just click down here, and then I can see if I come up to it, then I can see it a lot closer. I apologize if not everything is exactly how it should be. By the way, regarding the production, I'm doing my best, especially since it's late at night. But you'll create a boundary, which is either stationary or room scale. For room scale, that's kind of how you do it. So I think the floor is all the way down there, which it's not. So I want to click on redo. And what you're seeing here is getting it down to the floor level. And by the way, what I'm seeing is as if I actually looking at everything. Like the corresponding position of everything is really close, which is pretty insane. Like what I mean by that is if I focus on something, like my webcam over there, and I take off the headset, I'm still looking at exactly what I was looking at with the headset on, which is absolutely insane. So, other than the crappy camera quality, it feels like I'm really looking at stuff even though I'm actually looking through a camera. So now that I got the floor level, I can confirm. And then you basically draw a boundary of where everything is. So hold this trigger right here and you draw the boundary. But since I'm in a very tight space with the green screen and all that, this is not going to be my boundary, but that's the idea. Oh wow, that was actually big enough. I didn't think it would be. So now that's way over there. So I can press this button on the controller if I want to bring it closer. That meta button right, you won't be able to see it through here, but it's on the A. To the right of the A is, I held that down for a second and the interface came closer to me. So yeah, if I want, I could drag this way out and get a nice holographic view, which is pretty cool. As you can see, the tracking is really good. I'm amazed at the tracking abilities. So as far as my bound, I'm actually out of the bound, so I'm doing a stationary boundary, which is just where I'm at right now. For the purpose of this, I'm just going to make sure I'm not hitting anything. Then I'll be fine. And by the way, you can turn on the color temperature stuff. This is normal. But with the warm color temperature, that's what it looks like. And since it's really late at night, I'm going to do the warm color temperature. But this is with the normal environment. Now if I turn this on, all of a sudden I'm in a completely different environment. There I am in the mirror right there. I can see all sorts of cool stuff right there. Really feels like I'm in this environment, which is insane. The tracking is really good. Pretty amazing how this actually works. So yeah, I think that's really cool because you can basically set a bunch of different environments. I think it's in the settings right here. Virtual environment right here. You can set it to any one of these environments right here, which is pretty cool. And of course you can explore it if you want. But yeah, it's insane because it feels like I'm really here right now, and it encapsulates my whole vision I can still see graphical representations of my controller, which is pretty cool. It even shows the battery level, which doesn't show on the actual controller. So that's also pretty insane. So yeah, when I'm walking around, I like to be able to see the actual environment like this. But yeah. Okay, so let's see, what else was I going to talk about? You don't actually need to use controllers. You can do hand tracking as well. So to do hand tracking, you just go to settings. I probably look like a lunatic if you just saw myself without seeing the screen. That's what I'm doing. But if you want to do some hand tracking, where is that? Oh, I just saw it. So movement tracking, you can turn on hand tracking, and rather than using these controllers, you could use your hands instead. So I'm gonna take off the controller. Man, this feels weird doing it in this virtual environment. I haven't looked over that gate yet, but if I had a big enough boundary, I probably would eventually be able to do that. So to set my controllers there for now. So now I can use my hands. So now I got representation of my hands, which is insane. I can do everything with my hand, as you can see. You can even type and stuff with a hand too. So if I went to the web browser, I could go to like google.com. You can do it with two hands, by the way. This is literally the future right here, isn't it? See how I just went to Google right there? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, if you saw me without this background, I would look like a lunatic. I'll probably show some of that too. Sorry if everything's really orange, by the way. That's just with the warm color temperature. At this time of night, they do have the ability now, as you can see. So yeah, hand track is pretty cool. The other thing I wanted to mention is it can do 120 Hertz, which is an experimental feature. So if you go into the settings, experimental, I think one of the settings that you'll find, actually that's not where it is, probably under system. Yeah, you can have 120 Hertz. Oh wow, I can definitely tell the difference now. I can see how motion sickness is more likely to happen with 60 versus 120. Everything just feels more instantaneous when I turn my head on 120 as opposed to 60, which is what this video is in. So if you're wondering about the 120 Hertz stuff, that's already enabled by default. You can set the warmth of the color temperature too, by the way, but I prefer to have it on there. So yeah. Now if you wanted to pause in a game, I just wanted to quickly mention the way you do that is the button on the left controller that looks like a menu. Or if I'm using hand tracking, which my hands should appear in a few seconds. There we go. See that icon right there? With the hamburger icon? That button on the controller is what you press to pause a game that you're in. Pressing the middle button, this one right here on the right controller, will accomplish basically the same thing, but it'll also pull up this type of menu here too. So yeah, this is pretty insane that you could do this without the computer or anything like that. I'm just using a computer so you can see what I'm doing right now and also hear what I'm doing too. But yeah, so then if you're wondering about how to transfer files to this thing, you can hook this up to the computer with USB. And because it's technically Android behind the scenes, you access it just like you're accessing an Android device when it comes to file transfer. So yeah. So now I may as well real quickly show you what YouTube VR looks like. I'm not going to watch any videos for copyright purposes, but I just want to show you what the app looks like. So you could use your hands with YouTube VR. And I can use all my fingers to drag the whole thing around, I think. Kind of hard to make it drag sometimes, but every once in a while I could, yeah, there we go. Now I just dragged the whole window. You can search videos just like this. You type with one hand like that, blah blah blah. But what's really cool, this may not look significant, but this is YouTube basically encapsulating my whole vision, which is much bigger than you're going to get on a computer monitor. So this is an interesting way to watch YouTube. So if you sign in with your account, you can of course view your watch history and stuff like that. But you otherwise have to manually search videos yourself. Kind of hard to like send a link to this device if you want to view a specific link. Although you could probably open it up in the web browser. As you can see, I'm in a whole virtual environment right here. And you can imagine that if I had a 360-degree video playing, it will encapsulate the whole space. Not just right there, but all around. If I want to quit, then I go like this. The 360-degree video looks just like this environment pretty much, and I can look anywhere I want within the video, which is pretty cool. That's cool how the mirror can kind of reflect what I'm actually doing. Feels almost like a dream to some extent. So yeah, you might have heard stuff about the metaverse. Yeah, well, it's basically here already. This is kind of it. So now I want to show you an app called Immersed, but before I can do that, I have to set up my Mac, which is currently the only device that works with that right now. I mean, Immersed, sorry, I'm not even thinking about what I'm saying. It's pretty late, 3:30 in the morning. Terrible idea to record this at this time, but I'm going to follow through with this. So if you want to view your monitors in this environment, you use virtual desktop as a typical one, but I like Immersed because it's completely free and the clarity tends to be a lot better from what I've heard too. Immersed has a pretty good overall experience when it comes to viewing your monitors on the screen. So I want to real quickly get that set up with the Mac. So I will be right back, and we'll be back with Immersed. So yeah, if you want to create virtual monitors easily, Immersed is a pretty cool way to do that. So I'll just show you what that looks like. So now I just brought the menu back by pinching my fingers like this. And sorry, there's probably some things I forgot to explain as I'm doing this, but hopefully some of it you can figure out for yourself. But yeah, to view your monitors on here and even create virtual monitors that don't tie with physical monitors, Immersed is one way you can do it. But it might not be graphics accelerated, so keep that in mind, because you might not utilize a graphics card unless you have that physically connected to a monitor with that graphics card. So yeah, see how amazing the tracking is. So yeah. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, my camera froze up, didn't it? I apologize, guys. Let me see if I can get that fixed real quick. My apologies for the technical difficulties. We're back. I hope it hasn't been gone for too long. So now it looks like it lost the boundary, which, yeah, you can see that. Create the boundary. So the floor level is now wrong again. So now I use my hands to determine the floor level. Confirm. Well, let's use a stationary boundary, which is about right. So now I'm in immersed. And as you can see, I got virtual monitors. I have it set up with my Mac right now, because I just never set it up in Windows yet. So I have to change the screen resolution for it to all be correct. But once I change it, then you could imagine that it would work. It's kind of weird using it by hand, because the menu that I want, for some reason the button doesn't press. That should be pulling up the menu. This is pretty cool though. This feels like the future, doesn't it? I could go like this, and now I'm in a completely different environment, and I can actually go outside, but I don't know how much boundary I have for that. I could look outside, and there's actually an outside to this world, which is pretty crazy. So I guess this is what the metaverse is supposed to represent coming up in the future. You can have like 4 virtual monitors, I think. Although if you have physical monitors, that'll add how many you can do basically. But yeah, these are monitors all happening at the same time. You can see that timer right there. It's going up on all of them. I only have 1 screen connected right now, so 2 of them are virtual screens. This one is the real screen. Those are virtual, and I can arrange it how I want. Either pin it or unpin it. What's cool is I can pull it up or throw it back. Isn't that crazy? So I can have monitor workspaces set up however I want to. Let me pull up the menu that I want it to pull up using the actual controller. There we go. I wanted to show that I can use my hands to control the screen. So if I turn this monitor input on, and I drag this somewhere right there. Oh, the reason why the aspect ratio is weird on there is because I'm using my laptop screen. That's the actual aspect ratio. So if I can unpin this, I can pull this right up towards me. For some reason the monitor input's not working, but the cursor should be moving right now if I do this. And then I can click on stuff if I want. So it is possible to use a computer using just your hands with this VR headset, which is pretty cool. And yes, I can go right into stuff. Of course, this is what ends up happening with my boundaries, but isn't that crazy? The tracking is just so good. I'm honestly shocked about the tracking. See if I can pull this screen over. Tracking with the hands not always perfect, but the head movement is what I'm blown away by. So I just wanted to show, like, this is an alternative to virtual desktop that may be better because it's free. This is all done for free, by the way. You just install immerse software. Just be able to figure it out. I think I've shown enough of this. So now let's go to the home screen. And what am I doing next? Oh, by the way, immerse gives you more environments to explore. So if you want to explore more environments besides what the meta comes with, immerse is a great way to do that. And there's some keyboard tracking features which I haven't experimented with, but that is a thing. So yeah, the next app I wanted to show, I'm going to put on my controllers now. But the next app I wanted to show is a really cool concept that I never really even thought was possible before, but it makes sense. And that is 3D painting. You might not think that 3D painting is that big of a deal, but I can assure you it's insane. You might not really be able to appreciate it as much. Not actually using VR, but I think you'll still get the idea. So OpenBrush is what it's called. It's a free app. Everything should be working on your end, hopefully. So there's the loading. So now I'm in this virtual environment, which is actually pretty cool. So right here I can use my right controller, and isn't that crazy how it tracks like that? I can create a new sketch. I think it's got my handedness mixed up. Yeah, and I don't think I'm left-handed, which I didn't set that, but I'm ambidextrous, so it honestly doesn't matter anyway. So I can hit the joystick button to make this happen and set exactly what I want. So if I wanted to draw if I wanted to paint some stuff, watch this. So it's got motion tracking, which is pretty cool, and of course I can go through that if I really wanted to. But here's where it gets insane. Isn't that crazy? This is 3D painting right here. So you might learn 3D tricks with like shadows and stuff like that, but this is a more 3D version of that, and I can explore it from all angles, which is pretty insane. There's like various types of paints I can do. I probably look weird doing this, huh? Like I could create snow, which actually makes it sort of snow in the environment to some extent. There's other things like rainbows, which is a type of paint right here. So I can paint around other 3D stuff. Isn't that crazy? Then if I want, I can zoom it out. Throw it out like this by holding these trigger buttons. Pull it in like this. So I want to get a real close look at what I just did. Pretty cool. I can make this really big as well. That's what I just did. So yeah, pretty insane. Sorry about the buzzing noise that may be happening. My 3.5mm jack is where the audio is actually coming from. But yeah, look at this. That is insane. You can do stuff like teleport and stuff. I just wanted to show you the concept of 3D painting. It can be in an environment where you can paint how and wherever you want. And it's persistent, which is also very cool. This is a pretty cool app. So if I wanted to fly, forget exactly how that works. Oh yeah. I could fly around and... Oh man, this feels weird. It almost feels like I'm falling up in a sense. Now I can fly towards the painting. This feels so weird. I feel like I'm literally heading into the painting. This feels so weird, as you could probably imagine. Anyway, I think I've done this enough. So that's pretty cool. So now I'm gonna quit that. What am I exploring now? Now let's do some Beat Saber. So let's see, am I far enough back so that my head isn't cropping off? Barely far enough back. There we go, that's probably more like it. As far as my boundaries go, what's safe and what isn't? I can't go right here. Sorry about that noise. Sorry about that. I actually shut off the headset. Must have actually force shut it down when I pressed a button. But I think we're good now. I gotta adjust my rubber thing, which didn't feel right for a little bit. Okay, so as far as my bounds go, suppose I could come over here. And then I can't hit anything on either side. So now let's do some Beat Saber. And the songs appear to be copyright free, which means I should be able to actually use the songs in the video. So that's pretty cool. So let's open some Beat Saber. So this is a game that pretty much without VR isn't really a thing. Hope I just bumped something. But it's alright. Alright. So I'm gonna recenter that. So now I basically have sabers. So I think I'll start with this one. So I can do this song on expert, I think. See if I can successfully do it. It's been a little while since I've done it. But essentially I have these lightsaber things. And I go like that. Pretty cool. Not perfect when it comes to this, but clearly it's been a while. So you can see how what I'm doing is correlated with this. I probably look like a lunatic doing this, but you didn't see what was going on, huh? Somehow I missed that one. When I'm in a constricted space, it's actually kind of hard to play this. How did I get that one? Hopefully you guys can see me alright yet. It's been a long time since I've done this one. Sorry, I'm pretty terrible at this. Well, at least I survived. Yeah, looks like you can see me alright. Cool. I feel like I could probably do this at like 150% speed. I don't know. Getting pretty crazy. Sorry if you can't see all the blocks because of where I'm looking. I used to be able to do that one part that I just did. Oops. Aw, man. Well, why don't I do this on the main camera where you guys can't see what I'm actually doing? I feel like that would be pretty fun to show. Why don't I do it in this view? This is not mirrored, so might be a little bit confusing, but whatever. I think you guys... Oops. Shut it off again. I just realized you guys can't actually hear it, I don't think. Yeah, I want to make it so you guys can hear it. You guys should be able to hear it. Okay. I want to look like a loon right now, so let's do that. Sorry, I'm over on the... Oh my gosh, the camera glitched out too. Just when I had things working. Come on. I'm gonna have to fix that now. I think we're good to go now. Hopefully the camera doesn't glitch out again. Alright. Ready to watch me act like a lunatic? Here we go. You can mute the sound if you don't want to hear the music, by the way. This is insane. I'm about to fail. There, it failed. There, you wanted me acting like a lunatic? There you go. We got that now. Sorry about the green screen lighting. Let's bring myself back on. Alright. So now I'm gonna do my favorite song of all time on Beat Saber. And that song is I Need You, which is in here. This is my favorite song of all time, honestly. I mean, I don't know if all time, but definitely on VR. I mean, on this game. I Need You is my favorite song on Beat Saber. Let's just put it that way. So, here we go. This song is so cool to play. There's just something that's intuitive about this. These are kind of complex, but there's just something that feels intuitive about it as well. Oops. Missed that one. Yeah, there's just something about this that feels so natural, yet complex. That's what I like about this song. Also, the song itself is really cool. Pretty complex on Expert Plus. I'm not good at it. This is the start of my favorite part, by the way. So cool. It's out of sync a little bit. Sorry if there's lag in the gameplay, by the way. Kinda hard to play this in a cramped space. Oops. Very cool. Of course, my favorite moment starts at the 69-second mark, which is unsurprising. Before we get into this, I want to real quickly note that the audio doesn't actually sound as good as it's supposed to because it's recorded in mono audio. So what I'm doing right here is replacing it with the stereo audio, which sounds way better. Enjoy, since I believe mono takes away the really good parts of this song. This is my favorite part. I'm going to do it again. Alright. I'm gonna do that at 150% because I think I can survive that. So let's bring that to 150%. Make sure everything's running, which it is. Here we go. Oh, no, starting from the beginning. Here we go. Hard to do it when it's out of sync. Also, it's positioned weird right now, where everything is blurry for me. This is a good way to get exercise. You really feel the momentum when you get good at it. I'm tempted to do like 175, maybe even 200. Can I even do 200? I apologize if it's lag, by the way. But yeah, this is an example of where I'm sweating and I'm glad I have the rubber thing right now. Ready? This is crazy. I still haven't missed any notes yet. Now I have. Wow. Doing a lot better than I thought it would. Tried it a long time ago, but I failed miserably. Wow. This is so... Oh well. That was fun. I think I'm gonna call it there. So I want to show you one more cool app that I like to use. One more thing I like to use this for, which is drumming. Not even looking at the VR screen. The other thing I wanted to do was an app called Paradiddle, which is a drumming app. I like to do something called drum acrobatics, and I'll show what I mean by that. So you can create a drum set and play it however you want using Paradiddle, which is pretty cool. So let's launch that. So you can basically create drum sets with this app. So I'm going to hold both triggers to skip this. I'm going to press the joystick. Now I have a drum. So you can see. Tempted to make sure that nothing's glitching out. But now I have this right here, sort of like in the Paint app. I can create a drum set. And you can see how I can place it how or wherever I want. This is pretty cool. My favorite crash cymbal is this one. Makes the most noise. So you can do all sorts of instruments like this, or a xylophone, or anything else like that, which is pretty cool. I think marimbas sound cool personally. And then you just hit the joystick when you want to play. I feel like sometimes the track is not 100% perfect. Sorry about... I'm pretty sure it's out of sync, and I apologize about that. And I personally like to disable the particles by going to graphics. Sorry, drum and environment particles. I also like to go into controls and under controller. I'm a little bit shaky from that Beat Saber stuff, I think. Change everything to none because what it essentially does is it pretty much any button will do this, which is sort of like hitting the pedal. But I don't want that to happen because these are hard to hold as drumsticks. So I actually hold down the buttons, which gives me a better grip. So that's why I do things that way. But I actually have a drum set, so I'm going to load it. Pretty similar to what we just did. Also, the height is way off. No, it's not. The height's not necessarily off. Okay. How's this for the view? I don't like this necessarily either. I want to get further, but there we go. Sorry, my head is probably going to cut off with how close I am to everything. I'm adjusting it so everything's just right. I think this is where I want everything. Yeah, there we go. So now I'm gonna play a song that I'm gonna do some drum acrobatics on. So I have this thing called drum acrobatics where I basically play something at a tempo that's way above normal. And at a normal rhythm it makes sense. Stupid camera glitched out again. I have to fix that again. Why is that even happening? All fixed. So yeah, drum acrobatics is basically where I play a rhythm that's way above normal speed. That's more or less what I do. So, did you see that alright? Hopefully this... Nah, let's come to the left a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, I like this. So, I'm gonna play a song. You may or may not recognize it. If you do, kudos. But I'm gonna play a song at normal speed. Well, I'm gonna play half of it, because the other half is exactly the same as the first. Then I'm gonna play it at a normal, or a rhythm that's way above normal, to give you an idea on how the drum acrobatics works. So I'm gonna play about a minute of it at normal speed. Then I'm gonna maybe do it at double the tempo. So this is 60 for the tempo, I think. Ready? Here we go. And this is so confusing with it being out of sync. I'm not going to be able to do this. I'll try. Oh my gosh, I'm confusing myself. I'm going to turn off sound for myself because I'm audio jamming myself. There, the lighting's a little better now. I'm going to tune myself out of the music though. Then I'm not drum jamming myself, or whatever you want to call that. But it'll be weird not to hear it. So yeah, that's the normal speed so far. Oops, I've screwed up. Oops, I screwed that up again. Man, I'm telling you, not being able to hear that sucks. I'm used to being able to hear feedback of some sort. But now I'm going to try it at like tempo 100 maybe. So drum acrobatics goes like this. Basically do that at a much faster speed. I'm confusing myself. I might be doing it wrong. It's because I can't hear it. I may or may not have done that correctly, but that's what drum acrobatics is. You can see if I double that speed, then it's big time drum acrobatics, and that causes lactic acid buildup and stuff, as you can imagine. So yeah, I just wanted to show you one thing I used Paradiddle for. I could do it with stuff like that and other songs too, so that's pretty cool. So I'm going to quit out of this. I think that's going to be the end of the VR demo. So, unplug the audio so it doesn't cause static. I'm going to tune in and make sure there's no static. Not sure why it thinks I'm wearing it. The strap makes it think I'm wearing it. Oh my gosh, how many times is the camera going to glitch? I think I can fix it on the spot. Well, that's going to be the end of the VR demonstration. There we go. Alright. That's going to be it for the VR demonstration. So, I'm going to move on to the next thing, but I'm going to go to bed first. And then I'll continue the following day. So, I guess until then, good night. We'll probably be back on normal green screen when we resume. Maybe I'll do a snap transition for that. Ready? Right, so with the limited amount of time I have, I think I'm just going to do one more thing, which is making the migration over to Linux. So, of course, yeah, that's going to be the last thing I work on. So I'll try to show some stuff that may be relevant, but the stuff regarding GPU pass-through as well as the bookmarks and stuff, the keyboard shortcuts, bookmarks to execute JavaScript, and all that stuff with the ISO file, unattended ISO file that I was going to do as well. That's getting postponed to the next video. If it doesn't make sense, it's going to happen in the next video anyways, so it's not relevant now. But regarding the executing JavaScript, I will just real quickly point out that what's involved with that is essentially you can set a bookmark to JavaScript code, I think, and then you could use some sort of extension on... Is extension the right word? Yeah, some browser extension to create keyboard shortcuts to open specific bookmarks, which effectively creates keyboard shortcuts to execute JavaScript code. That's all you need to know, so if you want to get that up and running now, that's the idea. But that will be showcased in the next video. So for now, I'm just going to get the Linux system set up, because I'm not really in that much of a hurry to do the GPU pass-through stuff right now, and I'm really not prepared for it either. the amount of time that I've been spending on this and how busy everything has been with everything else, it just doesn't make sense for me to do any more other stuff. So this is going to be the last thing I do in this video, and then I'm just going to wrap it up. So yeah, with that, let's just get into it. So first of all, I'm going to be basically migrating to Linux, but I'm not going to get rid of Windows entirely. This is just going to be a dual boot. So yeah, next time I'll do GPU pass-through stuff, but again, I'm going to dual boot into Linux because I may need Windows in some situations, but this will help me make the push over to Linux, and then in the situations where I have to use Windows, I can still boot into Windows. So, yeah, let's just get into it. I think it pretty much all makes sense. So, the first thing we need to do is, the first thing I think we should do is figure out our partitioning, because I obviously want to retain my installation. So I've now upgraded the boot drive, which this used to be the boot drive. It's a 850 Pro 256 gig. But now I use an 870 Evo 1 terabyte as a boot drive, which will give me enough room to dual boot between Linux and Windows. It'll also allow me to expand the Windows partition, basically double that size, and even have a double size for Linux too. I don't think I'm going to do any over provisioning or anything on this drive, but yeah, then this way I could easily use both. So this is a recovery partition that we're gonna have to move over if we want to expand this storage right here, assuming that we're expanding the space contiguously with the unallocated space, meaning it's like right next to the partition. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this partition to the end. You don't actually necessarily have to have a recovery partition. It's one of those things that's like debated and questionable whether you want to have it or not, and it really is subjective whether you want to keep that recovery partition or not. But I think what it does is it allows you to do stuff like restore Windows to the default. If you want to reset Windows to factory settings, essentially, I think a lot of that information is in this recovery partition, and if you were to delete it, you may lose the ability to do that. I could be wrong about that, so you might want to double check that if you're doing anything with this or you're curious in general. And I'm just realizing the music is not playing, so I gotta fix that real quick. Sorry about that. I've been made aware that the music wasn't working for some of the video. I honestly had no idea until recently, so I apologize about that happening. So I'm gonna try to keep an eye on that more and just make sure that the music actually works properly. I have a hunch of what was going on with the technical glitch on my end, but I'll try my best to make sure that doesn't happen in the future. There's supposed to be music playing and there wasn't because of technical glitches. That's what you can expect with this type of stuff. But anyway, let's get this all sorted out. So it's debatable about whether you want to have the recovery partition or not. I think I'm going to keep it just because. So I think I'm going to move it to the end of the drive. And then I'm probably going to have to tell it where the new starting sector of that partition is so that Windows knows exactly where to look for it. It knows about the size and stuff, but it needs to know the starting sector because that's stored on some sort of record. And if you change the offset of where everything's stored, that changes, so Windows won't be able to reference it until this record is updated. So, yeah, I'm going to move this to the end, expand this by probably about half or so, and then we'll install Linux on the other half. So, let's start with that. So I'm not exactly sure how I want to do this, but let's just begin and let's see if we can make things work out nicely. I should probably pause this until we're ready. We don't need to wait. Okay, so before we begin, I think I'll maybe show some relevant BIOS settings. And it's glitching out. No, it's not. Sweet. So, since I switched to drive, I of course had to change the boot order of this, which makes perfect sense. But regarding the GPU pass-through stuff, the settings that we're going to want to check are making sure virtualization's enabled, which I think is under, not that, I forget where the virtualization option is. I think it is under CPU configuration. Yeah, Intel virtualization technology on my Asus Z87 motherboard. This computer is like, how old is it now? It's gonna be 8 years old and not that long from now. This computer still works pretty well even though it's almost 8 years old at this point. And you can probably tell because this BIOS looks pretty out of date even though it has a cursor on it which helps make it fancy. But one of the other relevant settings for the GPU pass-through, which I'm not quite ready for yet, so I'm not going to do it in this video, is under system agent configuration, VTD needs to be enabled. I'll elaborate more on this in the next video probably, but I had to actually switch my processor from a K series processor to one that just doesn't have a K at the end, because I won't be able to enable VTD, which is required for GPU pass-through. I think it's like IOMMU as well, if I'm not mistaken. But I was just gonna see if I could show the model number of the processor, but I'll show that next time, and you might have seen it earlier. It's this i7 now, which is working pretty great so far. So those are two relevant settings I wanted to show for right now, but we're not actually doing anything with that yet. So I'm going to press F8 to select a boot device. Not sure if you actually need to repeatedly press it. I'm never sure on that. Sometimes it works if you don't, other times it seems like you do need to. So I'm going to select my Ventoy drive with UEFI mode. So the first thing I think I'm going to do is go to gparted so we can move that partition over, and then we'll start installing our Linux system. But we're going to start out in here first, because we need to move that recovery partition over. Once we do that, then I'm just going to extend the space so that we don't really have to worry about doing it in Debian. As long as we're in gparted, we may as well do as much partitioning as we can there. So I'm just going to let this load now. So this is that recovery partition. Since I want to keep it, even though it's probably not necessary, I'm just going to drag it all the way to the end, which will allow me to contiguously expand the space. Because normally the space has to be, the unallocated space normally has to be right next to the partition you're expanding, and since it wasn't here, I just moved it to the end so that it is. Generally, it's not recommended to move Windows related boot partitions because you have to update the records for the starting sector, because Windows needs to know where everything is. It stores that on record, and if it changes, that record doesn't automatically update. So you have to get that updated, which can be kind of a pain. So why don't we double this. I attempted to just multiply that by 2. Is there a calculator built into the terminal? I don't know. I'm gonna just go over to here and on my phone screen, I'm just gonna multiply that number by 2. So 243,580 times 2. 487,160. So let's just punch that in. So 487,160. I usually click right there so it updates. So it's not exactly half, most likely, but it's, I mean, it's relatively close. I'm almost tempted to. So that's my OCD right there. This really doesn't matter that much. I'm just making a bigger. Oh, I could just make sure these numbers somewhat match. There, now we got exactly half. Doesn't really matter a whole lot though, to be perfectly honest. I'm not gonna use that much all the way. I don't think this should take too long. And then I'll show you exactly how we tell it what the new sector is. I think it would be wise if we did that before installing Linux. So now that we got that partition moved, we're good in that regard. So we're done with gparted for now. And we have the partition set up for Debian already, so we're not going to have to do any fancy partitioning stuff other than tell it where we're going and whatnot. So I'm pressing F8 again. I usually hold it for like a few seconds at a time and then press it again. It doesn't seem to be a super big deal. So now I'm going to boot into Windows where we can configure. In the next video, I'll show how to make that unattended ISO bootable, which it currently is not. And I might even upgrade to Windows 11 one of these days, but I don't really see that much of a reason to. But obviously the time is coming where Windows 10 will no longer be supported. Honestly, I really wish Windows would just unify the version so they're not creating a new Windows with a number on it. Like, at this point, Windows 11 really could have been in feature update installments rather than making it a whole different operating system, which could cause a lot of inconvenience. The migration process is much more of a pain. And Windows 11, I think, could have definitely happened in feature updates. Because really the main thing that changed is a code of paint, and then of course the features that got added were things that could be in feature updates. So I guess Microsoft wants to do that for marketing, etc. Oh, now the question is, will my command actually work on here? So if I do Shift F10, the command to tell it what the new starting sector is a BCD edit command, I think. Not 100% sure. But so now this looks like it's the correct partition, or the, I always call boot entries partitions for some reason. Like every time I'm modifying a boot entry, I'm like, okay, so this partition is good now, when I really mean this boot entry is good. I keep making that mistake all the time. It started at least 6 years ago, and I'm still making that mistake. I'll hopefully fix that one of these days, but... So I don't know... I'm just gonna boot into Windows, because to be quite frank, we can still boot into Windows and everything should work right there. But I think if you want to do a bcedit command on the correct thing, then the right way to do that is mounting the partition and changing the directory of interest. Is that what we're supposed to do? If I want to access bcedit, for example. So that disk check is probably because of the starting sector changing. And it knows that it's missing. Okay. So, I'm gonna give that a few seconds to start up. Probably not that big of a deal nowadays, but back then it would have been. Before I got an SSD and stuff. So I'm gonna launch command prompt from here and press Control-Shift-Enter, which will bring that up. So now this will be the correct boot entries. So I think what we want to do is bcedit/set, and then the entry of interest can be referenced by default instead of the UUID. And then you want to say recovery sequence, I think. Not even 100% sure if that's correct. If it's not, then let me know in the comments and what it should be instead if I'm changing the starting sector of the recovery partition. Okay, so what ID am I trying to reference now? To be honest, I don't know which ID I'm supposed to be referencing. I think it's a Windows one, but if it's not, then I'll probably... Maybe what I'll do is I'll either have a comment on this video where I specify like any updates. It'll be a pinned comment on this video. Otherwise, I'll just mention in the next casual video what I should have done. But I'm gonna sort of assume that it's this right here, the ID for the Windows 10. Although that could be what default is. Oh wait. So that's recovery sequence. I think the ID might actually be the same. I'm gonna assume that's what it is. But maybe by running this, it'll identify where everything is now, hopefully. I don't even know if that's right. Like I said, I don't really need to use it, so it isn't all that critical. But for now, let's get the Debian installed. So I think Chris did actually update Debian Titus a little bit. Or at least some of his contributors did. He's actually got a fair amount of contributors on his GitHub, so that wouldn't be surprising. It'll be interesting to see what it looks like nowadays. So now I'm hitting update again. Because now we're going to install Debian for real. So there's a massive mistake I made when doing this. It didn't listen. Even though I was pressing it, it still didn't listen. It's not rebooting again. Maybe you do need to do it more frequently, and the timing might matter a fair bit. The amount that this happens, the amount of time that happens, can be somewhat unpredictable, which is why you might have to press it so many times. You just don't know when it's going to listen for the F8 key press. So let's do the Debian 11 right here. I don't do the graphic install because console just tends to be more reliable in general, even though it's actually not that big of a deal. I think it's a lot of personal preference. Like, they honestly both have their strengths, but for the most part, tends to accomplish the same thing, whether you use the graphic installer or the non-graphic installer. That's interesting that it's recognizing the wireless interface right away. I don't feel like it's done that before. So I'm going to select the Ethernet because that's what I use. Hopefully we don't end up breaking the system. It's almost tempting to disconnect all my hard drives just to make sure I'm not screwing around with that. I think when I have the host name be exactly the same as the Windows host name, just for like barrier and things like that. Be nice not have to reconfigure that in some aspects. So I think it's all capped if I remember correctly. Otherwise I'll have to change that later. I am not joining a domain. I don't have a domain controller set up right now. I think I'm gonna leave the root password blank, which should disable it by default. It's generally a good security practice to do that. I'll put my name right there. I'll probably just do Joseph23 for now, but I will be changing that later most likely. I'm Central Time. This is probably going to be the easiest Debian partition I've ever done, which is crazy to say, given how many drives are involved and whatnot. But I think what I actually want is this free space right there. Ooh, we will actually have to create a boot partition, so I take that back. It's not exactly going to be super simple, but I will have to manually do it because otherwise I can almost guarantee it's going to do it wrong. I have a lot of partitions and things like that. I want to know what I'm doing. Make sure it does the right thing. So let's select the free space right here. Shoot, what partitions are we supposed to create? We're supposed to create a boot one. Yeah, back in the BIOS days, you probably had to create several different kinds. Is the music working? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So this will be the boot partition. Or the booted ESP separate partitions? I don't think so. Might be able to get away with 100 megabytes. Because I'm only going to store grub, I'm not going to store anything fancy like other bootloaders or high resolution themes. So it'll be at the beginning of that unallocated space. So this is going to be the, yeah, because are we doing a reserved BIOS? I don't think so. I think I'm just going to do the ESP. And that's bootable. You don't need to give it a name. And then this will be our root drive. And I'll use ext4, but I can either use that or BetterFS, which has some interesting features, but I'm fine using ext4. So that what we want, the Windows ESP, which is separate, the NTFS drive, and then another ESP for everything else. That's the recovery partition, and it should leave everything alone. So let's finish the partition. I'm not going to create a swap space. I had 24 gigs of RAM, and I'll be sure to not max that out. So let's write those changes for now. Okay, so now that we're installing this, one thing I was going to mention is when I did the Star Trek operating system, which I am going to probably follow up on the next video too, because obviously we had those glitches with the Star Trek operating system, where some of the graphical things wouldn't display correctly. But one of the main things I wanted to mention is I installed the Debian-10 ISO that I use wasn't a non-free image. Basically non-free, even though it sounds like it isn't free, it's still free. But what it means is it includes extra utilities like sudo, and it just has some other things that are baked in compared to the non-free version of it. So, yeah, I should have used the non-free version of Debian-10, then I wouldn't have had to do all that sudo stuff. And of course, when I was trying to transfer the file, I could have used SCP, which would have definitely simplified everything too. There's a lot of things I could have done differently with that Star Trek LCARS installation in the last casual video. But should have used a non-free version, which clearly I didn't have that. But that'd be a good idea to get a non-free version for the drive. So, yeah. There are some things I'm probably gonna have to figure out that I'm not really confident on right now. Like, am I gonna remember all the software I need to install? I'm not gonna worry about that too much. I'll install some software and show the stuff that I absolutely want to show. At least what I could think of off the top of my head right now. There's probably gonna be some stuff I miss, but I'll obviously be sure to include that in the next video, because we are going to continue this and do GPU pass-through and stuff. I'm just not ready for that because it's pretty technically demanding. The amount of time I had to prepare for this was hardly anything at all. Hopefully I'll know exactly how to install Debian Titus, because I forgot the steps, if I'm being perfectly honest. And maybe they made it easier nowadays, because Chris has contributors and stuff, which should have made the whole process easier, hopefully. So, yeah, what if we do a snap transition for when this finishes, huh? You ready? Alright, I'm now presented with this message. I am gonna say no right here. And I think, oh, we gotta do this. So I'm gonna enable SSH right out of the gate. I'm not gonna install a desktop environment because, again, we're installing BSPWM with Debian Titus, so we don't want to install any desktop environments right here. The idea is to keep things minimal. That's what a window tiling manager will do. So I use the command line for most things, and then the window tiling manager can render and composite everything that's needed on screen, like the web browser, etc. So I think this is gonna install the software and update everything that's in the repositories. So it is worth mentioning I'm using Debian SID, which is the least stable. I know it sounds like it's unstable, but it's actually pretty stable compared to Debian or Arch and Fedora based distributions. It's still pretty stable compared to that, but the releases are just a bit newer, like 1 to 6 months, I think. That's how new the packages are. So let's reboot. So the packages are pretty new now. Lost my train of thought. But with Debian SID, that's how I can get the newest packages on Debian. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to use OS Prober to get Windows. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that off the top of my head. Guess we'll wait and see. So I'll log in with those credentials that I mentioned. So now I want to raw Debian. I apologize about the size being real small. I'll do this for now. It's not the best solution, but it'll do for now. So I think the first thing I want to do is run an apt update. See, sudo works right out of the gate, which is pretty cool. 2 packages can be upgraded. Thought it installed the latest packages just now. Let's upgrade everything, because I think it'll be pretty quick. So now it's basically come down here. So as far as sudo goes, if I don't want to have to enter the password like this, which I think will be fine for the most part, I'll configure the sudoers file so that it behaves that way. So I think I'm gonna, probably don't have vim installed, do I? So let's install vim real quick, so I can configure that sudoers and stuff, so that I don't have to enter the password when I use sudo. So I should be able to do this. So we should see my username, which I think is actually hidden from the screen, but maybe not. I do not see my own name on there. Maybe we're configuring that root. J and K being the default, it's just bothering me, so I'm gonna have to update that too, so that it switches the key mappings around. So all equals all, and then no pass WD colon all, I think is what we want. So I'm gonna have to run the WQ exclamation mark, because there was a read-only file. That's the only way it's gonna save the changes. So while we're at it, why don't we configure the vimrc so that if we use it, I'll have exactly what I want. So I usually will do set number and set relative number. There is a... I can condense that down to 1, but I can't think of how to do that off the top of my head, so I'll probably end up showing that in the next casual video, I'm guessing. So then if I want to remap J and K, I want J to be up, and then K to be down. Right, so that should be good now. So I think now we just install Debian Titus at this point. I think we have to install Git and curl possibly, because we're getting stuff from GitHub. Might not need curl, but who knows. So should be able to say git clone https://github.com/Chris Titus tech/Debian Titus. Looks like I got it right. So I cloned pretty quickly. So let's go to Debian Titus. So now there's a single install.sh, which is pretty interesting. So I must do everything all in one. Guess I'll trust that it does. So let's run that install.sh. That's fascinating how it already has execute privileges. I think I might have jinxed that a little bit. But you can download files that already have execute privileges. Didn't really think that was necessarily possible. I may set up a caching server someday. If I have that rack mount server already, then maybe in the next casual video we can set up apt cacher ng so I can get apt packages at gigabit speeds. Create a caching server basically. I can get this drive installed in the server as the boot drive. That we can possibly configure the caching server with the rack mount. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna let this run for a while and I'll be back when it's done. So let's do the snap transition. One thing I just noticed is it looks like it now uses Nala instead of apt, which is pretty interesting. But I have a feeling that apt is now going to use Nala, which is apt, but different front end for the package manager. It's really the same package manager. The front end's the only difference. Nala, I think, does currently have a glitch where if there's like a license agreement for whatever you're installing, it'll get stuck and it won't be able to pull up that license agreement. So since the alias for apt was probably changed to Nala, I think what I'm probably going to end up doing in this regard is I prefer to type Nala when I want to use Nala and apt when I want to use apt, because there's some situations where I'd rather use apt instead. And it's automatically installing OS Prober, it looks like. That's interesting. It also looks like it's installing some NVIDIA drivers right out of the gate too, potentially. That'd be pretty cool, because this is on an NVIDIA card, just so you know, which may end up creating some complications. We'll have to wait and see. But there are proprietary drivers, they're just not open source, which if you're using Linux, you generally want to have as much open source as possible. But anyway, regarding the Nala stuff, I just wanted to point out that I'm probably going to end up switching my alias from... Everything looks so cool, even though it's pretty much nothing but text. I never thought that pretty much nothing but text would look this cool on a screen. But Nala makes that possible. Anyway, regarding Nala, I'm probably going to switch the alias and disable that alias in the first place, so I could use apt when I want to use apt and Nala when I want to use Nala, which I'm going to try to use as much as possible. But there's going to be some extenuating circumstances, I'm sure, where I want to use apt instead. So Debian Titus did actually update. I didn't think it would. That's fascinating. Anyway, I'm pretty sure all this stuff is going to end up installing, which is probably going to take a while since I have ridiculously slow internet. And obviously, when I had the outage recently, I already mentioned that Plex Media Server was causing it. It wasn't even my internet at all. So my internet's actually more reliable than I previously thought, which is great. That's not always the case. Anyway, I'm going to stop rambling and just let this finish. Ready? I'm getting a do you want to continue? So I'm just going to real quickly say yes. So I'm going to let this install. Alright, we're done. So hopefully I can reboot and everything will just work, including the NVIDIA drivers, as well as everything graphical as a whole. So I think this is a point where I can probably reboot, most likely. And I assume that the Debian changed from the typical Debian over to SID. So let's load that, see how that works. Is that actually the open source driver that I'm seeing up in the left? The Novu? Is that what I'm actually using right now, or is that something else? Ooh, a fault? Is that a problem? I'm gonna probably pause this for a little bit, and if it's still doing this amount of time later, then I think I'm probably gonna end up switching to the integrated graphics because it works really well with Intel out of the gate. There might be some stuff that we have to change. We might have to actually even modify some X11 or Xorg related things, which I'm not prepared to do right now. So if we do have to do that, I'm saving that for next time as well. I apologize if that happens, but I'm gonna give this about a minute or so, and if it's still stuck on that, then I'm gonna switch to integrated graphics, and we'll try this again and see what happens. But regardless, I'll give the full story of what's been happening in a bit, but I'm currently gonna show this error message, or this message, since it's only gonna happen once. I'm basically installing the proprietary NVIDIA drivers, and there's conflicted drivers with the Novu or whatever. So I'm just answering this question. So I'm going to explain what actually all happened in a bit, but I just want to show that error message as you only see it once. Anyway, right, so the issues are now fixed, so I'll real quickly sum up exactly what happened. So essentially, we got that error with the Novu drivers as well as the microcode that we just saw a little bit ago. I wasn't really sure what to do, so I ended up deciding to use ChatGPT to get some assistance because we still have some free tokens until probably April or so. I honestly have no idea, but while it's still free, I'm going to use it for this type of stuff. So I just explained what went on, and then it said the error is a problem with the microcode on the system. And basically, to solve the issue, I can install the package Intel microcode, which is what I did. That wasn't installed already. If you have an AMD card, it'd be AMD microcode, of course, but I have an Intel, so that's what I did. I did try switching to the integrated graphics, but that didn't change anything. Same thing happened. And then I installed NVIDIA driver instead of the Novu that came with Debian Titus. And that error message that I previously showed was conflicting. NVIDIA driver was conflicting with Novu, basically. And once I ran that, the software successfully installed. I rebooted the computer, and we ended up with this. So the chatbot was able to basically help me solve the problem on the first try, which is pretty sweet. I'm sure Google would have been able to accomplish something similar. I don't know. But this is on an NVIDIA card, which is pretty sweet. So now I'm going to punch in the password. See if that works. You already know what it is, so it doesn't matter that that's showing. I don't know if I mean, this is kind of a cool theme, but it makes it look a little bit like Mac, which doesn't look terrible, but I might end up changing it around potentially. Oh, there's a new theme. Interesting. So the notification bell, I don't think I've ever had that properly working in the past. So it's pretty cool to have that working. I also didn't have that Ethernet logo either. I think it's a font that's responsible for that, but I never had that set up necessarily. I don't even know what this is. Oh, this is for the screenshot utility. If you ever wonder what that button is on Chris's channel, that's for the... What's the screenshot? Flame shot, probably? Yeah, this is flame shot right here. So I guess this is the flame shot button. That's cool. If you don't want to use a keyboard shortcut, that's a pretty interesting alternative to use. We'll set the background in a little bit. So the volume, my volume button doesn't work. It never did on the Nook either. But I can right click and the volume actually works right out of the gate. It wasn't previously working with the previous version of Debian Titus. So that's pretty cool. I previously had to install Pulse Audio as well as either Pipewire or Wire Plumber. I forget which one. I think I have them both installed on the previous installation, but the audio wasn't working until I installed those pieces of software. And then what you're seeing right here is Pavu Control, which I also had to install previously, but now you don't have to do that because of the amazing, wonderful open source contributors. Unless, of course, Chris contributed with this too, but I have a feeling the open source contributors did this. In fact, Chris might have actually had this set up with the Ubuntu and maybe people ported that to the Debian version. I'm just theorizing, that's not really that important. But it kind of looks like the sound might work right out of the gate, which would be pretty cool. So what software do we have installed right now? So it looks like we can configure NVIDIA settings. I have a GTX 750, which is pretty laughable these days. But honestly, I'm not much of a gamer, so it definitely does the job for me. Okay, so am I gonna wanna set the disable composition pipeline? I may not actually have to do anything special on here, which would be pretty sweet. I'm not going to change stuff unless I find the need to do that. So we'll get sound set up in a little bit, and then we'll test and see if that actually works out. But yeah. And we have the power icons too. That's also up to date. Previously there were no power icons, so I did show in the last casual video, I just ended up doing like P for power, R for reboot, LK for lock, S for suspend, and LT for logout. But now the icons are there. It was really just a matter of figuring out what font is actually involved. But the fact that this automatically worked is pretty sweet. Now I may end up changing the order of these icons right here. I'm not even sure yet. This is working on NVIDIA, which I honestly didn't think would even happen. So I can press WinX and this comes up. I wish that the text cursor did the other thing. I don't like that text cursor on the terminal. I like it when it's the big square. So I also realized that the Vim configuration is wrong. Oh, so that's another thing that needs to get changed here. That theme that Chris Titus uses on the terminal, I have no idea what that is, but that has to get installed on here. I'm personally fine with the old theme, but whatever. So what am I gonna do? Look at the Vim settings. So this is what needs to get changed. It's asking for the password. I have that configured wrong. Let's actually not do the vimrc. Let's modify the sudoers to do the correct thing. So I think what you actually want to do, the shortcut mappings are backwards. So before we actually do stuff, I think I'm going to copy the vimrc to the root thing. So sudo cp vimrc to the root of root, I think. So now let's go back to the sudoers. So I think, am I in the right file? Yeah. So I think, is this what used to show up? All. I think I might want to go like that. And then I'm going to duplicate this for my own name. And now we'll make the change of what we were just doing. The null pass WD all. I think that's what you want. With no parenthesis at the end, of course. So now I have to do save it out. And in theory, it shouldn't ask for a password anymore. So we can reboot the terminal now. So let's go into the sudoers again. That might have been configured wrong. But it might also not apply until afterwards. I'm honestly not sure. I'll figure it out one of these other times and maybe let you know about that in the future too. But let's worry about some other stuff now. So let's get it how we want it, basically. Don't know the exact steps for that, but I think one of the first things we should do is set the background. So on my flash drive, which is based on the capacity, I'm guessing my flash drive is, what drive is it? SDD. I think that's the partition I want. SDD1 right there. I think I'm gonna actually move the terminal over here. And I'm not overlaying it. So let's mount SDD1 so we can access my flash drive. And you need sudo to do this type of thing, unfortunately. But so this is my Ventoy drive, and I purposely stored some files so I can easily access them later. So this background.png should go into our pictures folder, which can go right here. Oh, I guess that's the one Chris was using, the infamous one that Chris uses. Cool. So I think the way you actually set the background, so let's look in here. I think inside of my BSPWM file, I set the background if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think this is how I set the background. So I'm not even 100% sure if I want to take this exact file or if there's other things that may be slightly different. But nonetheless, I'm going to remember that that's line 8. So I'm going to go into the actual, the home.config bspwmrc. So it actually references background.png. How do I restart BSPWM? I'm gonna log out, log in, and see if it takes effect. That'd be kind of cool if it did. I don't know if that's what I actually did to set it, or if you have to use like the file viewer. So I'm gonna go to the pictures and launch. I'm gonna use this background for now, which is what I was previously using. I think I should have an option to do full screen. Background for build. There we go. So that may or may not end up being permanent, but I'm gonna go with this for now. I actually really like this background, even though it looks pretty basic. I just love the simplicity of it. So I'm probably gonna go with this for a while. I actually like the aesthetic, personally. I know that Chris wanted to change his, but I'm perfectly fine with this. I may even change the opacity on the PyCom, which is what gives the transparency of the terminal right here. So now we got the background configured. Let's get a video viewer. So I'm going to use Celluloid with MPV. I think MPV is the video player, if I remember correctly, and Celluloid is the front end for it. I might have that backwards, I'm not sure. So I'm going to search Celluloid because I don't remember the exact name. It's just Celluloid, I guess. So let's search MPV now. So MPV is the video player. So we're gonna install Celluloid and MPV. And that should allow us to play videos and stuff. I was just thinking about when we configure the network share. I'm now realizing the network share is actually going to be irrelevant because this is a computer I normally have the network share on. So we're really just going to be mounting more drives where the network share would normally be. But I think I'm still going to show how I do the CIFS mount and network share. Because ideally you want to probably do it as a systemd service because you can pretty much do everything with that. But I could not figure out how to do it no matter what I tried. Couldn't even do the fstab for mounting the network share. So I think I ended up just doing a bspwm startup command. That's where I put a lot of the startup stuff. As long as it's running a script, anything I want to start up may as well go in there, huh? Especially if it's part of the graphical experience overall. So now we got that installed. I don't think I have any video files I can test it with yet. But let's actually think about the drives that I want to be able to access regularly now. So let's see, does the Thunar shortcut still work? Yep. It's actually more responsive than it once was too. Am I always going to need to do authentication to access the local disk? So that's my... either the D drive or the E drive. That's the D drive. This is my E drive, which is basically the same thing. It's my almost 8-year-old hard drive, mechanical drive that's still working to this day. That's why I have like 2 separate drives, mainly because of how old my other mechanical drive is. So I mainly use it as backup for the most part. So this is my So the drives are already mounted. That's awesome. So as far as like my libraries and stuff like that, so I should be able to go to personal files, which is where everything is. So I'm gonna probably set a favorite for desktop. Documents. Then I can easily access. So I think that's where I'm gonna actually have everything stored. I may end up symlinking it to the home folder. I'm not sure yet. Downloads. I could do all this later on, but I'll find a video to play and we'll see if the audio actually works right out of the gate. Looks like it will, but let's find out. Alright, let's find out if it works. So, for those of you who've ever seen the movie The Birds, it happened in my own house. And we'll see that in this video, so let's see if audio works. Okay, so I'm not hearing anything right now. It sounds just like the actual movie. It's crazy. So, let's see what's up with that. I think this might be wrong. We're just looking at the GeForce 940, which this surprisingly didn't default to that. Let's see if it works now. Oh, now you're not hearing it. I wasn't hearing it before, but now I mute you. I think it works. This is at my own house. How is that even possible? Well, the point is, the audio works. Better mute you guys in case any other unexpected audio happens. But I think the audio does work, but it's strange that the default device is not this one. Wonder if I can set the default device. Ah, this is what needs to happen. That's the default device right there. In the future, I'm probably going to be using the 3.5mm jack, which... Why don't we try hooking it up now and just make sure I can make that work. So I'm switching the 3.5mm jack to this Linux system and not the capture PC. So I think this headphones is what we're looking for. I'll just reboot this. I should also mention I'm right clicking to pull this up instead of left clicking. So just thought I'd mention that real quick. So headphones. Are headphones an option for this? I'm not hearing that. I should be hearing this, but I'm not. Okay, that's interesting. I may have to restart MPV and stuff. I lost the video. Let's pull it up again. Alright, let's see if this works through my output. I'm not getting an option for that. That's interesting. I did reboot this, the MPV. That's something I'm probably gonna have to figure out later as well for the 3.5mm audio, which is what I'm typically gonna be using. I'm gonna switch this back to the capture PC, which is taking a little bit. There we go. Yep, it's going through this. I have it muted for you. But it works through HDMI nicely, which I guess is cool. But that's not what I'm going to typically be using. So now we can play videos on this system. What else do we need? I might switch the order for these icons right here because I have a specific order that I typically like. So I think that's in Rofi. Or no, Polybar. This is Polybar. That's what the top menu is. So actually what this environment is BSPWM for the window tiling. Polybar for that top bar that you see up there. Rofi, which is this power menu and the search right there. The theme is a Nordic theme. The terminal is Kitty. The transparency is PyCom for compositing. The file manager is Thunar. And am I forgetting anything? That's mainly what this environment is. That's all that's really needed for graphical stuff. So what was I going to do next? I gotta think for a second. Give me a second to think. Yes, I was going to switch the order of the icons. So let's go into the .config folder. So I think what I want to modify is Polybar. I think it's the launch.sh if I remember correctly. Oh, whoops, that's not a directory. Starting to get pretty tired now, if I'm being completely honest. So where's the... Yeah, it's probably one of these scripts. I think this might have changed a little bit. Anything in old config? Oh, that's a file. So I think all the icons are in here somewhere. Yeah, here's the icons. So I think what I had was the browser is number 1. I had the terminal as number 2. So I'll move that over to here. The game, I think, was number 6 or something. I'm not sure. I'll just swap it with 5 for now. I just like switching the order of that. I think I'm good with that. So next time I restart Polybar, which won't be right now, then that should take effect. If that's the right file. Actually, what's this config.ini? Oh, great. I think the thing I'm going to do after this is the network share stuff. I'll change this real quick so that becomes number 2. That becomes 5 for now. Good enough. Now let's think about the... So the network share is actually irrelevant right now. Because I don't have a network share for this. That's just on the secondary PC. This won't require that. I'll have to see if DaVinci Resolve works on this. I wasn't able to run DaVinci Resolve on the NUC because the compatibility with the integrated graphics just wasn't good. But now that I'm using an NVIDIA card here, it might work a lot better. So, since I'm not doing a network share, I'll at least talk about how I mount that. So let's go into my flash drive again. I think what I want is Debian files. We'll look at my ups tab, which is somewhat relevant to the FS tab. So this was how I mounted a drive. So I started out with the UUID. you could reference a drive by the dev device that it is. So if you do like lsblk, if your drive of interest is SDB2, for example, you could say SDB2 instead of the UUID, but the drive might change over time. The SDB2 could become like SDD2 in the future. Who knows? So that's something that could change over time. So I don't reference it by that because it could easily change over time. The UUID is something that should stay the same at all times. So that's why I'm referencing it by that, which you could use BLKID to get that UUID. The UUID is just something like this. Find the device you want, and then it's UUID. What's interesting is on some drives the UUID is small, but the part UUID is much larger. I think it'd be the other way around. Part UUID would just be part of it, right? But here it's flipped around, which is interesting. So that FS tab that I was just in is how I mounted my other drives to a specific mount point. So I created a directory for Joseph. NTFS was the drive letter or the file system for Windows. I didn't have any special option. I was fine with default, so why not? And then 0 and 2 for the type or whatever, the dump. Actually, I forget what one of them is, but one of them means dump, but whatever. So that's what the FS tab was for that. Now, as far as getting a network share, since I was unable to get that to work with FS tab and systemd, I mean, I tried pretty much everything. It just wouldn't work. So I ended up deciding to just put that in my vimrc file, I think. Yeah, I just ran this mount command. So this is how I do the SMB share. So mount -t sifs -o. Then I said credentials equals etc server creds. That's where I authorize it with the username and password, etc. And then it's the IP address / whatever the folder is. So that's the format for mounting a Windows network share or an SMB network share, regardless of whether it's Windows or not. So the server creds file, I'll show you what that looks like. So I think the server creds is actually not what I want because it has my password on it. So I'm just going to show you the server creds _ file. I forgot to obfuscate the password, but now I've done that. So that's what I did for the SMB share. So the username, password, and this syntax right here in the actual etc server creds or wherever I reference it. And then you have to specify the domain, because if you have like a domain controller or anything like that, you will have to reflect that properly. But otherwise it would probably be workgroup or something else. So that's what the formatting is like. And that's how I do the network share. So now let's do the next thing I was going to do, which I just had a little bit ago, but I lost it. Okay, so I think the next thing I'm going to focus on is I just want to show some stuff in my BSPWM file. There are things that are different, so I'm going to have to merge that, but I'm going to wait till later. There's no sense with doing it here now, especially given the time. So I'm going to show what my BSPWM consists of, but I won't change anything. So my default workspace is workspace 2, which is where I normally would have the terminal open. And then when I have the web browser open, I typically do that in workspace 1. And the way I have that as a default is the BSBC rule. And I just specify my browsers, including Brave, are in workspace 1. So Chromium desktop equals workspace 1. And I would have another one for Brave, right? I think that's Brave browser. I'm not going to actually save that yet. But then that'll automatically go on workspace 1 no matter which workspace I'm opening. So it's useful for that. So when it first starts up, it'll go to workspace 9, which I used to launch Barrier. I'm not really going to show that right now. And LX Polkit, I think, is what allows me to do that pseudo authentication with graphical applications. So let's say I install gparted and I want to be able to run it. So I'm going to install gparted real quick. I didn't use Nala, did I? Oh well. So I guess the alias didn't change, which is what I wanted. So if I launch gparted, which I could do from here probably, yep. That right there, the authentication, that's the LX Polkit. That's why that's significant. And of course, if I don't make a typo, it'll work fine. So that was gparted. So then there's the pipe wire stuff. And I forget what I have for barrier. I don't think there's actually anything special. There was at one point, but I was trying to get it to automatically work so I didn't have to do anything special. I'm just realizing something's in the way here. Come on, get out of here. There's something in one of the corners, but it's not super noticeable, so I'm not going to worry about it. But is it noticeable? You can kind of see something that's in the way potentially. I think it's gone now. Anyway. I don't usually use the Steam or anything. So that runs Flameshot. I don't use that Discord stuff either. But this is what Chris Titus had on his. That just runs Discord, but it doesn't do it until a server can be pinged. Because Discord will launch before the internet even initializes. So this basically just stalls it until the internet's running before it launches Discord. That's really what that does. And then this XDO tool stuff is what I use for Barrier, because I can get the graphical application to pop up, but it doesn't automatically connect. So I just have it press Tab, Shift, and then space, I think, which effectively presses the connect button on Barrier. So I can get it to automatically connect. So nothing too significant there. Now let's do a Spanzo, because I talked about that in the last video. And I did something special. I mean, I'm doing that because I can do text expansion shortcuts, which is pretty useful. But I made a massive mistake in the last one. I'm going to move all this stuff over to workspace 2. So the browser shortcut works. Sweet. So let's get a Spanzo, which is a text expansion utility, but you could also run terminal commands with it, which I think is also pretty useful. So if I want to do something quick on the terminal, like opening up a specific folder with Thunar, I could use this Spanzo to do a quick text-based shortcut rather than a keyboard shortcut. So that's basically what. So this can run commands for like getting the date, but you can do it with any terminal command basically, which I think is pretty underrated. So let's start on Linux. So this is based on Debian. So I just have to download this Debian file, which I'll go to the downloads folder so it goes there. I don't even have a downloads folder, so let's make one. You just saw it appear right here. But now let's get that file. So it's downloading a Spanzo. And then I should be able to do apt install with the Debian file. So if you use dpackage for Debian files, you can actually use apt for the same thing pretty much, which is pretty cool. So now a Spanzo should be. What's going on here? So could it be accessed by apt? I think that means I just need to give it sudo, which I may not have done already. I might have run into this last time too, if I'm being perfectly honest. Why did that not work? It might be the wrong file. How about if I do dpackage instead? Let's just run dpackage on that. I think I actually launched it from the terminal. How do I start it? Spanzo start. I don't think install will work. Are there any other steps I might be missing? We have a version installed. Oh, right. I forgot about this from last time. So we just had to create a service, then we can start it. I'm going to move this to workspace 4. This will help you get started. That's just a demo showing that it works. So now let's go to the Spanzo configuration. And I think it's in match. Yep. So it's in that file that I just selected. So if you want to run a shell command, this is the format that you use. But let me duplicate that. So I made a massive mistake last time. I tried to run this to open up like my home folder in Thunar. I'm going to change that to home. And I deleted this output in the quotes because I didn't want to capture the text output. However, that was actually preventing it from running. Doing this output right here actually executes this output right there. It won't execute unless it's referenced here. By putting that in, it suddenly worked what didn't work last time. So let's try this now. So the configuration will automatically restart if I do that. So if I come into here and run that, it works. I just typed in :home and then the home folder came right up. So obviously if I want to create one for the downloads instead, so I'll just go to there. And then let's duplicate that. So the trigger will instead be downloads. So I would execute lunar home/downloads. And now if I type in :downloads, I think I made a typo. There we go. So if I want to do text-based shortcuts, this is actually a useful way to do that. I tried this last time, but the reason it didn't work is because I took out this replace output. I took that out and just emptied the quotes like this, which is really dumb on my part. That was making the command not run, so I wanted to correct myself there. So there you go. I just wanted to show that as Spanzo mistake. So the screenshot utility should work. I'm just going to assume it does. What does this button do? Oh, that's the tiling mode. Yeah. So if I want to tile like full screen or something, I can do that instead. Or if I want to like do freeform, like drag the window wherever I want, I should be able to do that too. And there's a shortcut that typically activates that. I don't think you can click right here to cycle it. I think you press a shortcut and then here you can tell what it is based on the icon, which tiling mode you're using. So why don't we look at the Debian files, see if there's anything else I was going to show. I won't set up barrier right now. The keyboard shortcuts, I think it's pretty much going to be configured how I want. Oh, SSHKD is a thing that I forgot to mention last time too. That's for the keyboard shortcuts that I'm doing. So like when E pulls up the file manager, when Q will quit that stuff, when X is the terminal, or super X I should say. When I say when, I meant super. When B or super B is the browser, whether it's Brave or Chromium. Does Win Shift B work? Didn't have that mapped to anything. So let's go to the SSHKD configuration and modify the SSHKDRC. I'm not opening this in another terminal, am I? And I'm using super 1 through 0. What I mean is 1 through 3 up to 9, then 0. And that allows me to switch workspaces like this. So what else do I need installed? Oh, yeah, I don't know why that swap thing happened. I don't think this file was open anywhere else. If it was opened elsewhere, that would make sense, but I don't think it is. Actually, maybe I could just edit it anyway. Oh, maybe, the service is running, which is stealing it or something. I don't even know. Oh, this flame shot, we're going to have to reflect the correct path there. So where are the actual drives mounted? So it actually does a media Joseph mount, which is pretty cool. So I might want to change that to my pictures. So I just copy that path. I don't think I can paste like that. Oh, I can. Interesting. So you can go to visual mode and use the actual paste in that area. I didn't know you could do that in Vim. My pictures. Now there's going to be a problem with the spaces, isn't there? So let's just correct that. We're good as far as that goes. And I think I want that same path right there. So I'll just replace that with that, and we're good. So as far as the browser goes, I think I'm actually going to change it to Chromium. I like that as my default, but I sometimes like Brave too, so this will be Win-Shift-B. But this will be Chromium, I think. So if I do like Win-Alt-R, that restarts. So now the order of the icon changed because I restarted that finally. So how do I restart SSHKD? I think it's like Win escape or Win tilde. Probably the Win tilde. So now if I do Win B, that didn't update. But if I restart the SSHKD service, it'll update. So I'm probably going to configure it later, but I think it's relatively straightforward. I pretty much showed that last time, so I don't need to do that again here. So the next thing I'm going to show is, why don't we get the virtual machine software set up? You know what? Since I'm doing the pass-through stuff next time, now I want to show the process of getting Virt Manager installed, because I might do some virtual machine stuff before the next casual video. Once I do that, I'm gonna call this video done, I think. And if I miss anything, I'll try my best to include it next time. Even if I record some footage and then show it, I'll just show it next time. So I'm gonna look at Chris Titus's Virt Manager guide, which I think should be relatively easy to follow, but I'll walk through it in video format here because I want to get it configured anyway. So this will determine if virtualization is enabled. Remember when I went into my BIOS before? This number is greater than 0, which means virtualization is enabled. We have enough usable cores and whatnot. You want to move the browser over to here. Do I want to be in the way of it? I don't know. So these are some of the dependencies that are needed for Virt Manager and QEMU, which I would rather use than VirtualBox because of performance and then the functionality and stuff like that. I don't really have a whole lot of aliases. I just thought of that because I'm using apt once again instead of Nala. I don't have a lot of aliases set up or anything. So I don't think I'm going to worry about that tonight either. Not going to get a lot of sleep as you can see here, but I want to get this video done. And yeah. So I'm going to let this install and I will be back. Alright, let's do the next step. So music is glitching out right now. I'm going to have to fix that. I'll be right back. Okay, after getting everything worked out behind the terminal right here, can't believe how much that lines up. I think I have some working again. So yeah, my mind's functionality's definitely declined. I feel like I've had glasses of wine at this point. Lack of sleep or just being up for X amount of time can have that effect, where you feel like you've had X amount of glasses of wine. I definitely feel that way right now. But let's just get through the rest of it, because I don't think you want to keep hearing me in that mode much longer, I'm sure. So I'll try to get this done ASAP then. So we want to check the status of that service, which I guess should have automatically started. It's running, which is great. So I think, not sure if this networking has to do with, oh come on, what just happened here? I have no idea what just happened. Clearly my mine's functionality is starting to cause harm almost. Not harm, but you know, I'm starting to make these mistakes. Hopefully none of them are detrimental. What I was saying about this net start, I wonder if it has to do with just how QEMU connects with Virt Manager or Verse or whatever. So now we're gonna make sure that everything is saying yes, which it is. Then we gotta do some permission related stuff, which I think it's great that it automatically retrieves a user environment variable, so you don't have to specify your own. So let's reboot and see if everything works now. And I guess make sure that everything works in general when we first started up. I may end up changing this to, you probably remember from the last video, my bootloader actually had the Debian 11 thing on it. OS Prober, there's something we need to do. So I could select Windows on there. I'm not too confident with OS Prober though. Background did not apply permanently. So I'll probably have to let you know how I did that too, if I even do this before the next video. Alright, let's... Yeah, so I'll be setting the default workspace to this one, which I'm not even going to do right now. So in theory, I should be able to just search Virt Manager, which is that connecting all by itself. It must have connected to QEMU through the URI or something. So let's see if I can get my ISO library worked out. I don't even think I'm gonna bother with that right now. I'm not even gonna like really use a virtual machine. I just want to make sure everything works. Since I have my Ventoy drive still inserted, I may as well try to insert that storage pool. And it's really only gonna be temporary. I just had to click that twice for some reason. Let's just assume that's the pool right there. So let's say I wanted to do Windows 7. I'll do the professional edition. It automatically detected everything correctly. Sure, why not? The permissions are wrong. I had to run the QEMU with, or Vert Manager with pseudo privileges, or QEMU with pseudo privileges. Yeah, my thought processes are disappearing for sure. I thought I'd get more emulator options here. I'm gonna select UEFI, apply those changes, the correct disk and whatnot. Can I select any location? Oh, I'm stuck with a pool. Why don't I copy that to the home folder for now? Then it won't glitch out. So let's sudo cp Why is that not? Oh. There's Ventoy. So let's copy Windows 7 Professional to the home folder. I'll later figure out what that sudo thing is, so I don't need to enter the password like this. So I might just have to do stuff with inserting my name, I'm not sure. Let's select that instead. The home folder. I'm not going to permanently have that be my pool. Probably remove it eventually. But I'll use that for now. Select Windows 7. It's just change permission stuff. I think that might be all we have to configure. So it copies the host configuration, which always use one socket. I'll do 2 cores. The memory already works. Page didn't change correctly. That's interesting. This is stuck. How do I get this unstuck? I just quit out of it, which is probably not great. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't even create the VM. Boy. This sucks. This sucks barely having any mental functionality too. Select that. I don't care where that's saved right now. Gonna select UEFI, although I think it will glitch out. Windows 7 installation seems to freeze up on UEFI virtual machines sometimes. I'm just gonna assume that's good. Let's see if this works. So I think I have to click this. Nope. Did it actually load the disk as the very first thing? Oh, just stop running. Probably should have forced that off. How do I configure this? Yeah, right here. Yeah, that's why I think. not loaded from the CD. Why would it default to that? That's really bizarre. Now what? Maybe it's a permission thing? I don't know. I think we're actually up and running as far as the virtual machine manager goes. So that's how you set it up, what I just went through before. I was also going to mention real quick, this goes beyond 100%, which is interesting. Just wanted to mention that. So now let's do OS Prober. I forget the exact steps for that. So OS Prober is how I can add my Windows boot entry. I think you can just install OS Prober. Looks like it's already installed. That's cool. It never was previously, so that's recently added. I forget how to use it, to be perfectly honest. Chromium was an invalid command when I modified that sshkd file. So Chromium's invalid. I guess it's not installed. I'll use Brave. Whatever. So if there was a special setting I had, so you use OS Prober then the drive or something. Oh, screw this. I'm not even gonna do it tonight. There's no way I'm gonna be able to do this with my current brain functionality. I pretty much otherwise got this all set up, so now I'll be able to use Linux and dual boot into Windows. Why don't I make sure that the partitioning is correct? That the Linux partition went where I wanted, Windows is right there. Let's actually real quickly make sure we can still get into Windows. I'm used to the power button being right there. I may end up tweaking that potentially, and same with the login screen. I may tweak that a bit too. So I think I could probably select between Linux and Windows on the F8 menu. Hey, you didn't even give me an option for that. I pressed F8, you cheater. I'm just gonna reboot. Yes, I had to press it more frequently. I was pressing it like twice, 2 times, once every 2 seconds. So you can see we got Debian right there, which interestingly has a label. I was expecting a UEFI thing for the 870 Evo. I think I have a GPT partition table. And Windows requires UEFI with that, but I don't think... There it is. I don't think Linux does. I could be wrong about that though. So that'll probably be my default for right now, and then I'll manually select Debian if I want. I want to see if this does anything regarding the recovery partition. So we're back in Windows now. That's good news. That's all I really wanted to check. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for this video. So if you have any questions, comments, or concerns, feel free to let me know. I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. all that other stuff that we were doing before, I'll try to get to in the next video, hopefully. Otherwise, I think that's it. So, thanks for watching and have a good one. Peace.